very careful not to do that, like not to bottle things up just because you are on a path. Because if you like, no, imagine, it's very easy to do. Like, I'm in the path, I shouldn't be sad. Now someone take
Good afternoon, everybody. Terasana Yaranasa. Terasana, everybody. Let's continue with the book reading. The True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 1, page number 55. Then the Buddha asked, if the seeing is not permanent, it is an illusion, and if it is a suffering, then can we assign a life to what we see? The monk replied, No hetam bhante, meaning that no, you cannot assign a life to images. What the Buddha teaches us is that this is an anatma dharma. There is no life in what we see and feel. There isn't a self either. Idang pachetavaya means that there is nothing exists. This universal law is very complex. Now let us see. Is there anyone anywhere? We think that the image we see in the mirror is me. That is only a thought. Does a thought exist anywhere? Are thoughts true? Now you have to learn to be practical. First, you need to have a knowledge about the universal law. Listening to sermons and acquiring knowledge is called Shrutamaya Jnana. To be practical, you have to maintain an awareness about the thought you receive at every moment. Apply the wisdom of Yatabhuta Jnana, which means you look at the thought and know that this is not something coming from the outside, but it is only a thought from your mind consciousness. Also, know that this thought is also alive. Do not accept any stimuli coming from your six senses as true. Nothing truly exists. There is nothing to believe in. Coming back to your question regarding Pratyamokshaya, the rule of contemplation about the four requisites of a monk. Should you contemplate only on the four items, which are the robe, food, shelter, and medicine? What about the rest of the thoughts you associate with? You should contemplate on the food and apply that to the smell, the warmth, to the cold, and to the touch as well. Contemplate and inquire if it belongs to you. Contemplate using the wisdom of Yata Bhuta Jnana, that there is nothing outside, that it is only a thought, and that the thought too does not exist. It is also a lie. See the pure truth in the thought. Meaning Mahanse, yes, Honorable Sir. Aryan Mahanse, little by little, you will begin to feel you seem to let go of thoughts without holding on to them as true. You tend to let go of them little by little. In time, you will realize that you do things without a feeling of self. At this point, while practicing awareness to the thought and seeing them with Yatabhuta Jnana, your Chandaraga or your attachment to these worldly things will totally disappear. You can also say at, that at this point, your attachment and dislike to the thought will totally disappear. Then you will go on to develop a state of awareness called Nibbidanti, Viraganti, Nirodhanti, and Patinissanupasi. These are states of awareness that is dispassionate towards the world with the wisdom that this world is not true. There is a destruction of the concept of self at this point, leading to the perfect Nibbana. Mihinin Mahanse, I understand, Honorable Sir. Aran Mahanse, so coming back to your question, whenever you get an aramuna or a stimulus from seeing an image, a color, you do the pratyakshava. See with the wisdom of Vyathabhuta Jnana. Then, when you hear a sound, you do the pratyaveksha. At this point, by applying the wisdom of Yathabhuta Jnana, apply the rule over awareness of pratyaksha to the smell, to the taste, to the warmth, to the cold, and to the feeling of touch as well, and inquire if me feeling can be there. You need not apply the code of discipline only to the four requisites of cloth, food, shelter, and medicine. You can apply the wisdom of Yathabhuta Jnana to each and every thought you receive. Mehni Mahanse, yes, Honorable Sir, it should be applied for everything.
Teruvan Sarnai, Aryan answer. Teruvan Sarnai Shani, thank you for reading that portion from book 1, volume 1. So we still, the Aryan answer explains how the thought is formed and how we should analyze the thought and understand that there is nobody and nothing in that particular thought, so that we can understand our existence is an illusion and the outside world which we are thinking that is existing, that is also an illusion. So this Zoom discussion or English forum encourages you to understand pure Dharma, pure Buddhism, true Buddhism, and help you to understand the philosophies of Lord Buddha's, and also to help you to practice how this Dhamma, the pure Buddhism is used, apply in your practical sessions, and also ultimately you will understand, you will experience your transformation. Finally, you will understand the illusion, how this world is created and how you are created. All these are creations of illusions. So then there is nobody. Then when there is nobody, there is no suffering. That means you experience the freedom, freedom of your mind. So this is how we help you to understand and help you to experience how to become free from all suffering and free from all illusions. And finally, you can experience the freedom of your mind. So we'll start our discussion. Now we see today our doctor has joined, Dr. Kokila. So I would like to invite her to contribute to this forum. Thiruvan Sarnai, Dr. Kokila.
Theron Sanai will worship our advance and we'll start the discussion with Shani's explanation. So Shani was talking about how truth can be practiced with Pratyaveksha. I'm not sure what's the English word for that, but how would you do that? So we can apply this to anything and everything. So that's what the actual meaning is. That what Aranwase was trying to tell, because it's, imagine a person or a monk would come out of the place that they live and start walking towards the village with the plate or uh, the, the I don't know what we call that in English, we have how we collect the food,
Baking ball,
the bowl, yeah, the food bowl,
yeah.
we will be walking, and then we would be in we would hear, I mean, sounds, we would see things, we would feel things, we can see how if you are actually going in the breakfast time for the food, then you would see how villagers are getting up. They are trying to make some food. They are, when they see you, they will quickly try to make something, and they will make an effort to do something and offer that to you. And you would hear how morning breeze is coming. You would feel the morning mist, if you are in a misty area, of course, and or otherwise you would be actually feeling the warmth of sunlight. So this is practically the best time for you to feel the Dhamma. So that can be used for Pratyaveksha. That particular time can be used for anything. So because we have so many types of stimuli, but they come only from 5 doors. So the 5 doors would be, as we always say, the eyes, ears, the nose, tongue, and the skin. And there would be one mind, because we always have the mind consciousness where thoughts do happen. So if we are using that time, the time for the breakfast time, we are going out to get some food. We kind of go begging, and then you might not get anything. You may get something, and you will say, "May Triple Gem bless you," and you will be walking back. So imagine this time. This is the most valuable time of you, because you can use this time to feel Dhamma. So you can feel how the 5 senses work. you can definitely, when you feel that the pratyaksha would anyway happen, because the moment you step out from the place that you were living, you have had the idea that you would be in Dhamma. So you would be you would feel it everywhere. We have heard how in Lord Buddha's time, how monks went out and heard uh, like a song sung by a lady in the village, not sung for monks, but the lady was just singing, and that that song, that that song, um, made them to understand the how this vibration is made, and and how this led to the non-vibration. I mean, non-vibration is anyway there, but that to surface, the vibration should be understood. So pratyaksha can be done at any time, any moment, if you know Dhamma. So that's what we are trying to talk in every Zoom discussion, how to bring about this truth. Sometimes we have difficulties in expressing the truth, but we keep trying, and it's very important to understand that how these, the mind consciousness specifically is a bit difficult to understand, because it is associated with emotions. It's very important to understand that the emotions are just a production of the mind sensor. It has nothing to do with a person or a self. But when you take it as real, when one thinks in such a way that I am sad or I am happy, they have lost the plot to understand how the mind sensor works. So as people who listen to Dhamma for a long time, you need to understand how any sensor works, pratyaksha, how any sensor would work. How is eye working? How is ear working? So the ear, if we take an example for the ear consciousness can appear or happen at any time. And when we combine it with the ladies, not ladies actually, the song, because we hear only a song. So when we hear a song, we hear the song, isn't it? Otherwise we would be hearing music. Okay, if for an example I would take Sri Lanka Mata, then that's our national anthem. So if you hear the national anthem, you definitely telepathize that is the national anthem. Is it wrong? It is correct. But that's the thing. But the song itself, there's no song there, is it? Like if you play a music, there's no actual song there or music there, because it's kind of we don't hear music as such. We hear some sound, and when you go to basic sound, is there a sound? Actually, no, because sound consciousness mean it's because of in like very fast vibration of the eardrum makes a sound, so it's like a vibration. So is that happening because there's self there? No, it's just a mechanism, just happens. But the as soon as there is a doer or a subject object phenomena, everything gets complicated. What happens there is there's just a rising of a ear vibration. And if you see so if you're going for the breakfast in the village, you would see how sun is rising and how beautifully sun would fall on trees. But when you look at that, do we actually see anything like that? The view itself, like the view itself had so many stuff in that, isn't it? The sun rays falling on trees. Isn't that beautiful? It is beautiful. But so, but if someone knows this pratyaksha, that knows the truth, need to think about this will actually cease. And one particular moment, you won't be thinking about it. You won't be thinking about anything. Actually, you will be just feeling it. That is what so you're not feeling the sound. Actually, you're feeling the non-vibration. If you get the opportunity to like see the vibration in that angle. So there is always a chance to do pratyaksha in your life at any time of the day. Anytime when there is a stimulus, there is a chance of doing pratyaksha. I don't know what is the English word for that, but it's like looking at a stimulus in non-vibration way or non-perception way, or understanding that it's just a rising of a stimulus, how that arises. So that's it. So the the person who went out for breakfast with the football may have if felt this truth would change the way the way they look at the life. It's like a way. It's different, completely different. It all it like changes the way you look at the life. So emotions. Again, I was trying to tell that, and I get sidelined. My thoughts get jumbled up sometimes. So emotions and thoughts. It's a human ability. It's such a beautiful human ability that we have. If not for that, we will be like just like animals, because even animals have emotions, like, but they are more hormonal than the mind, because they might, the mother, when the animal mother might cry for the cubs for some time, and after that go on with the life as usual. But if the animal is reminded of the cubs again, then cub can get into that mode again. We have seen like documentaries where some animals will stay. So if they lose the owner who they have fallen in love with, the dog, just for an example, dog, the no owner is dead, the dog will be just sitting somewhere like completely uh, like almost dead, even though he's living. So it happens like that because the part of the vibrations. Imagine a dog's life. Owner, if the owner started to look after the dogs from childhood or small baby time, puppy time, that try and see whether you can go into that mind and see that mind is full of images of or images, smells, voices or sounds or feelings of that person, because you are living near in that house or in outside that house. So do you understand how you feel like you are almost dead because the owner is dead? Because the vibrations which happen from birth to now was related to that owner. So all the vibrations, it's nothing to do with the actual the owner. It can be even another cat. Just imagine it was a dog and a cat living in a street, and the dog will see the cat every day, and they might, share the food. Sometimes we see things in like that. So the dog's uh, perceptions are full of the cat song, cat touch, the images of cat. So what? When the cat is dead, this dog will be like dead because all the vibrations, all the stimuli came from that particular thing. But the dog can't understand what happened, but the humans can. That's the beauty of the human mind. Human mind actually can go back and see what happened to me. So Dhamma is like that. Dhamma teaches you, the truth teaches you about this thing. So imagine a person lives with parents for about 20 years, and the perceptions of the child is full of, stimuli. Life is a bunch of stimuli, isn't it? Yeah. So the stimuli are full of stuff, but father, something to do with the sound of the father, sound of the images of the father. So the mind is full of father, or mind is full of the mother, or mind is full of the siblings, or the school, or like that. But it will keep moving. So the interests keep changing. It keeps shifting. So slowly that interest will die down and you start your like own family, as we call it. Then there's a husband, there are kids. So 50-year-old or 70-year-old mother, 50-year-old mother will have mother and father who are old now, and also son and daughter. So all the perceptions around them, they are like real to them, the person. So once, if you're very close to the mother, the stimuli would be around mother all the time. Or if you're really angry with one person, stimuli would be with that angry person all the time. That's how it happens. Whether you love the person or hate the person, it doesn't matter, because that shows you how much the stimuli, how many times that stimuli around around that particular stimuli. It's the dad or the, you know. So likewise, the even though the interest keeps shifting, because you're not that interested about parents that much, but you have so much other stimuli now. So you have to keep understanding that what is life. Life is like changing of stimuli, and we call it life. Sanya Abhisankan. It keeps changing. It keeps actually adding up. So the little baby, the mother has such a beautiful memories about the baby, but then baby is now like a 20-year-old son. Mother has so many things, so many stimuli now around that story, and it feels like an immense thing to the mother. And if the mother is in the nursing home now, like 70-year-old, and mother is in the nursing home, all the children are like big but can't look after the mother. Just imagine how the burden of the memories, even though they can't see the kids now, the memories, the stimuli which happen before, the thoughts which happen before, the person will start to go back to them to live, because they want to like touch on these things. So that's what the life is. But the good thing about this truth is that understanding that how this worked, this living works, and what really happened in this film, what did we take it as real? So are these all stimuli real, or is it just keep happening until the respiration stops or breathing stops? So someone can join me now from now on, so we can add on to that. Can someone add to this discussion? Everyone, Sanai, is Suranka here? Musdharma, anyone? It's beautiful to understand how this works, how even the emotions would be burning you. So as soon as you remember your son, even though the son is not there, you imagine in a nursing home that you can't touch the son, you can't, hug the son, you can't see the son, you can't hear his voice, you can't smell your son. But now the mind works. How? You think about the sun, and then all the memories of those smells and the emotions that was brought about by sun will be coming back. So what? If we don't know Dhamma, we will be thinking, oh my God, I miss my son. I miss my son. That's how it is misinterpreted. I miss my son. Is this abnormal to think about son? It's not abnormal, because if you see a boy cleaning the nursing home and that boy is similar age to the son, you might just, it will bring back the memories of the son. So is it normal? It's normal, because that's how telepathy works. So what is actually about this self perception is, as soon as you that another person, the cleaner, reminded you of your young son, because that cleaner is also in that age, just imagine. So the problem is not that synchronicity. Problem is the synchronicity of the self-perception at the same time, because you feel that as real. The thought, you feel it as a real thing. Imagine now, after a long time, son wanted to come and see the mother. Imagine it's a Mother's Day or something. And mother sees son, and it will be like, I'm actually seeing my son. I can hug him now. You know, it feels like very real now. Not about thinking like, now it's very real. My son is in front of me. But actually what is happening is we don't have experience of outside. That's really scary to know. We actually don't have experience of outside. We live in a bubble of mind. It's very difficult to understand. It just has to be felt. Can't be explained actually. But it's inside the mind bubble that we feel that the touching of the sun, listening to sun talking, hugging sun, smelling sun, you know. You can even taste sun if you want to. That's usually we don't do that. But so that's the real bit, you know. People might they say, oh, yeah, thoughts are not real, but this can be real. This is what Suranka asked one day, long time ago, when we were talking about like a waterfall. Same thing, because sun is in front of you now. Dog is in front of you now. Husband is in front of you now. So understanding that it is still that mind is a bit tricky, because it is the mind. It is in that mind bubble or the dream that or the film we talk about. That is okay. You just have to understand that is okay. You're not imagining sun there. Sun is actually there. But the thing is, we don't have an experience of outside. This is, I don't think anyone, even, you know, scientists are grappling with problems when they try to understand how this works. Because it's the same thing. The synchronicity happens here. The same synchronicity that happened a few weeks ago when mother was thinking about the sun. It is the same sun, the same thought of sun. That is the same sun which you remembered a few weeks ago. That's where we get tricked, isn't it? How these five sensory organs work and bring about this beautiful dream which we have, like the dream that we entered when we come out of the place we live to get some breakfast in the morning with the football. That's the same kind of, we enter into a different dream. Is that dream true? Have you ever felt that? You go for a walk in the morning, you go for a walk, you feel that you're going for a walk. You feel the vibration. If you're walking in the same path every day, you know there's a bend here, there's a steep here, there are some trees in this side, other people will be walking in the other side. You can say hi, how are you, and good morning. You know, you'll keep walking. But is this film true? Which film is true? The film that mother was thinking about few weeks ago, or the film now the mother is seeing when the sun is actually there? Or last night before going for the Pindapata, if we think about the Pindapata, we will be thinking about it, but we are actually going for Pindapata now. Which part is true? So we thought about going for a walk, but now we are actually going for a walk. Which one is true? Which part of this dream is true? So we have to keep understanding even the light is just a vibration which happen in the eye, and that is the only thing. At one particular moment, it's only one entry, one door, one sensory organ. But that brings about woman's voice or my son or trees, whatever. So none of these things are true, but it is happening. So you have to be very careful about, but because otherwise you will go mad, because you have to know that sensory organs would be working. So there is a beautiful dream, so you can enjoy that. That's not what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to say how this arises. So when we keep understanding how this arises, you will realize how tricky this life is. Like how tricky a bird's life is, how tricky the ant's life is, how tricky the elephant's life is, because their worlds are different. And this human who is going for a walk, that world is different too. Oh, it's a funny thing. There's another person walking beside you. That person's dream is completely different, even though they are going in the same path. Same road, same street, same trees, same sun, same whatever. But that dream is also different to that other person's dream. The same, everything would be same, but still the dream is different. How would you know? You can't know, because only few would have the power to actually feel that other person's dream. So it's really nice to understand how these stimuli work, how these stimuli works till the respiration stops. So life, what is life? Life is just stimulus to stimulus, just some stimuli. So one time it would be light, one time it would be sound, one time it would be a feel, one time it would be a thought. That's all we have. So that's it. But the problem is, if we don't know that this is just a film, we kind of like it. We have a liking. What do we like? We like the sun. We love the sun. Actually, we feel that the sun is in front of you. But when we understand Dhamma, we know that it is kind of a perception we have. That's how you thought about sun 2 weeks ago. In nursing home, you were thinking about the sun 2 weeks ago. But now, he's actually there. But now, someone who knows Dhamma will know it's still the perception. Perception of sun is just in the mind. So if you understand the mind part properly, the importance given to this mind will dwindle, like go down. Once it's zero, you will be able to liberate from mind. Then it would be just like the vibration in the baby in the cot, because self-perception had a vibration which is going from, not going actually, which synchronize everywhere according to the pattern of thought, the last thought. So that it would be according to the, the whatever, if you were looking at sun, you're just directly looking at sun, or you hear sun's voice because you are looking at another direction and sun comes from the door side and says Amma, and you hear you immediately know that it's sun's voice, isn't it? That's how the mind works. So you have to understand, you never get it as a sound and then sun's voice. Never, never, ever. Reality is, how this dream works is, you hear sun's voice. But if someone is awakening to that in that particular fraction of a second, if you get awakened in that moment, you would feel the difference. If you have heard Dhamma properly and you have understood that mind has no value, then you would feel the vibration of the the ear vibration. And if you correctly have understood that it's a vibration in the ear only, definitely the non-vibration would arise. I would like someone to talk, I think, because I may be talking too much. Can someone unmute and start talking? Is there anyone who can unmute? Yes, Teran Sanai.
We didn't want to stop you because it was a beautiful explanation.
Yeah, Teran Sanai.
So I think when we talk about the stimuli, I think it's quite interesting when we think about a human's life as opposed to an animal. I mean, I think I've heard Anand say that animals, even birds, and I suppose various animals have only a very small mind consciousness, and that is why they kind of react to the moment, and then they get about I think it's more like survival instinct. They get about their daily routine. If they're hungry, they'll go in search of a worm or something and then have it, and then that's it. And another example that is also cited that we constantly witness is like when a crow dies. I remember in Sri Lanka also, if a crow dies, sometimes they get caught on in the electric wires. And then there's this big commotion. All the crows around the neighborhood kind of come there, fly around. There's big noise with the crows cawing and all that. But in a few minutes, the whole place goes silent, and none of the crows are to be even seen. So that even shows that, though they get suddenly agitated by a death or something like that, that is happening, which is a bit of probably a more than usual vibration that the crows sense. It is momentary, it doesn't last long, and then that is it. And then they get about their natural instinct of just going and finding food, and that's about it. But if one compares that with a human being, because of the whole mind consciousness that is there, we can't say it's there, but because it plays out through the Chitta Niyama, humans hold on to these stimuli. And the holding on to the stimuli also arises, as we know, through the whole Itakampanaya, the self-perception, from the point of the, what is that called, zygote level, that the self-perception, that vibration occurring, that propels this whole process to occur. It's not as if anyone is doing it. But if we think about the things starting from childhood, the stimuli that a baby has, then compared to the toddler, I mean, the baby would be probably entertained with just a little, twinkle, twinkle, little stars, a little musical instrument being played. And then gradually, as a toddler, there'll be more things introduced. And then they want the ball, my favorite toy. various things. And then that goes on to my favorite school bag, and then children and various games and so on. So the stimuli changes, and as we get into the teenage ages, the hormones start playing up as well. There are, attractions and relationships and various, addictions, things like that can happen. But again, the stimuli is only changing. That is all. But the process that happens, and even as we get on to adulthood, during education, there's nothing more than wanting to get the next qualification, the next qualification. You're stressed about it, you're anxious about it, you get depressed about it, and yet you still want the qualification, you still want the education, because you're chasing a dream that is beyond the qualification. You think, if I get this qualification, I will achieve that. If I get this job, I can, earn so much of salary, save the money, and buy a house, or, get married or something like that. So there is a chasing of a dream. Again, what is a dream? A stimuli. And so it goes on. And our advanced also keeps saying, we go to school, have an education, get married, have kids, grow old, and then look after the children's kids. And then once you're almost in your deathbed, you're thinking of what's going to happen to me, and what's my spirituality, and then think about the next life and go to temple or something like that. And well, is that the life that a human is born to? So basically what I was trying to say was the stimuli changes, but unless one knows what is happening, and unless one has access to the true Dhamma, this is like, it's like people just getting born, chasing after a dream, not knowing whether they are coming or going, and just being almost like puppets in a cycle, not knowing head or tail of what is happening to them. So that is the what should I say? That is the real. I can't find the word now, but it's the irony. It's the irony of actually getting such a rare human life, and not because that person does not have access to the Dhamma, has completely wasted that opportunity to seek liberation from this self-vibration. But the fortunate few who have access to the Dhamma, as people who are on this Zoom and people who are possibly listening to this discussion at through any other media, do have that opportunity, do have the opportunity to listen to this and then find their own way of, thinking about what is being said, thinking back on their lives and going through the same thing. And that's where the beauty of the human existence comes about, because you have the ability to go and see, what shall I say, the ability to see past, the past minds. And through that ability to be able to see the past minds and understand how this whole stimuli came about, how the stimuli became of value, and how did the stimuli then change? Because what was great and valuable for the toddler with the school bag and the satchel and the next best friend and so on, didn't last long. And then came the girlfriend, boyfriend, and then came the qualification, then came the car, then came the mortgage, then came the wife and family. And these things are constantly changing. And even once you get married, if the wife and family are also, not okay, those things also can fall away. So where did this value come? And the value is not always positive. It can be, as Dr. Kokila, you mentioned, it can be negative as well. So there is an oscillation between the having and the have not, the negative positivity of it. But whatever it is still a stimuli. It is still driving the human condition, unless one knows and can get to the root cause of it and understand. And that is only possible through the true Dhamma. Because if one doesn't understand, this whole thing is a process, and that it is almost a self-generating, propelling thing that is invariably taking a human through this samsaric cycle purely through ignorance, then there is no putting a full stop to it. Then there is this inexorable continuation of suffering that one wouldn't be able to see the end of. But here's the beautiful opportunity, here's the true Dhamma that we have with us, that everyone can open their eyes to and explore, reflect, and practice, most importantly, in order to gain that insight gradually and find their own liberation. So, yes, Dr. Kopira, someone else can add to it.
Yeah, and also it's really a good thing that what you reminded is we feel that the film is full of stuff, like, from the beginning, what you were talking about. But actually what happened was you were telepathizing into the same vibration all the time. That's why we feel like there was one person who felt all this, isn't it?
Exactly.
It's so funny, so funny. This whole system, how it works, is you telepathize into this. It's the school bag, but it's I who had the school bag. Now, after about 20 years, it is your wife, and now it is me who is having a wife. And then after another 20 years, you have 2 kids, and now you have 2 kids. The how these funny things keep on going. Uh, in the end, you can't die also now, because there is kind of a feel of existence. If someone actually get the feel that that is the problem, no one will talk about this, like people talk about the problems of the, husband, problem of the, of a, what, kids, or problem of a wound, or problem of being in the unfavorable situations. People keep talking about situations, but the actual problem lies deeper than that. What is connecting all this? How do you get the understanding that the the synchronicity, or the when there is a thing, when something is taken as real, in the sense felt as real, how would you telepathize into self vibration? And that has happened from the like the time that mind started until now. So we have a beautiful story. That was the mind bubble I was talking about. This mind bubble has a subjective objective phenomena, that self perception. But even in the even without that, even without the mind bubble, the just the feel also had that, as that is sasava. There is a chance of arising from that, because the consciousness has that problem too. This comes the whole story about Namarupa Vijnana. The consciousness is the basic reason for, basic, not reason, but the, reason for this mind bubble. That is because consciousness is taken as real, never taken as the vibration of the ear, or vibration of the eye, or vibration of the skin, or the tongue, or the nose. The little baby in the cot can't do this. Why? Even though the baby has a radiant mind, can't do this because there's no Dhamma. There's no chance of having Dhamma. So ignorance can't be ruled out, because there's no way can be understood. But once you have the mind, you know how this works because you're in the mind bubble now. You can understand things. You know how to think about things. And when someone says, whatever you see is your world, then you realize that that is what was there, nothing from this side. So there is perception. There is a perception only. When it comes to the consciousness, because that vibration happens so fast in the eye, you feel like light is existing. This is not a story in the mind. This is like a feel. It's a feel that even the baby, the baby has. It's a feel only because the mind bubble hasn't started yet. You need to understand, you need to pass that stage to feel the non-vibration. So everyone can understand this, but actually you have to understand the logic behind this. That can be only done by humans who has this beautiful ability of thinking and contemplating and imagination. Use every aspect of the mind, so that actually that is what the most important part of mind. Mind is important. Mind brings about this whole mirage, but at the same time, mind has the ability to contemplate or think deeply, look deeply. But at one point, you have to let go that part too, because otherwise you will be in the mind bubble forever thinking about Dhamma. So these are very tricky parts, like you can feel confused about them, but you will get there. You will get there. Everyone will get there. Anyone else who can add?
තෙරුවන් සරණයි ඩොක්ටර් කියලා අවයවන්ට නමස්කාර වේවා තෙරුවන් සරණයි to all the friends. So it was very beautiful. Both of you touched on almost all aspects related to this. How actually, as we want to understand the emptiness of thought and how we get caught in this, how this self angle or the self view has become the cause for this suffering. So here also, Hansi mentions the non-soul angle. This is non-soul Dhamma, and as both of you pointed out, when we were small, we felt as if everything happening to me. From the moment that we established the self, the notion of self, due to various factors that we are talking every day, we always say, I see, or I can't see properly, I can't hear it properly. Can you repeat? I can't hear, I want to see, I want to eat, and this angle. So in that beautiful metaphor of Lord Buddha, that if one is capable of seeing the rainbow through the dewdrop which is on the blade of grass in the early morning. So that beautiful metaphor reflects the importance of the perspective one should have to understand through them. And also Arya Mahansi mentions that the next point is one must understand the universal law. That is what both of you were highlighted, and Dr. Gopal was talking a lot about that is nothing but this cause and effect Dhamma, that everything is manifested due to this rapid speed of the vibrations and sparking, and that is universal law. And then again, it is highlighted that the importance of having awareness and yathabhuta jnana, the ability to see the truth when we hear the true Dhamma, when we know the mechanism of the creations of the six sensory organs, we actually not as a person, that awareness should be there. I have read the metaphor given by Aryan Vase that it's like the two poles of the ladder. On one side, the awareness, and on the other side, the ability to see the truth that as it is. So, yatha bhuta jnana, if someone to like climb up it, both poles should be equally strong, because then they may not at the beginner stage, they may not miss the like they may not get deceived by the stimuli. And in here, the as Dr. Kokila explained in detail the four main requisites of a nun. The I also use the conventional word we used to use in as kids, begging bowl. Actually, it should be alms bowl uh, or alms bowl. So robe, that food, robe, shelter, and medicine. Uh, those things also are actually all these were explained well by both of you, and so so just like retelling in a way. So what Haryamanse says is they are also thoughts. When you see food, see it as another stimuli. So there is no harm in practicing this code of conduct um, in this. We can't say it's a new version, but it's not the traditional way that Dhamma was preached by monks. No, they were like everything was a thing for them at that time. This Pratyaveksha, all Satara, what is this? Four main requisites were also things, they took them as things. So they are also stimuli. So you have to use everything, food, robes, or whatever, but see the truth through them. And then, Dr. Kokila, there is a beautiful thing. Now, Aryan Mahanse, you will be able to explain it to us. He mentions the four levels of awareness as Nibbidhanti, Viraganti, Nirodhanti, and Patinissanupasti. Patinissanupasti. So the four levels, before one reaches perfect Nibbana, the awareness will develop into those levels. And when Dr. Kokila brought up that beautiful example of having a thought occurrence of the sun and presence of the sun in front of us, both are parts of the film, but ignorantly the observer or the person who perceives this may take the physical that the when the eye perceives that the image of the sun as if it's real. So actually I was, when you were explaining, I was just contemplating which thought must be having the more power, would generate more power. So I was trying to like having in a kind of conflict of thoughts, and I was thinking maybe the thought may be having less power, might not generate that much power, but the physical presence might generate more power, and the mother, so-called mother, would jump in and hug and do all the, but still we can't come to such judgments also. That is again mind. Sometimes a thought may create even more power. The thought will make the mother cry and stuff, as you said, may feel as if son is missing and so on. So it's very beautiful and enlightening. Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila, Miss Surangika, and all of you. That's all I can contribute, and actually that's all from the book itself. Teruvan Saranai.
Yeah, that was very good. Actually, the I have no idea how to tell those four things in English. I mean, I'm not sure. Like Nibidante, Viragante, those words in English, but even in Pali, I'm not sure, but I can only say that once we keep understanding this, you will feel that this world is not real. So you might feel that the entertainment will be less, and you would actually, the Nibbidhanti part, what I feel is actually the Nibbida with the self-perception. That's how I feel like that, because it's not actually with the world as such, because the world part is understood well before, and I feel like that. And so it would be actually Nibbidhanti would be more appropriate for the self-perception, and Viraganti would be more appropriate for the self-perception as well. So it's kind of the self-vibration that would be kind of appropriate in those four levels. It would be mainly about this, but in bigger picture also we can talk about those four things. It's true. I mean, you can feel like, I can put it to the stimuli of sun too, but stimuli of tree or stimuli of chair, but I, the 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 more understanding I feel, I think it is more about the self perception, or actually speaking self vibration. So but we don't have English real actual words, but if we really want to, we can try and talk about these things tomorrow, because we are running out of time as usual. So I thank Shani for starting this thing. She's really beautifully doing it, because it's very important for the start, and Mr. Bernard for coordinating this Zoom discussion, and all Dharma friends who come for this discussion is very valuable, because it gets boring for everyone if one person keep talking as well, and it's really very beautiful to have a discussion. And we worship Aranwanse for enlightening us with this truth, real Dharma, how this mind bubble works, how these five sensory organs work, how self-perception arises, how self-vibration has done this damage for the whole samsara. So hold on to this. You will be able to understand this and feel this. There's no problem here. If you can actually keep listening to this Dhamma, definitely there is so much courage in that, because these are never going to help you to, encourage the self-perception. None of these talks will encourage self-perception. Every talk, every Zoom discussion is going to attack the self-perception, kind of like a war zone, where the fight between the self-perception and the non-self-perception. So it's a war zone. We have entered the war zone. We can do it. Sirvan Sarnai, Aranhansit Namaskar.
Teruvan Saranai to all of you. Namaskar.
Teruvan Saranai, Teruvan Saranai, everybody.
Teruvan Sarnai, Aryan answer, Teruvan Sarnai, every Dhamma friends.
observe things with an awareness and wisdom of the Yathabhuta Jnanaya, whenever you feel a stimulus from the six senses, you won't consider it yours. You let go of the stimulus with the wisdom that it is an illusion. This letting go of stimuli without reacting to it, it is called Sankittena Nibbidaya. When you see things with the awareness of Yathabhuta Jnanaya, then automatically the five spiritual faculties, Pancha Indriya, begin to develop. The five spiritual faculties are Saddha, Viriya, Sati, Samadhi, Panya, also known as Prajna. Saddha means that you look at the thought that comes to you. Virya means that you have to make an effort to see the thought that comes to you. Sati means that you begin to see every thought that comes to you. Samadhi means that observing the thought that comes to you becomes a normal, automatic thing to you. By this point, seeing the thought becomes effortless, and there is a constant attentiveness to the thoughts that come to you. You have to apply some effort to the first two steps, Saddha and Virya. These two steps will slowly allow you to advance to the third step, which is Sati. Samadhi is an attentiveness beyond Samadhi from the six senses are accepted as true. This attentiveness develops into wisdom or prajna and directs on one towards realization of the pure truth. This means that you are on the path to realize that nothing exists, the path to end all suffering. Mehenin Mahanse, I understand, Honorable Sir. Aryan Mahanse, now we said that this body is not me, and that there is nothing as a thought. If all the things you see and hear does not exist, then you cannot exist either. If there is a realization that they not exist, there is or images. Kung Nichanto, Anichanto, they asked the monks if the monks replied that it is not a permeable. Seeing means what we see. We see a book, a table, a bed, a daughter, a son, the moon. The process of seeing means we see things, we see shapes. It is a Rupa Aramane. an input from the eye sense. After the monks replied that the seeing is not a permanent thing, the Buddha asked the monks, is the seeing a pleasure or a suffering? The monks replied, Dukkam Bhante. The monks replied that the process of seeing is suffering. Body.
Sarah Shani. I think your connection is not good, right?
Has yeah, has anyone, sorry, I just joined. Did Jani finish the reading?
Actually, Shani was reading the book. I think she doesn't have a good connection. That's why you cannot hear.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you remember what was the topic, like, roughly?
Sorry, I wasn't listening to it. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Shani, can you hear me? It's okay. I'll continue to talk. We'll start the discussion today. So we were talking about, I mean, the I will go with the flow because we were talking about that part of the book yesterday. I don't have the book in front of me, so I'll just. Shani, can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, yeah, we can hear you now. Could you please tell me a bit what was the discussion you were talking about with the? Is it still the Meherin and Naran is that discussion?
Yes.
What did? Okay.
Yes.
What was it about? Do you remember?
It's about Yathabhuta Jnana.
Okay.
And Yathabhuta Jnana, then it goes to.
Did you finish reading?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I just got late. So.
And it continues to the 5 spiritual faculties.
What are they?
Saddha, Virya, Sati, Samadhi, Prajna.
5 spiritual faculties. Okay, yeah. Thank you so much. And we'll start the discussion today. So it's all about. So what was the English word used for Yathabhuta Jnana?
It was as in.
Was there a word, or you just told it in single?
Yeah, it's mentioned as Yathabhuta Jnana in the book also.
Yeah, I think it's finding it very difficult, but I think the Yathabhuta Jnana is like how we feel the construct. because jnana is like how you feel it, and yathabhuta is like how what
It
how it happened, isn't it?
it described as when you observe things with an awareness and wisdom of the Yathabhuta Jnana, whenever you feel a stimulus from the six senses, you won't consider it yours. You let go of the stimulus with the wisdom that it is an illusion, and this letting go of stimuli without reacting to it, it is called Sankitteya Nibbidaya.
Mm. Okay, thank you. So we would continue discussion. I think Suranka is also here. We can have a discussion. So actually, when we talk about this knowing the truth or knowing that it's an illusion, we look at it in the correct way. But when we take it in the word sense, actually there is no sense in the words. Any thought, there is no value. But if we actually feel this, and when we feel it all the time, it becomes the new normal, and that gives us the Sankitteya Nibbidaya, or the super awareness, or the I don't know what the words used for that, Sankitteya Nibbidaya, but that you will be the cessation of suffering, basically. So we have been talking a lot about this truth last few days, and I don't think we can finish talking about it any day. Like, we continue to speak about it, and we continue to dwell on that and think about that. But there was a very good point today, 5 a.m. discussion. I would like to add that that what Aran Honse was telling one of the mothers who told that she has no idea about what Nibbana is, and it was so important. I I thought we would actually add that part here, because it's really important to understand that when we understand the truth, or when we understand the Satyajnana part, that how the thoughts are made, how the thoughts bring about the self, how the film is made by these five senses. Because when, imagine, there are five lights directed towards a stage, there will be like a mixture of lights. If you remember, in some musical shows or night parties, they put so many light beams from everywhere, and we can see how they intermingle and bring about a new kind of thing. Likewise, these five senses coming together, when they come together, when they spark simultaneously, that brings about like a beautiful film that we actually live in. For each and every person, it is different, even though it's kind of twins living in the same house. So we feel that the film will be similar. Don't we feel like that? The siblings will feel the film will be similar. Actually, it is not, because the perceptions are different. The way they perceive things are different. So each and every being, the film would be different. So what we try to understand here is that the film is actually not real, because we know how. So we have understood that it is just a construct, and when we know that, the we start to feel the truth. So that is the best, I think, way we can put it into the English words. But we have problems in doing translating some stuff. But when we try to say that we feel it, in the morning when Aranwanse was delivering that discussion, actually it's really nice and important to understand how we cover, we avoid realizations because of our eagerness. So our eagerness, or whatever the eagerness we have for anything in that case, transfers to the this topic. When we talk about nirvana, the eagerness for money, eagerness for status, eagerness for health, eagerness for whatever, what, the family, the, whatever the thing, transfers, that the interest is transferred or changed or directed towards the nirvana or the liberation. So we kind of have like a great eagerness to achieve liberation. Then that itself is a problem, because then you are there. So once we fully kind of get this sense of this truth, the how the light is formed, how the sound is formed, how the feelings are felt, the skin, tongue, and the nose, and how these sensory organs bring about the mind world. Mind world is full of trees, full of pineapple, uh, rivers, buildings, home, family, money, job, nursing home, whatever. So the films are different to each and every vibration, so each and every person. But when we keep understanding this, there's a kind of a level that if someone has listened to Dhamma for a long time, there should be a point where we should feel relaxed enough or comfortable enough to stop thinking too much about it. Because if we keep transferring that eagerness for money, or eagerness for status, or eagerness for the family, the unity, whatever the things that we want in life, if we shift that interest towards nirvana, it is the same self, it is the same self vibration and self perception and self thought that gets highlighted there. So there should be like a level of uh, confidence to let go of that eagerness. It's very difficult, I think, because we feel that we may not know something, um, yeah, it's 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 very interesting how one would get sila samadhi. No, what is it? What are the five faculties? If, can you name them, Shani? What are the five faculties you told?
Yes. Saddha, Viriya,
Shraddha,
Sati, Samadhi, Prajna.
Shraddha, Virya, Sati, Samadhi, Prajna.
Yes.
So all these five faculties, spiritual faculties, they would actually mature uh, in an arahant. They are all matured enough. But even if you feel it for a fraction of a second, or like just you haven't become of it, but you have felt it at least once, then also that has matured, that only transiently. So they all actually fulfill together. We can't actually separate these Saddha, Virya, Sati, Samadhi, Prajna into different ones, because um, they all get, like, they all mature simultaneously or simultaneously, and that is actually non-vibration. There are like different ways of explaining what actually happens, because when there is Saddha is like the truth actually, and when you know the truth, you get the effort, kind of eagerness. Actually, it's an effort, isn't it? And to feel this non-vibration, and then that goes hand in hand with the sati. Sati means the awareness, and that goes hand in hand with the samadhi, is like the insight meditative states, and prajna is the actually the wisdom. But these are all actually, when you say awareness here, you have to know that it's actually about non-vibration, because we have an awareness. So imagine I come to the room, I have an awareness that the chair would be in that other corner. So even if you are like someone has blinded you with a piece of cloth, you will still know that the chair would be in the other side, and if I walk towards that, I might fall onto that. But that's not the awareness we are talking about. We are talking about here, the awareness is about non-vibration. That the anitya sanya, or that there is no living being here. Like it's actually like a mirage. So it's really important to understand that these 5 faculties are actually explained towards nibbana, or the liberation. Do you have anything to add, Surangika? I mean, it would be nice to have a discussion. Don't know whether she's in a position to talk.
Yes, I think, as you said, all of them progress, I think, in almost equal stages. And I think the word for Shraddha, Virya is like determination, isn't it? Because effort is kind of used with Samma Vayama, I think, right effort. I don't know what the difference is really, but there is a certain amount of determination that one requires. Shraddha, I think, is the opening up towards the correct Dhamma viewpoint and the correct Dhamma teachings, I think. I don't know whether that's right, Dr. Kokila, when you say it in English.
I think,
funny.
yeah, I think so. Because Aran Hanse usually talks about Shraddha as with this truth.
Yes.
You know, towards the truth, or truth. I don't know, actually. It's very difficult to convert things.
I think
as
it says
is.
in Sinhalese, it's Site Pahadima when you encounter the correct Dhamma teachings, I think. But anyway, so Shraddha, Virya, Sati, yes. Then the fact, I mean, all those things kind of come to a point of almost like a practical thing, isn't it? Once the core Dhamma teachings are understood, well understood, it doesn't mean that that's a separate thing and this is a separate thing. The Sati comes almost involuntarily, isn't it? and the samadhi follows, kind of. And the sati samadhi, I don't know whether that sati samadhi prajna is the thing that Dhammadinna, the Mehinin Mahansa actually mentioned about the rope example. Would that be these three as well? How
I'm not
those
100% sure whether they are
yeah.
related or slightly different, but I think they must be related because uh, this all starts about the truth. So that when Aranahanse tells it in Sinhala, it becomes so easy because like deyak nathi bava, that there's no thing or person here. So it it is the like you kind of feel so strong about it in the beginning, and then
Yes.
and at the same time you have a like a effort or determination towards that. And because we talk about non-vibration, we don't talk about anything else. We don't talk about like living happily ever after or something, because a lot of other religions talk about living happily ever after in the in heaven or whatever. But this has nothing like that. Never we have this bhava sanya, like we we don't talk about like that there is someone living in heaven. So there's always a different angle. So in that angle, when we get into that angle of uh, no non-existence path, or non-existence perception, that is where the actual the satya is. Awareness is for that. Actually, awareness is about that. Awareness is wrongly described everywhere, so it's very difficult to correlate everything now. But that's why I think Aranahanse put that super awareness, because super awareness is about that there's nothing here, or in the sense there's no value in anything, and then at the same time there's no one here. They go in hand in hand together, because if there's a thing, there is a person.
Also,
So
at the same time, he takes great pains to emphasize to everyone that everything is still the same. Whatever you see is you see, whatever you hear, you get about your daily activities.
yeah, but
Everything is the same. Nothing has disappeared, kind of thing, because everybody
yeah,
then expects everything to kind of vanish almost.
yeah, true. Just because there are the understanding as such, unless arahant is the life is the last breath comes, there would be this film will be ongoing. The five senses
Yes.
will be working, and the mind world will be there.
Yeah.
It's just that it's not true. The super awareness will be there, the samadhi will be there, the prajna will be there. So all the five sensory faculties will be there from the beginning, but they will be fulfilled or matured in an arahant. That's what happens. But they are there in certain levels in everyone. That's how I feel in that context, because the, the until you become an arahant, all these five are needed and will be there anyway. So five spiritual faculties will be there, not actually needed, because needed is something else. I can't remember those. There are four things that are needed, isn't it? That is the
It is Sattara Samya Pradana.
yeah, that
something.
one,
Yeah.
they are the ones that are needed, kind of thing. But here, these are the things that will mature, kind of arise and keep maturing, isn't it? Did I put
Yes,
it in correct words?
I remember, I think, something about the determination part of it, where I don't know whether it was a monk or whether it was the Buddha, whoever who said it, that, I mean, if the Buddha is preaching the Dhamma at Jetavanarame, I mean, one can't stay at home and think that I have now got the Dhamma. No, there has to be an amount of effort that or determination to actually go seek the Dhamma, either to the Jetavana Grove or to, in nowadays fashion, listen to it. And then again, Aryan Mahanse says, you can't just listen to it for the sake of listening to it, because there's often times that he tells mothers on the Zoom that you've listened to it for 3-4 years and you listen to it as if you've been listening to a song, gone from one year and gone out to the other year kind of thing. So determination can take various forms. One thing is to just get the thing onto your phone, take the trouble, look at the playlist, go to the core Dhamma teachings without listening to various things randomly. One has to organize oneself first and say, okay, if I'm a beginner, I need to go and look at the core teachings first. And if Aryan Man says sometimes the speed is too much in the current talks, then there are things that where he gives the talks very slowly those days, very clearly. Then one needs to find those out and listen. So that's one aspect of it. And then the other thing is, I think recently also he mentioned, you will say, he was saying to a mother, you will say you don't have time. You will say you are listening in between various other activities, or you say you have to look after your daughter's children or something. And he says, I think he said, why can't you make this the number one priority? Because you are putting an end to this entire samsaric cycle. And he was, I think, actually showing a sense of frustration or sadness or compassion, shall we say, as to how people were trying to take it but not really putting enough effort
True.
of their own. Yes, Dr. Cynthia.
Yeah, actually, I sometimes feel that too, because I don't think if I waited till my problems are over, I get a time, I don't think I will get a time until I'm like on like kind of a deathbed or something, because there's always something to do. Some people will be expecting you to do something for them at any time until you are like paralyzed. So I don't think any of these things will stop happening. So it's really important. But when you prioritize non-vibration, um, that actually the initial part is difficult because you have to actually listen. So it takes some time. But if you kind of get it, then it's becoming easier and easier.
I think we have Sudharma and Mr. Bernard on the call now. So if there's any questions, you can raise.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි ආර්යයන් වහන්සේ නමස්කාර වේවා තෙරුවන් සරණයි Dr. Kokila Miss Surangika. Yes, you are talking about 5 spiritual faculties. I think that is the section that Shanika read today, isn't it? So as you said, first we should have some willingness. You were talking about Chanda Chitta Virya Vimansa. Is it that for Satara Samyak Pradana, 4 basic requisites? It's not clear. And as Dr. Kokila said, everybody has these 5 spiritual faculties at some level, and then it matures into 5 spiritual powers, I think. That in an article also I have read that. So these 5 spiritual faculties.
The Baladharma, isn't it? Baladharma.
Yeah, doctor, that Pancha Baladharma, they become Pancha Baladharma, I think.
In an Arahant, it has matured into Baladharma. Yeah, okay.
So basically, that faith here is also, there are two types. Maybe someone who doesn't really understand what the wisdom of truth also just blindly follow this, just I mean with the intention of having birth in a heaven or some other higher realm or whatever. So that is blind faith, but here I think it's reasoned faith, Akaravati Shraddha and Namolika Shraddha. So this faith is the ability to see the uh, truth in the stimulus. And
Yes.
then, yes, then um, Shraddha, very effort. So effort is again to see first in the first phase, one has to make effort. In that example that I told you yesterday also, I got so we I mean it naturally comes when somebody matures on this path also, with this effort and faith. I think they are very important for a beginner. I mean, they have to make effort to see, because otherwise they might get caught in certain stimuli, and after a while only they realize that they have missed it. So when these attributes mature, these qualities mature without effort also, they might not, I mean, make the things real. I mean, the things, the stimuli might become real to people when they become more and more confident, or more and more kind of this becomes self-evident when the more they show the truth of the stimuli to their mind, it becomes a day-to-day stuff, and effortlessly things happen. So
Mm.
please correct me if then faith, effort, Shraddha, Virya, Sati, that is mindfulness, isn't it? The mindfulness, then concentration, then uh, the wisdom. So all these are also in the same, again, same in a single stimuli. So
Yes.
yes, Dr. Kopila, when you liberate from that stimulus, when it doesn't become a thing, there is wisdom, isn't it?
Yeah, it has
So,
already become the five forces or whatever, the Baladharma part.
yeah, oh,
Mm.
spirit, five spiritual powers, isn't it?
Yeah, it
So,
has already become a
Saranai.
part.
I think that
there was,
samadhi is probably not concentration, isn't it? I think it's more like tranquility. Concentration, because there is nothing, no concentration as such. Concentration denotes need for a fixated object or something to focus on, whereas the samadhi is not like that. It's a state of being, which is tranquility, isn't it, Dr. Popila?
Yeah, the words are really tricky because concentration, uh, maybe it is used in the past, but I don't know whether it match the
yeah,
way we discuss.
mhm.
What is actually word in Sinhala for concentration before? Not samadhi. I don't think it's
They say
the
samatha, no? Samatha?
ekagra.
It's,
Ekagra. The concentration is the ekagra, means like you pointed, doesn't it, to the concentration? I don't know actually.
Ekagra is, yeah, one-pointedness.
one-pointedness, yeah. But when we
So
translate also, doctor, I have researched, but I mean, I totally understand what Miss Surangika is telling, because it's concentration meditation. But when, I mean, this samadhi comes in all these terms, no, there are pancha bala
because
dharmas.
in according to Aranwanse, samadhi would be the one when there's non-vibration. So the non-vibratory state, but that's the baladharma part. But the powers, but what I'm trying to say is that there would be several levels of samadhi also, in the path also, before becoming it
Yes.
baladharma, before becoming it as a power, because the arahant, the non-vibration has the all five in powers. When
All
it
yes
can,
power.
but even the beginner who sends it very very transiently will have a kind of a level of samadhi, but that's a lower level. Doesn't matter, but that's how it is, because that is what Aranwansi is telling. If you are not shaken by the outside, you're already having some kind of samadhi, some kind of meditative state, but I don't know what to tell in that. Concentration.
Samadhi, doctor, the two terms that I came across are meditative absorption or concentration.
Yeah,
So
meditative
meditative
state would be
absorption.
kind of a thing, because when you are not entangling with the outside world, in the sense thought, when someone is understanding fully that the outside world is only thought, there's a kind of a meditative state there as well, because you still have the problem with the mind, but still you don't have problem with the outside. But that doesn't mean that the baladharma is full, the what is it, it has become a power fully, but that still is the path. So meditative absorb, I don't know about the absorb part, but yeah, meditative, it's a meditative state. දෙයක් නොවන සමාධිය, දෙයක් නොවන බව, දෙයක් නොවන බව, in the sense that has levels. So the බාහිර දෙයක් නොවන බව, how can we say that in English?
That is again liberating from the external or world or stimuli. Is it the doctor perceptionless samadhi, perceptionless concentration, animitta samadhi? Is it
No, that's an arahant. No, I'm talking about the sotapanna.
asotapanna?
Even that there is a level of some kind of meditative state is there, where
Yes.
the external world is not affecting that person, but they're still in the mind.
Yeah, it's like the external stimuli is no longer real, no?
Yeah, that
Yes.
part. That part also there is a kind of a meditative state, but it's not a baladharma. It's not the full one, but at that particular fraction of time, that where the person actually experiences an vibration, it has become baladharma at that point. That's what I was trying to say.
At this sotapanna stage, so this person doesn't have the self view, so that means he or she knows the truth, understand that it's a mechanism, but still does not
You have to
fully
be careful.
release. Yeah,
You have to be
yeah.
careful in that, because when we understand the chair, because the chair is me, like the all the thoughts are similar. So the me is also one of the thoughts like that. The me thought is similar to the chair thought, because the chair, if we take it as existent, it is the same as taking me as existent. That's why when we understand the full truth, and when we feel the non-vibration, we understand that collaboration with what happened. Because if the stimuli is not real, that at that particular moment the awareness is there that it's not real, then the full samadhi is there as a power. And Pratnya is also full, like matured enough. At that particular moment when the non-vibration is surfacing. So in that particular moment, you understand, not you actually, the understanding arises that if thoughts are not true, and in that, sorry, not thoughts are true, not true. Yeah, actually, yes, thoughts are, in the sense, thoughts, there are no, like world, there's only Nami thing. What is it called? The
Nominal. No.
Is that nominal? But I don't know.
No.
Name and form, no?
Yeah, there can't be a form without a name.
Mhm.
The Nami Sabha, in the sense it's not actually name, but when we say name and form, it becomes very like kind of, if the
It's a
chair
thought.
name is, yeah, thought, like, because even light has that Nami Sabha, because there should be a, feeling, consciousness kind of thing. So any thought has that similar thing, the thought becomes the light, the thought becomes the actual rupa, the form, but there's always a Nami Sabha. I don't know how to tell that because when you put name, in light, there's no name in there. Actually speaking, it's just a feeling. In the consciousness level, it's a feeling. It's a non-form world we are talking about.
I think why we call it name there, Dr. Kokita, is because it has several components in that Namiya thing. It has first it has Vedana, Sanya, Chetana. So Vedana is sensation. Sanya is perception.
Those
Vedana,
5 things are in
Chetana.
mental formations.
No, they are all in the Namiya part.
No. Tell those things that you told now.
Vedana, Sanya, Chetana, Passa, Manasikara, Dosa, Ayam Uchati, Nama.
That is in mental formations.
No, that's Nama. That's Nama.
That's Nama in mind. That's in mind.
So there is no separate Nama Rupa is how anything is formed. No? Are you talking about the...
But the original skandha...
Yeah.
Original skandha also, there is a... that's not similar. That's what I'm trying to say, actually. I don't know whether I'm putting it correctly. The original skandha, we have Vedana, Sanya, Sankara, Vijnana.
Oh, you're talking about,
that's not
I see, Rupa Vedana, Sanya, Sankara, Vijnana.
Yeah, that's not similar to that one.
Of course, okay.
So in Rupa Vedana, Sanya, Sankara also there is Namiya part.
Rupa Vedana, Sanya, Sankara.
Because you can't do anything without the Vedana Sanya.
Yes. Yeah, that's right, I think, yeah. Because the other part is in the mind consciousness.
That one is different.
Yeah.
Because now I'm talking about a worm, a bacteria, whatever the original.
Yeah, the basic 5 aggregates or something.
Basic 5 aggregates where the mind is not a feature, or mind hasn't formed yet.
Mind hasn't
Still,
formed.
There is a Namiya part there. So we have to understand that.
No, it's not called Namiya there. It's actually those things that you said, Vedana, Sanya.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. That word is also confusing, isn't it? There is it is actually a feel. Like it is a feel because there is sensation. There is a perception. That's why the Vijnana comes when it happens so fast. That's how the light is there.
Yes, I think that Aranvasi has also said that one feels that the light is there, isn't it? That the feeling that light exists is that
That is
like
self vibration is there.
eye consciousness. Yeah.
Yeah, self vibration is there. So that is the very thing that we have to understand in Satyajnana.
I think Sudharma, one day, very recently, you asked Aryan Mahanse that question about the baby in the cot, isn't it? Sudharma is here.
Yes, Ms. Rangita, that was to because I told that as the baby doesn't know this name, mother, so what I actually couldn't understand whether the baby, although the baby doesn't know the name, um, whether still the baby, when some image, shape of light appears, the baby feels that something is out there, and the mother's touch, then the warmth, the baby must have felt. So, whether the thought of mother is there in the baby's mind, that's what I asked, whether this process of Ditta Sutta Mutta happens there. Then Aryan was telling that is the syllabus, this Ditta Sutta Mutta and all.
No, even
Even
that
the, yeah,
question has
yeah,
some problem.
yeah.
Even that question has a problem
Mm,
because imagine a fetus. Now I'm not talking
mm,
about the baby in the cot. Fetus,
mm, mm,
here the hearing is not good in fetuses, but fetuses are good in smell. Fetuses are good
mm,
in the touch kind of thing.
mm,
So whatever they feel, whatever they smell, whatever they hear, they happen simultaneously. So there is some
mm,
kind of like a understanding that is what is happening to even the worm.
mm,
That is what is happening to. That's what Aran was trying to say. Even
mm,
the the little ducklings would go after a cat
mm.
because the cat was nearby when they were born.
Yes,
So the mother figure can be anything.
that's what he said.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the thing is here to understand is that was the main thing I was trying to tell to like Surangika at that particular point. In the skanda level, there is a feel that is sense. What is it called? The rupa vedana sanya. Vedana sanya. There is vedana sanya in the eye, in the skin, whatever vedana sanya. And there is a when it happens so fast, there is a consciousness. That's the eye consciousness. That's the skin consciousness. That's the ear consciousness. But what happens with the mind is, mind can be formed in different ways. Tarzan doesn't know anything about a mother, but he will be making a sound and calling whatever the 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 figure that he knows that looked after him, isn't it? So
Yeah,
there's
Dr. Gopi.
some kind of identification. Doesn't necessarily mean anything actually, but there
Why
is a
do we leave
mhm.
out? Why do we leave out form there? Then we this
What
form
form?
can be the sound, even this tactility. The form does not necessarily mean, although we call Rupa, it is not what is perceived by I also know. I only know it can be even we refer to the sensation of the body as also form, the tactility. So the sound form, Shabda Rupa. So, but here why do we mention, say that Vedana Sanya only feeling and
That's in the
perception?
vibration level. That's the non-form level I'm talking.
Ah,
Mhm. I'm not talking about the form level. Form level, you have a aloka sanya. Oh, definitely, definitely aloka sanya. So when I talk about a tunnel in Haputale, do I feel like it's like such a beautiful, lighted event? It's very dark now. The what is it called? That the long tunnel we have in between Haliala and I'm forgetting the words actually now. It's not Alla, it's something. There's a long tunnel, and when you say a tunnel, do you feel like that it has so many lights? But when you go in one of the underground passages in some of the countries, it would be lighted like mm, illuminated like another dream, isn't it, Surangika? So then,
Yeah, true.
but what I'm trying to say is aloka sanya, there is aloka sanya. But Aryan definitely says aloka sanya doesn't have alok. What that means is it's a vibration which doesn't have any form. It's a vibration only.
There is no repetitive occurrence, then that illusion even doesn't form. The
If
repetitiveness and
yeah,
speed are the combination of those two only gives one the illusion that there is such a thing, which is the consciousness, isn't it?
yeah, we are not actually having an attack with the consciousness. What we are understanding is it's a function of the I.
Yes, and that there's nothing to it.
Nothing to it, and then the non-vibration arises. But it is in the feeling level, nothing to do with the forms. Must
but
be
Aryan
confusing.
Mahanse always say, Dr. Kokila, if you say that, okay, I see it, but it is not the wall, it only the seeing. He says that he doesn't believe it. It doesn't happen. Always name and form, they come together.
100%,
He
100%,
Hmm.
100%. This is kind of a eye-opening thing only.
Hmm.
Because now I would say, do you understand that even someone who has attained the third level of, I don't know, the non-enterer, is it non-enterer?
Non-returner. Non-return.
Non-returner, okay. Non-returner, that is not that worlds, 5 worlds that Lord Buddha has given, explained. There's no 5 worlds like that. It's just another like levels in the existence. But what I'm trying to say is that is in form level. Don't you see? Until death, we will be in the form level anyway.
Rupa Sanya, isn't it?
Yeah, we are in the form level anyway until our but even in the in any discussion, we have the form level, but understanding the non-form level. So we see the ball, no problem, but
Yes.
it doesn't make it doesn't it's not a thing.
And Dr. Kokila, those days actually when we heard for the first time this true Dharma, we were so carried away by it. No, so when I was
I
practicing
think
this second,
yeah.
second,
Are we
Ariana
running
also
into
has
the
joined.
other
We,
Zoom discussion? No, we have 15
No,
minutes.
we have
we,
time.
Yeah, we have.
um,
I think
so
Aranwanse also
Say
has
has
joined.
joined. Yeah. So,
Yeah.
Yeah, it's okay. Kokila, but time is now over. Just now I'm doing.
What is it, Aranwanse?
No, time is now over because other Zoom discussion is coming up. Other Zoom discussion is
At 4.
2:45. No, 2:4. No, this one is at what time is now?
Now it is 3:45, isn't it, Aranwanse?
So okay, yeah,
Yeah, we have
yeah,
about 14 minutes.
yeah, it's okay. What's discussion today? I know.
Well, we started from one end and Aranwanse, and we are actually ending somewhere else. So discussion goes here and there, but it began with 5 spiritual faculties, and then 5 spiritual
I
forces, and we were
five
talking about
spiritual faculties.
and then the discussion was going towards some other parts too. What was it, Surangika? No, I can't even remember how we were. What
I
was
think
the
we started with the Shraddha, Virya, Sati, Samadhi, Prajna, Aryan Mahansa Tirvan Saranai.
Yeah, it's okay. Yeah,
Then
five
it went
spiritual
on to,
faculties. Yeah,
and then it went on to the baby and in the basic aggregates, 5 aggregates, how the baby still has the Itta Sanya or Atmiya company, self-ego perception, even in that.
yeah, it's especially the baby in the cot, radiant mind. So don't know anything. It's very important point because that one is the beginning. Uh, uh, how is uh, five faculties? No, it's, what's Buddha told the birth? Birth is not the mother's one. So normally guys are talking about the birth. Birth is mother's. No, mother's one is the zygote type. No, it's coming, grow up in, and but Buddha's not told that. Buddha's told Buddha's word is the I is the birth. What's the meaning is what is your real birth? It's your sense creations given you to birth. Because how do you know you are woman or men or uh, where are you in Sri Lanka or where's your country and what is red or yellow, blue? It's kindergarten time, no? It's happening. Why kindergarten time that teacher teaching this? Red, yellow, blue colors. What is this colors? These thoughts. I given the picture sound given the ear. There's a red sound. What is the red? Oh, you have given someone red is sound. The Sri Lankans are not talking about red. Sri Lanka Sinhalese language. What is the red? Is Ratupar. What is this Ratupar? Oh, the Tamil guys are talking other sounds. Pacha. No. So what the Chinese guys are talking about? Chanchinoid. We don't know that sounds. So what is the real red? Is real? No. That's why you have red, you have yellow, you have green, you have black, you have white. What is these colors? How is this happening? That is why your eye creation and your ear creation is happening. Eye creation, the the effort is cause and effect down. What is that effort? Eye creation. Effort is light. It's okay. But we are talking about the consciousness. What is this consciousness? How is this consciousness talking? How is consciousness coming? The perception become and the turn in the consciousness. Perception have the power. Perception have the existent feel. So, but its existent feel is the consciousness. Your eye sense of creation. Finally, effort is this. The cause is the vibration, effort is the light. So, okay. Other sense also same. Vibration is your ear creation. Your yeah. The sound is the effort. The vibration is the happening this. That's the cause. Effort is sound. Same is other senses. It's a create. This process is same. It's vibration. No, it's a wave. It's a effort is the various of senses given the various of type of the perceptions, various of type of the senses creations. So this is your world. This Salayatana Loko. What is the Buddha told? What is Buddha tell? What is Buddha tell this? Salayatana Loko. It's your sense of creation. Is happening. Nobody is doing this. Sela Sutra is there. Nahidang Atthakatam Bimban, Nahidang Parakata. Meaning is no one is doing, nobody is doing, you are also not doing. It's happening. The right also, everything. That's the creations. No? It's not there. It's very important. This truth is very important. Yeah. So that's the beginning. Beginning step is the vibration. It's very important. Today topic is high is uh, five spiritual faculties, no? Sattva, Vira, Sasamadhi, Prajna. So, what is this five spiritual faculties? Meaning is spiritual side is a real one. Is a truth. What is the truth? It's a nothing is here, anything. It's a creation. It's here, but it's not real. That is why someone know this senses. It's a creation. Is the thoughts. Every time, every moment, one thought is here. The thought is everything, but it's not real. Someone know this, that's the Saddha. What is that Saddha? So Buddha's word, Buddha's explanation is very important, not other religion. They are talking about the Saddha, other one. But Buddha's word is other one. It's not outside anything. It's not outside anything existent. It's not clear. Everything is your mind, it's not real. That's just coming understood. Someone understood what is the truth. It's nothing else. System is working, everything is creating. Creations, it's not real one. Okay. That's very important. What this saddha is okay. You know the truth. You like how is here, no one is here, how is happening this, I feel how is coming. That's the way. It's real. It's okay.
There was an answer. Your line is not clear.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි Dr. Kokila. We can't hear you.
I think Aran's line. No, I thought he received a call and couldn't answer.
It's almost 4 o'clock now.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Mm. Not sure whether Aran is joining back or no, but he's still in the discussion.
I think maybe because time is up, we can inform Miss Indu, and she will probably want to reconnect the Zoom to the other discussion, isn't it?
Yeah.
Anyway, we had a good discussion. Thank you, Dr. Kokila.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි නමස්කාර වේවා ආරණ්‍යංශ තෙරුවන් සරණයි.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි to all of you. තෙරුවන් සරණයි. සාර වේවා.
Good afternoon, everyone. Therun Sana Yaran Mahansa. Therun Sana, everybody. Let's continue with the book reading. The True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 1, page number 51, second paragraph. Yatha Bhuta Jnanaya means you have to maintain awareness that whatever you receive from your six senses, as if it is from so-called outside, is only a thought. You have to be aware that the outside does not exist at all, and the feeling of inside the concept of me does not exist at all either. You also have to maintain your awareness that even the thought does not exist. It is also a lie. Mehenin Mahanse, I understand, Honorable Sir. Mehenin Mahanse, Buddhist nun, pardon me, Honorable Sir, can you please explain to me how I should practice the Buddhist nun's rule of pratyamoksha and at the same time say the truth in them? Pratyamoksha rule is part of the Buddhist monk's code of conduct. A Buddhist monk has four primary requisites: the robe, food, lodging, and medicine. The monk should be solely concerned with simplicity and lack of attachment towards these things. Whenever he uses these items or eats some food, he should silently chant in his mind that these items are used not for pride, not for beautification, not to build the body, not to entertain a greed for taste, but that these are bare necessities to help him on the path to realize the pure truth. This is a silent reflection or a silent chanting that they have to practice in their day to day life. Aran Mahan said, well, anyone who practices seeing the truth in everything he sees will always continue to see the truth even in the discipline of the Patya Moksha. He will always use the wisdom of the Yatha Bhutanana for all the stimuli he receives from the six senses. Yatha Bhutanana means you have to maintain awareness that whatever stimuli you receive from your six senses coming from so called outside is only a thought. You have to be aware that the outside does not exist at all. You also have to maintain your awareness that even the so called inside or the concept of me doesn't exist at all. That everything you feel is only a thought, and that even a thought does not exist at all, that it is also a lie. Aran Mahanse, you can discipline, also known as Sanvara Sila, and maintain your awareness that whatever interaction you have with the world outside is not true. You can apply that same awareness to the eye, the nose, the tongue, the ear, the body, and the mind. You ask me about how to practice the Buddhist code of conduct for the four requisites of a monk. These four are the robe, food, lodging, and medicine. When you have food, you feel the taste on your tongue. Now be aware and ask yourself, where am I? The taste will be felt by your tongue. You have to maintain an awareness that at that point of taste you don't exist, it is only a taste. It is at this point Janato Passo means we keep a watch or maintain an awareness about the truth in every stimulus we receive. This awareness is at one moment you awaken to the pure truth. With the realization of the pure truth, you develop the wisdom of Asavakya Jnana, which means you are aware that your taints are being destroyed and you realize that you don't get disturbed or react to the outside world anymore. Teruvan Sarnai, everybody.
Tirwan Sarnai Shani, Tirwan Sarnai, all Dhamma friends, Tirwan Sarnai Aryan answer. Today we start describing about code of conduct. The priests they follow code of conduct. So before that, the Aryan answer explains that you want to understand the true Dhamma first. If you don't understand true Dhamma, how the mind consciousness get started, and uh, how this illusion fooled us. So we have to understand that illusion. All the things you see and your existence is also an illusion. So if you don't understand this Yathabhuta Jnana or the pure Buddhism, how the mind consciousness is created, how you are created, and how the world is created, or how the outside is created and inside you are created, then only you can understand how this world is it true or not. Is the world we are living in true or not? Is our existence is true or not? So in order to understand this step by step, it is clear that Aryan Nancy explains today. First of all, we have to understand what this Yata Bhuta Jnana is, how the thought is created, how all the senses create, they give you different type of perceptions. Are these perceptions real or are they an illusion? So in order to understand this, the conversation continues. So this nannas, even if we use our food, our lodging, our robes, and our lodging, and all these things, do we have to understand the Yathabhuta Jnana and apply that particular Jnana? So Aryan Nansi explains that wherever you go, whatever you do, you have to keep awareness. The awareness is the main point today, so we'll discuss it about the awareness. Yes, would like to invite our Dr. Kokila has just joined. Dr. Kokila, yes, please contribute your ideas.
Well, Aran answered Namaskar. There, may Triple Gem bless you. Or, I think, I think it is a continuation from yesterday and about how none of these consciousnesses are true, in the sense they are not real and they shouldn't be a thing. But in that, normally, even though we talk about like that, it becomes a thought when we talk about it. But we have to understand why it is so, and we go deep into the understanding, then only we will actually be able to think differently. So to feel it, we have to start beginning to think differently and also practice think differently in non-self anger. So when we try to understand that the eye, ear, nose, because those are the only things that is actually happening at one moment. It's only one of them, one of the sensory organs. Namely, they are like ear, eye, nose, tongue, and the skin. And with the actual vibration of them, actually they vibrate together. So we have to understand this. So when a cat hears a sound, first the cat will just notice the sound, but then every time that cat hears that sound, cat will see the food. Just imagine that the owner of the cat will, owner of the cat will be touching the plate, like tapping the plate. So it makes like a specific sound. Just imagine this. So then cat will be, cat will notice this sound. Cat doesn't have a great idea about it, but cat will actually have some idea about the sound. You will get used to that. It becomes a pattern. But with that, there's another pattern which is going to come. The food is going to come. So what happens? The owner of the cat will keep doing this before giving the food. The owner will, like, she will, if it's a lady, she will tap the plate, and then there will be a sound, and the cat will run anywhere from the garden. She will be running to the area that the food is given. This will happen to any dog, any animal which is getting used to this kind of a pattern. So these are like habits. So can you say that even though their mind is that not that developed like a human, don't you see there's a pattern that the sound and the food has gotten into like a one pattern? So they vibrated together, like they vibrate kind of similar at similar points. That's why the cat is aware that if the sound is there, you may not get the actually if the owner, that lady of the owner of the cat, if she wants to actually catch the cat or pet the cat or try to take her inside to the house also, she might tap the plate. But the memory of that, or kind of the resonance of that particular sound, will bring the cat to the food, thinking that food will be there. So the same thing happens with the humans too. That's how the vibrations happening together. So when they happen together, it is actually acting like a single single vibration. It become a single vibration because it acts as a single vibration. Because in humans, we get the idea the food is ready. So like the kids, mother will towards the lunchtime, if mother calls, kids come inside, and if she keeps telling the same words every lunchtime, then after that mother will be like, wash your hands and eat now. Just imagine that she will be telling that every day, like for about 7 days or so. They will definitely decide that the pattern would be like the mother calling, it will be for lunch. Similarly, a baby in the cot has like a eye vibration. There would be like some pattern of light, and then smell of the mom will be coming closer because with the light pattern, the smell also will come closer because the mother is walking towards the baby. And then mother will be talking to the baby. Or manicure like that, the mother will be talking. And then what about the touch, mother's touch? Mother will be touching the baby's head. Stuff like that, they all vibrate together. Then that is what the mother is. So when if you talk about mother, doesn't all the patterns come at the same time? If you hear a bell in the school, just imagine for the lunch, or what do we call it? Like interval. We call it interval, isn't it? And we heard it. we definitely know that we can go out and play. So that's kind of a pattern. So interval has a meaning. It's okay to have a meaning, but what we are trying to say is how this arises. This arises with the help of the five sensory organs. Okay, now then we know that if it is arising from something, it can't be actually there. Can it be? Like, we can't be like, there is something called interval, or there is something called food, or something called apple. Specifically, we feel some sensations, yes, but is apple is not there. Definitely, you feel like your tongue is being entertained, but if you really look into that, you won't find the apple there. You will sense something in the nose, but definitely the apple will be not there. Likewise, every five organs, you can understand, you would be seeing pattern of light, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's a apple. But we call it apple, that's fine. For communication, we have so many, like billions and billions of ways and means to communicate. So, but the problem is, we keep forgetting this, how this world arises. Actually, we don't even think about it. The world becomes very active and alive. So we feel like we are living there and everything is true. The tree is true. We never thought about it. But with Dhamma, with our enhanced self, actually we have started to understand, okay, this is really funny, because we were talking so highly about things, like just imagine $1 or rupee, how much value we have into that. But the actual, it is a notion, it's a concept. Concepts can be there, but it's not actually true. It's a part of the actual dream. So then we come to the understanding about the five sensory organs, which actually help to form this thought. So the five sensory organs, are they doing anything actually? So are they true? What happens there is, if you talk about the sound, humans have a sound vibration range. We can't hear what the dog can hear. We definitely know this very well. The animals will hear before us, and animals will hear very slightest things that we can't hear, and very high notes also. So what sounds are there? What sounds exist actually then? Is it the sounds that could be heard by the dog, or are they the sounds that heard by the dog, or are they the sounds that heard by the human, or are they the sounds heard by some other animal who would hear everything? So which one is true? For the dog, whatever the sound, the pattern that they hear, the range of the sounds would be true to the dog. But for us, there's a range that we hear and we feel like, yeah, that's the truth, but that's not true. I mean, that's not actually true. We definitely know that there are levels of sounds that we can't hear. Actually, if we hear them, our you can try, your eardrum will just rupture, because that eardrum can't handle it. So it's very important to understand that the sound that we think is true is actually something related to this human ear. So when we hear something like like in the baby in the cot, it would be basic kind of a vibration that the baby would be getting, because baby doesn't know anything about that. In the sense, it is some sound, but then patterns start to happen. What is the pattern? You hear what you even started to hear from womb. You hear the mother's heartbeat, you hear the mother's voice, or may even hear the father's voice, and so on and so forth. So the patterns, so they will resonance into whatever they have heard before, and they will be comfortable with that. You know that the babies would startle if they hear something very new, and they might not like it. They will get startled. That doesn't necessarily mean they know what it is. So is the sound true? So if we compare, there are animals that will not have ears, and they have some other form of vibration, like the bat will have the kind of like different organ which will feel the vibrations like in radar. So just imagine if uh, if our body has another ability, like another sensory organ which can go through something like x-rays, we might be able to see much more, but we don't. Actually speaking, the light range also, it is just very unique to the eyes. But there's something more than that. What is more than that is actually it is due to the speed that we see the we can resonance into the light resonance. So it's very important that we understand that these are actually constructs. Some are mental constructs, some are just other sensory constructs. So are the constructs true or are they permanent? They are not. They are never like that. You can't say this is it, because then you have to say what dog hears is also true, but you have never even heard about them. You have no idea what bird can hear. You have no idea what dog can hear. You have no idea what the bat can hear. So what world is true then? We can't call like that. There would be some kind of a construct in one type of sensory organ. So none of these are really true. When we take these things as true and happening to me, the problem starts. Problem starts because then as soon as you feel that it's happening here, there's a feel of self, feel of self. But then it becomes actually like a perception, very easy. If you feel something existent, easily it will be the self perception, because subject object feel would be there. So that is how the trap is here to any organism. We have to just understand. Just imagine a bacteria. If you look at a bacteria under the microscope, that bacteria has kind of a vibration. That's a very basic cell, but even that has some vibrations. Do you think that has like a big mind, thinking that how to escape this, how to go through this body and infect this body? They don't. They don't have a plan like that. It just happens because the chemical attraction happens. But in that, there is some kind of feel to every cell. Some kind of vibration is there in every cell. So this is very nice to know, like to understand this, how 31 realms would be there. Like there are so many things that we can't see. It doesn't necessarily mean that it's not happening. It's just that we don't have the capacity to, like we don't have any sensory organ to catch them. That's all. That's okay. But the problem is not having the sensory organs. Problem is we getting trapped into the idea of that I am here. I, me, mine is the main problem that arises from all these situations. Even the I take the example for a worm, because it is like, you know, it will catch the idea. You can take anything like ant or you know, bird or any animal, even a fish. You know, the feel of existence is there. So the feel of existence, even though the mind is really not developed like humans, they are also scared to die. They also struggle, and they would like to feel the next moment. They definitely will like to feel the next feel. So the next one, the next one, the next one, they're trying to maintain something. It could be feel, it could be any form, or it can be even, you know, when it comes to the sensual world, it become money, you know, status, the lands, and, you know, become the king of the whole world, whatever. In the sensual world, that's endless. But in the, you know, in the form world, or the in usual the perception level, it would be just the existence, the desire to exist. This desire to exist comes from the notion that there is someone here, and this happens to any being, not just a human being, any being. I was just trying to explain that. I would like to invite someone else now.
Teruvan Saranai, I think there was a recording. Is it over? Because I can't hear properly.
Yeah, I think, yeah.
It's
I
over.
think it's finished, yeah.
Okay. Okay, I will start the discussion. I worship Triple J with the greatest respect. Uh, I worship Aranvahasa at his feet. Teruvan Saranai Aranvahasa. We are very grateful for all the guidance that you are giving us. May all of you be blessed by Triple Gem, and may our friends, Dhamma friends who are helping with the background work, be blessed by Triple Gem. So as usual, this is our daily discussion time from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. Sri Lankan time, where any of Dhamma friends who have listened to any of the Zoom discussions, sermons, which is taking place round the clock 24/7, can join this session if you have any queries to clarify. And we know that this is this discussion session, and also this Buddothpado PeoTV 24-hour channel is a brainchild of Aryan Wahanse, with a view to take this Dhamma to the world for the people who are looking for truth, irrespective of the belief, the race, the country, or the religion. So therefore, any of you who are listening via any other means, you can join the Zoom at this time for us to we can continue it as a discussion there. Dr. Kokila, any particular topic that we can talk today?
Yeah, we can talk about anything. We just there's no much specific point.
Yeah, yesterday or day before we thought that yesterday I think Champa or Mariamma pointed about that yesterday morning practical discussion that we couldn't listen by that time, so we couldn't discuss about that. I don't know whether you remember. She asked about that, the fact that Aryan Mahasi said that there is no sunlight in the solar panel battery, which generates some current. That current doesn't have the sunlight. That was a statement that she mentioned, I think.
Yeah, it's talking about the field completely. So the
Yeah.
field doesn't have any perception. This is a trouble. Actually, this is a challenge that everyone has.
Yeah, it's actually that metaphor that was given by Lord Buddha, like that when the milk is converted to ghee, in the ghee you can't find milk. So it's something like that, isn't it?
Yeah, only with wisdom you can actually pierce this. So that is the challenge that we have.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then I think today morning there was a very nice part that was discussed with Sudharma about Sihiya and Jnana. We can talk about that. Perhaps Sudharma also has joined.
But any one of you having actually we usually discuss Aryan Wahanse's sermons, that's right. But anyone has anything as well, you all can talk, because I think it is important. So yeah, it was very practical yesterday. Yesterday English Zoom discussion was very practical. So the actual practical problems are really, that is where you can how can I say, you can feel how everything is, Yeah.
Yeah, true. Actually, rather than, yeah, that's right. A practical experience or a problem that comes will be sort of more useful to discuss.
Because all the aspects are theoretical. We talk about theory, which is okay. I mean, we are here to talk about theory as well. That's okay. None of these words are true, so but still we can talk about that. Yeah. How did you? I mean, Joel hasn't joined today yet.
Yeah, I forwarded the message. Probably, if you can go today, because yesterday I saw.
I think it is there tomorrow as well, isn't it?
Yeah, it's there. Yes, Sunday. So,
are you not going?
No, I won't be going.
Okay.
Sorry, what is there on Sundays? The Domagoda program.
Yeah, Domagoda today and tomorrow both.
Or tomorrow as well. Okay. The Sinhala Urudu is 13, 14, isn't it?
Yeah, Monday and Tuesday, yes. Okay. No, actually, I suggested that if a group can be arranged to go from Kandy on a day that program is there, then even getting late and returning is not a problem. So uh, I talked to few people. We have to arrange something like that. Then some others also will.
Best thing is to actually book a hotel somewhere close by and stay there and come back another day, next day.
Yeah, that's true. But then there are practical problems with that. Then the number who will go also will be less then, unless we decide to go individually. Yeah,
I mean,
otherwise I know it will be too
yeah,
tiring because we have to leave around 4 o'clock in the morning if we are going that day itself.
yeah, it's a really good one if you can go the day before and stay somewhere and go for the program and stay that night and come back the other day. I mean, we die individually.
I'm sorry, what did you say
Therun
at
Sarana,
the end,
Doctor. So,
Dr. Kokila?
We die individually.
I mean, going as a group, is that what you're referring to?
No. Actually, I meant it in a different angle, but it's okay.
No, I think what Dr. Sakuntala is saying is if you have to stay overnight, then people will think about the finances, isn't it? And the group will reduce. Plus,
yeah,
there must be,
there's also practical difficulties are there for many people. They will say can't stay a night. So,
yeah, then anyways,
Mm.
even if the financial angle is not there, some will say no, have to get back in the night
yeah,
type of thing.
that's right.
Mm.
No, coming
Those
back
are,
is not the problem. Going there early morning will sort of be too exhausting by the
You
time we
will be
reach there.
sleepy the whole day.
Yeah,
What's the
yeah.
use of
yeah,
going
you'll be
there?
sleepy. It will be not
That's
worth
right.
it. Yeah.
Yeah, best thing is to do that. Problem is Sri Lanka. Maybe trying to book something like quickly like that, maybe not possible.
There are accommodation facilities in Domagoda itself, no, doctor.
No, is
Can't
it?
you
I
book?
don't know.
Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah, there are like several rooms. Even, I mean, if you book from booking.com, you can even book a like more comfortable room if you really need to. So I don't know whether, I mean, if there is a big crowd, it won't be enough. But
No, there's no big
for
crowd.
10,
It's just Dr. Sakuntala I'm talking about.
then Dr. Sakuntala, best thing is what I did was book it from booking.com.
I
That
mean, I
is
don't care about the big
Dombagoda.
crowd.
Yeah, Dombagoda International Meditation Center. You have to book it through booking.com. Check with,
That's also
yeah,
okay.
check with Rebecca also. She will guide you. So it's very easy, very comfortable. So those rooms are, I mean, we are not looking for like comforts, but still next day you will be able to
No,
involve
comfort
in the
is not.
program.
Yeah, comfort
You
is not a
won't be
big issue.
tired. Yeah, there are AC rooms and non-AC rooms as well. Comforts are not for you, but to maintain the system only. Otherwise, as Dr. Kokila said, you will be sleeping, feeling tired next. And that thing, doctor, actually I was unable to join yesterday, but morning practical Zoom I was there. So what Aryan Mahanse said was, if the sunlight comes from the sun, the entire space should be bright. I don't know whether you can hear me. I see.
Yes. We can hear you.
Then, and the other thing he came up with was that a battery, there are only
when the positive and negative terminals come together, electricity is generated. But if you cut open the battery, you won't find any electricity. Like that, if you cut open the brain, that power won't be found. Some metaphor. So is that what she was asking yesterday about
Uh,
Malini
sh-
and
yeah, she was actually asking about that the fact that Aran Hansi said that there is no light in the current generated by the solar battery. So solar battery current is generated, of course, with the sunlight. But when the current is generated, you can't find the light in that current.
that is cause and effect, isn't it?
Yeah, cause and effect. And that same metaphor that Lord Buddha gave, that when you make ghee from milk, you
Yeah,
can't find milk in the
hmm,
ghee. Yeah, but it's
yes.
there, it's included, but you can't find it. So something
Well,
similar to
no,
that.
actually, that metaphor that Aran Hansi is saying has several deeper meanings as well. So don't when if someone like if Aran Hansi is saying something, sometimes we take it as what we know, right? But we have to be careful. So there are so many deep aspects also. Anyway.
I was trying to ask yesterday morning. Actually, I didn't get an opportunity. So many people were asking. So about that radiant mind thing, when actually is that self perception arises. When I said again, I started telling Aryan Hansa, when the child feels as if light exists, does the self perception. Then he said, that's again your syllabus. It's you who think so. Child doesn't know and reflexes only some that was there. But Dr. Kokila, can you please explain that? So that does it mean self perception arises when two or three sensory inputs, I mean sensory experiences converge? Then only. Oh, what is it actually? Little confusion came up, like that Miss Surangika was asking that the
Yeah,
same,
that
I
was
was
the
in the
thing
same
we
flight.
were talking
Yeah,
that day also.
yeah, that's right. Again, then we have come back to
Okay,
that
now we'll
same
see what
topic.
Surangika says. Surangika, can you give an answer? Now I am not here. This Zoom, I'm not here, so I'm kind of like okay. We'll talk. I can't just speak now. So what will you answer? Now you are the one who has to answer, because Dr. Sakuntala will be like, Surangika is also here. We'll ask Surangika.
No, Dr. Sakuntala knows far more things than
No,
I
no.
do, I think. But from what
What is the question, Sudharma? Can you ask it again?
My question is, now when does the actual self perception is felt by the child
baby.
with the radiant mind? Yeah.
Yeah, so the self-perception comes about later. Once the faculties come together, is my way of understanding that when the Tinnan Sangatipasso happens at some point, it doesn't have to be Montessori. It can be before that, when there are some kind of learning, no, even in after 1 year or 2 years or so at home, the baby can learn the word mother or father or whatever it is. At whatever that point, when those things have come together and something has actually formed through the mind consciousness, is where the self-perception arises, is the understanding. And but because the baby has the taints, the feel is there with regard to those basic perceptions of light, sound, touch, taste, and smell. But because the recognition is not there only, the baby is said to have the radiant mind. The radiant mind is devoid of self-perception, but the taints are there. in a form which is dormant, but the feel of that is still, it's almost, yeah, it's there. I think that's why Aryan Mahansa said that. But when that question was raised, Sudama, that yesterday, I remembered what he said earlier, and that is how I kind of matched it together. Because if you recall, when you asked, I think, a similar question
Yeah.
earlier,
Yeah.
maybe about a year back, he said, again, he said, that is your thinking, and
Yeah.
that is your way of thinking, whereas the baby would feel the warmth of the mother. And to that, there will be a bit of, there will be a latching on, there will be a
Yeah.
glue. But that binding power is not the self-perception. That binding power is coming from that, from the zygote, self-vibration. So the self-vibration is there, but not the self-perception.
Perception.
Dr.
Explain.
Pokila, if you can correct me if there's anything, was that?
Yeah,
Explain.
it's right. This Tinnan Sankati Passo is actually for the humans. We have this Tinnan Sankati Passo. So this basically bodily sensations and visual aspect and the sound aspect. I mean, you don't need all of these to have a perception, okay? The thing is, so the perception is a bit trickier than the actual thought. Perception level, even, like the sound, just imagine two sensory functions. Temperature and what else?
There has to be sound, or there has to be some sign to recognize the temperature as temperature. Then only it will come together, isn't it?
Yeah. Temperature and touch is there for the worm. What else is there? If you take like some animals have several body functions, so there are variations in these things. So when we look at a human, because that is kind of this system, humans, we have main three areas. One is the bodily sensations comprise of the taste. They are the actual direct impact. Today morning I was reading something about this Artemis 2 thing and how they described their joy of seeing the moon with naked eye. That struck me actually when they say I saw it with naked eye and it's so joyful and something like that. So this seeing with naked eye, hearing on your own, feeling on your own. That was a question that Surangika asked ages ago. Feeling, direct feel, and that Artemis 2 going to the moon experience as well. I saw it with direct naked eye. Yeah, that was the word they used. I saw it with naked eye, and that was these are the things that we have to explore. Like the baby. When you go backwards, if you can, but this is going backwards with the mind. Okay, you have to actually feel this as well. Feeling is a must, but actually try and understand. We are trying to go with the mind, but even that, I never want you to actually think about the child. This is not the thing. You have to keep going back. you have to try and see, try and see this. You can only do this within one stimuli. So if you are touching knife, if you're cutting something, if you're touching knife, the touch sensation, that the touch, that cutting is action. So the thoughts associated with that action is also there. Everything is there. There's so many aspects to this. But if you are actually think about it, the going back that Anuloma Pratuloma thing, if you are trying to realize this, you need to know it properly in the beginning also, yes, but the most easiest thing is to not actually knowing it, but actually feeling. So if you think about the zygote, it's only a feel. So if you think about the usually the zygote means unicellular. It's only one cell. It's the combination of the ovum and the sperm. That's one cell. So that cell will become multicellular. Multicellular also the same thing. All the cells has the same vibration, right? So the sensory organs also have the same vibration. They slowly develop. It's the same vibration. Every cell of the body has the same vibration. But then these sensory organs have a unique ability of projection. That is the main big deal, whether you are a cockroach or whether you are a leech or whether you are a worm, whether you are I don't know why I'm taking all these ground ones. We'll take a
Eagle.
eagle. Yeah, that's right. Top and bottom. Yeah, whether you are an eagle. So the first thing is there is life. There's kind of life, GV. There's life from the beginning. There's a life, like life. But you can't call it like anything else because in the complete field side, you can't even, it's unfathomable. Like you can't imagine it. You have to feel it because you can't imagine it. You can't. No way you can imagine it. You have to become it and feel it. That's the whole challenge. So the feel, now we can't talk about that feel unless you pierce it with one thought, because now this is overrun by this mind. So the perception is a kind of a middle area where perception, if there is a perception, just imagine any organism or humans. If there is a perception, there has to be at least two ways of, I think even temperature touch is fine, I think, because there are animals who has this only the skin perceptions. So this how do I say it? It's a manifestation now.
Yeah,
It's
there,
a
Dr.
different
Kokila,
manifestation. Yeah.
that worm. Now,
Mhm.
when we say self-perception for a human being, that's I think slightly different.
It's complicated. Yes.
Yeah, it is complicated and it's almost on a different realm when we talk about self-perception for a human being because of the
Yes.
multisensory levels and the mind conscious being so strong. But if we
Yeah.
take the worm, as you said, has only one sensor, which is the bodily sensation. And heat and cold is basically two sides of temperature, no, or varying degrees of
And the
temperature. No?
touch.
So, but yeah,
And the touch.
but Yeah, touch, but still both are like body sensors, no?
Yeah, but I
Meaning
think that
one
is enough
sensor.
because
Yeah,
it's
so
two
we,
vibrations.
is it two vibrations?
Yeah, we have 8 vibrations.
Yeah, the
Aranwanse
touch
usually has, yeah.
separately. Yeah, but that one itself is enough to trigger.
Aranwanse says 3, but I think it is because of the touch and
Yeah,
temperature.
Shuddha no? Yeah, sorry,
Shuddha
Shuddha
3,
Tuna.
Shuddha 3. Yeah.
3.
Because
Yes, I
when
thought
they
about
come
that. Yeah.
together, there's a new one.
And that is sufficient for the worm to feel that it is alive. That it is alive, and that
Now,
is the
perception level
to the
is
extent of
also covered in us. This is what I was trying to say to Sudharma. So the perception level also is covered now. We have that's why we have 3 layers. Now the 3 layers is different to 2 layers. 2 layers is different to zygote. Zygote has only 1 layer. That's the feel only. Do you get it?
what's
You
the
have
two?
to.
What's the two
Best if I
layers?
go as a feel, I don't
Yeah,
think.
that's an unformed. There's no whatsoever perception there.
Mm-hmm. Zygote or Dr. Radiant Mind.
I don't know
Zy-
what you're talking about. I'm talking about zygote and then baby in the cot, and I'm talking about maybe 5-year-old. That's
Mhm.
the 3 ways I'm talking about.
Yeah, so when
Because
we
I
talk
don't know
about
what you're talking about, radiant mind, because I'm actually worried about what you are talking about, the radiant mind. So the radiant mind, what is the radiant mind?
So, Radiant Mind is like after the
Are you
birth
talking
in the
about
mundane world,
Arahant's
after
radiant
the
mind? Or just
child with
Mithya radiant mind?
taints with
Yeah, you
the
have to be
before
very, very
exposure to the,
specific.
before exposure to the thoughts, fully developed
Arahant doesn't
thoughts,
If
have
the
radiant
time
mind.
that's spent in
they
the
call it no,
what?
they call it that. But the most important thing is what I'm trying to say, this wrong view radiant mind, you have to feel this. It's useless to talk about this. That's what I'm trying to say. That's what Aranwanse also trying to say.
No, but that we should be, I mean, we
Okay,
should
now
first
going back to the
understand
question.
it
Yes,
thoroughly.
you're
Yeah,
trying to understand. Yes, right.
yeah.
So what you're trying to say is, I asked the question, Mithya Dushtika radiant mind. What do you want to know? What do you mean by that?
Mithya Dushtika radiant mind.
Yeah, it is a
That is,
wrong thing to say because there's no dushtiya. So that's
yeah.
actually to say, no, actually it's a wrong thing to say. I would say I would correct it with the self vibration. Yes, radiant mind with the self vibration, radiant mind without the self vibration. That is a correct way to
Yeah,
say that.
that is the correct way to say. Yeah, true. Then it is understood.
Yeah. So what do you
Mm.
want to know about the radiant mind with self vibration?
No, actually, every day the concern is that when the self-perception actually arises, whether the child should know a particular term to identify a
No,
sensory input
no,
to, no,
no,
that's why,
no, no,
that's,
no.
yeah, the perception, existent perception, when the child radiant mind
At least 2
feels at
vibrations
some
should be there. So the touch,
what
temperature,
to,
something, at least another. So this. Just imagine you don't know that mother is there. There is a outline of the light,
true,
and mother keeps singing a song.
voice, ear.
The baby doesn't know who the hell that is. I mean, I shouldn't use that word, but my baby doesn't know that. How does baby know that? How would the baby know anything about that sound and the outline of the light?
There, those two are
That's
not combined,
that's
is it? And it's
yeah,
separate.
that's where the question comes, doctor. Now the warmth also. Initially, they are experienced as individual sensory experiences, but later, as the child grows, the child feels. I mean, when it repeatedly occurs together, naturally they converge or they come.
Okay,
I
now I
mean,
have to
they
say
connect
this.
with.
I'll try
Yeah.
to say something, see whether you can get it, because we have defaults, like we have faults as well in when saying these things. Just try to become the baby in the utero, or
Mm,
that has not even born.
mm,
That baby feels everything. The sound is
mm,
felt, not heard.
mm. Not had true.
Sound is felt. Smell
Mm,
is felt. It's a feel only.
mm,
It's a feel only. This is a terrible way to say this, but you have to get this properly, because at those moments there's no as perception as such, but
mm,
that's why unicellular organism also has this vibration.
mm.
The alive feel is
True.
there. This is the thing that Aranwansi is trying to get to.
Mm, mm,
Alive feel is there. It's a feel only. It's a
mm,
feel with
mm.
the power.
Formless. Yeah, formless. Clear now. Yeah, please.
Yes, and then
Sorry, say
that.
that again, Dr. Kokila.
In the
So
morning.
so the just imagine the even the one cell or multiple cells, doesn't matter how many numbers of cells, even the one cell, even the amoeba
No,
has this
we'll talk about
vibration.
the zygote. Yeah.
Yeah, zygote or the amoeba, it doesn't matter. Zygote, amoeba is the same thing, because there is a vibration. So the feel is, you can't describe the feel, because there's no way to describe that. It's a feel. If you're trying to describe it from here, that is actually thinking again. It's wrong. But actually, you have to feel it. So it's a feel only. That feel has no whatsoever perception as such. It's a feel only. That feel is the most problematic area that we have, because you can't express it. That feel with power, without power, was the whole thing.
Yeah. So it has the potential to magnify, right? That is why it's Shakespeare.
No, but if you don't know your power, you don't know what the non-vibration or the vibration. So the vibration, but why are we calling about this alive field so much? What's the big deal? No, Swamin Wahanse, no one actually kept talking about this alive field. Only Aran Wahanse, he has talked this for 5 years. This comes in waves because it's so difficult. It's a difficult area to touch. If we talk about it more, people can get confused also, because they try to think about it. It's not something that you can think.
Yes.
So the actual the trying to say is even the zygote or unicellular organism, or even multicellular organism, there is a field which is the power that whatever we had, if we have it now, but we are having it now. So that power, we can capture it only in the field aspect. And if we fully realize it is actually the cellular aspect of it, or the sensory organ aspect of it, is that whatever you feel is the speed, if you actually get it, only non-vibration will arise. Because this existent feel gives you the existent perception.
Yeah, but that comes only after Tinnan Sangati Passo, Dr. Kokil. Is that right? Not before that.
No, actually, I'm not going in that direction yet. I'm trying to take you down this with the wisdom, whether you can get into this one. So the feel. Okay, now we are coming to Astrava now. This feel has the four potentials, yes. Feel itself, that alive feel, or this power itself has these all the aspects into it. Because that feel has this possibility, or actually potential. It's a great potential. I mean, you can't ignore it. It gives you the feel that it is happening here. I don't know another way to say that. Even the worm feels that. Even the unicellular amoeba feels it. This alive feel it here, in the sense not near me. It's in whatever that position, whatever that where the alive feel is. It is felt as there. Why? That's why I'm using the word here. If you become the amoeba, just try and become an amoeba now. That even the amoeba, or even the zygote, if you can become the zygote, that has this alive feel, and the alive feel has these features there. It's felt as here. It felt as something. It has the potential to give you the whole idea of existence. It's all in the field side. Monday, I think Dr. Sakuntala talked about electricity, like actually being hit by electricity, what do you call current වැදුනා කියන්නේ? So even that, there's electrocution. There's a feel, no? And that feel, we have a feel that it happened here, right? Same way. You don't feel that it happened to the neighbor. You feel that everything is happening to kind of here. You means that. That's what gave you the idea that self is here. If you are standing somewhere or sitting somewhere, if you are getting the self alive feel, and if you are getting the alive perception, so the self perception, because Sudharma's question goes back a lot. Because Sudharma's question is, I don't care about the whatever the mind name and all that. What is stemming is she's trying to find out self-perception. Because there's a question now, she doesn't know self-perception. And that means she doesn't know the alive feel even. Because the alive feel gives you this self-perception. Existence feel give you the alive feel. So these are two things, but they are kind of same. Existence feel give you the alive feel. Existence perception give you the alive perception or the self-perception. But what is the difference is existence perception, existence feel is actually misunderstood. That's why there is a power, extra power to maintain that. So the consciousness or this alive feel, consciousness has this power. Actually, it was misunderstood, but when the misunderstanding is not there, when the ignorance is not there, if you're fully aware through Dhamma, this is only through the truth that you will know this, that that existence field is actually speed. It's a speed. What you feel is a speed. If you come to that level only, you will definitely, that existence perception, the misunderstanding is not there, then the no self-perception arises. Because that is the problem, that why we have such that power. You know, this this telepathy system doesn't change at any time. If the existence perception is there, self-perception is there, that means the power is there. Self-perception means that additional power that even the zygote or the amoeba or any unicellular organism has. So that power, the tense, basically, if we talk about big words, the tense, this strength felt here, that here part is actually coming from the astra, the whole thing's characteristics of this power. This power, when the power is there, 100% chance of self-perception is there. So a life feel is there, self-perception is there. In the sense, if the existence feel is there, existence perception is there. So I'm talking about bhavasanya. So if existence feel is there, there's existence perception. You can't do much about it. You can't do much about it. If the existence, the progression, timing, it's all in our mind. We are trying to project it. Is it in the 1-day-old baby or 2-day-old baby? That is our projection. It's useless to project that, because we don't know when this is going to go towards that. Because if the electricity is there, any machine can work like that. If this alive field, the misunderstanding is there, anytime if the bhava sanya is there, atma sanya is there. This, what Srongika is trying to say is about the mind consciousness. But here, actually, I'm talking about the other consciousnesses. So that's the problem coming. There's problem coming always, because I'm actually talking about the other consciousnesses too. So, light consciousness, in this unicellular organism, you can't call it a light consciousness, because the eye hasn't formed yet. Only that power is felt. The tense are felt. But you need to actually catch that as well in this Dhamma. and catch the non-vibration as well, where that power is zero. This is where this Dhamma goes. So the power, jati, you can't actually separate them. In the sense, existence, feel, you can't really separate it from a life feel. But actually, this is the complete misunderstanding or the ignorance here. The speed is what is there. But for the whole samsaric journey, it was taken as self. If the Dhamma doesn't come at this point, this will continue. This power will continue. So at least fraction of a second, if you felt the non-vibration, that is the important aspect of this Dhamma, because all the samsaric journey, this life feel is preserved. It's preserved. This not only feel, the perception is also preserved. Because the feel is there, the ashra is there. Potential for anything is there. So this, if you go to the level of the feel only, you can talk about these things. How that feel with power has that potential, because it's felt as happening here. But if the Dhamma comes properly, only that it will release that. It's a metaphor only when Narad Mahansa says, you become the sound, you become the flower. It's a metaphor only. It is actually it can be felt like that, but it's actually to show that the release from this side. Absence of that power. This is non-explainable. That is the trickiest part of this Dhamma. Non-explainable. Because you have to feel it. So her question, when did this self-perception arise? The potential is there even in the zygote. If the vibration is there, ashra is there. Basically, if the ignorance is there, everything is there. But this power, or the tanha, that's the power. The power in humans, that is what Surangika is touching on, is the mental perception. So the mental perception, yes, when you are an adult. Now, of course, nothing of these things are felt directly. Fan. Now, just above me is there's a fan. Fan. That's what it comes. Now, Arahanta has given the challenge, actually, not only Arahanta, Lord Buddha has given the challenge, pierce that and find out your taints. Not only find out your taints, find the non-vibration. It's not yours. Non-vibration is non-vibration. Non-vibration is, there's no No one to declare, oh, mind and vibration. No, that's nothing like that. That's actually coming from the mind if you're talking like that. So best thing is pierce the fan now. I mean, it's up to you how you all are going to do that. Because it's a shape of light. It's a shape of light, right? Yeah. I can hear a wind outside. That's a vibration of like it's a sound, isn't it? Yeah, it's a sound. Yeah. I don't know. I'm not the best answer. I mean, it's not it may be not matching, but I'm trying to say something which should be felt. Now the challenge is to pierce the fan. As Surangika says, right? Because you are an adult now. We all are adults now. With so much knowledge also. Yeah, but the same thing. There's only one unique way of doing this. One and only, Lord Buddha said. Narayana Hansi says the same. If you are in a dreamy world, you can't do that. If you are in an angry mood, you can't do that. If you are in a stupor and sloth, you can't do that. You are in a worry, you can't do that. You are restless, you can't do that. Have doubts about this summer, you can't do that. Why? Because piercing needs so much. There's so much into it. It happens automatically as well. Because if you are there, it doesn't happen. It happens automatically. So it can happen at any time. So the most important aspect is knowing Dharma. Because if there is a perception, there's a feel underneath. But when Surangika comes to it, Surangika says, no, I'm talking about the fan. Yes, you're talking about the fan. There's a fan perception as well. Yes. The fan perception is not true. If the fan perception is not true, you should be direct. High vibration, isn't it? Yeah. What do you think? Anyone can start talking. I think it's enough to listen. It's only 3 of us here. So I think Joel joined and went. I think he must have felt, oh my God, they're talking about it again. I mean,
Doctor, when you
yeah.
say pierce the, thought, it is again like active contemplation, isn't it? Is it
No,
what you mean? Or
no,
no,
nothing.
no.
No
Then, doctor,
contemplation. If there's
no
contemplation, you are there.
contemplation. Yeah, but when if we deliberately pierce through it, then definitely the mind gets
We have done
involved.
that enough now. Now you have done that enough. Then Aranvasi has told you to stop that, so that's fine.
Yeah. So so when you say pierce it, we feel as if, you're asking us to contemplate on it. But what you mean
No,
is,
it will happen one day.
yeah, that's what I asked from Aranas in the morning also. Doctor, now when we
You are asking wrong
thoroughly,
questions. That's the problem.
in the morning.
Every time the question has a problem.
Okay. B- Sorry about that, because
No, no,
whatever
no, not
comes,
the sorry.
yeah.
What is the question? What is the problem?
Now,
Yes, yes, yes. This
yeah,
is not
what
a
I was going
forum to
to
say
ask,
sorry. What is
yeah, no,
so,
no, no.
okay.
What I
Oh,
actually
my
wanted
goodness.
to know is, it is, I mean, when we know so, I mean, so well that
Whatever we
there
know
is
in the
no,
mind is useless.
yeah, but however, that knowing is essential. No, at the
Yeah, but you
beginning
know
we
enough
should
now.
know.
Yes, right.
Of course, yeah. When we fully realize that after contemplation, uh,
You put it
we
aside.
are we put it aside, and we know now there is no self. So whenever we speak
We
about a
know now
particular,
is, we think that there is no self. Yes.
no, doctor, now when we, I mean, have one or two at least experiences of non-self, like, I mean, while driving or while cutting vegetables, some now in the, I mean, long process of listening to the Amma and practicing this, at least everybody has
If
one
you
or
had
two at least.
pierced at least one thought properly, the
Yeah.
questions are not there.
Questions, you mean asking about the theory, doctor?
No,
Now,
I mean
yeah,
actually this, if you feel your vibration in the sense the tense, and if you feel the non-vibration, this
yeah.
whole problem is over.
Yeah, doctor, now when you now explaining also, what I felt was, we feel all layers of self-perception, self-view, the levels. But still, we can't, actually, in my case, no one of us can remember the radiant mind stage. And that, I mean, we were talking about all those based on theory and through imagination. No? So when we try to explain this theory to someone, we should have some clear-cut understanding. That's why I'm always asking about it, because when it comes to, I don't say I have fully felt it, but the fact that there is no self, I mean, yesterday morning also something like that happened, when in the conversation when I was explaining some incident, I think the fact that I didn't get it. So she was asking in detail. So the person who didn't get the burning is there. But so sometimes we find we become so desperate, because it is actually the person who experiences no knows whether the self perception was there at that time or not. So
No, the problem is whether
yeah,
you know the self-perception.
self perception, doctor, knowing in the sense, that feeling, when the feeling arises, the burning
What
arises
feeling
at
are you
that
talking about?
feeling, uh, I mean, when something becomes real, that subtle burning that arises, but still now we
That's not
don't
the
get.
life feel. That's not the life feel.
Hmm.
There's no burning in the zygote. Zygote is not burning.
No, zygote, that's why I'm telling that zygote experience, I am unable to recall or talk about that. Yeah, that's why I'm asking it. I mean, for the purpose of knowing it
You
Dr.
first.
Kokila,
can't. You can't. You
I
have
think,
to
Yeah.
feel it too. You have to say that.
Hmm.
Dr. Kokila, I think
Okay.
we are probably confused with two types of, I don't know whether I'm also correctly putting it, but two types of feel, because we use the word feel here, no? Now we leave the body sensor aside. That's not what I'm meaning, because we talked about getting confused with that feel loss and not that feel. But now RN Manse, when RN Manse says දැනෙනවා That is like,
That day also I told, it's either you feel the self or either you feel the non-self.
yes, so දැනෙනවා means like දෙයක් නැති බව දැනෙනවා no?
That is a
That is
non-self.
that is the non-self. Then the other aspect that you are touching on is the third
Whether you
point of
know your
contemplation.
tense.
Yeah, the third point of contemplation where the self disappears and you become the other thing,
No,
whatever it
actually this
is.
is the second. Because second, when the perception is not there, you're directly coming to the field anyway. Because now, first one, outside is not true, it's a perception, right?
Outside is not true, but the perception is still real.
Yeah. The second one, the perception is not true, then what? You should go to directly the field. Then, there's a tricky, there are tricky areas here that we are lazy.
Yeah, so when the perception doesn't become true, then
I'm talking about here now the fan. So this is the thing. I'm not talking about the light here. I'm talking about the fan now. Because we both get confused about this when we talk about something, you talk about the mind perception. And sometimes I'm like totally in the light perception or something like that. So there are 6 aspects for us to fully be confident, isn't it?
Doctor, in that experience, now when you are in the field, you are not aware of the fan even. But when you go to the mind, you see the fan. Is it?
That's what I'm asking. What field are you talking about? Then now you're talking about the Arahant's field.
Not Arahant.
No, I think Dr. Kokla, Sudama, correct me if I'm wrong. When you look at the fan, you don't feel that the fan is a thing. Is that right? You don't get the feel like we'll say it in Sinhalese. Fan එක දෙයක් වෙන්නේ. Is that
No,
right for you?
even an Arahant would identify the fan.
No, not
but
true. But the fan is not a thing for you, right?
thing in the sense it will be
දෙයක්
there,
වෙන්නේ.
but
සිංහලෙන් දෙයක් වෙන්නේ.
දෙයක් වෙන්නේ කියන එක ගන්න වෙන්නේ that perception is so light. I mean, it would be 3-dimensional still, but it is something I don't know how to explain. It is there, fan is there, but that thoughts like this fan is old, this fan is new, that kind of strings of
That's the
thoughts
first
will
level.
not
Yeah, so
First level.
that
yeah.
vitaka, there is no vitaka when it doesn't become a thing. The vitaka is not there. The fact that the fan is
No,
old, that
But
the
no,
there
fact
are
that
no,
3
no.
layers in this, not become a thing. So the
Hmm.
fan doesn't become a thing,
Hmm.
but still the perception is there. Perception can be a thing. But what
Hmm.
does that mean is you're
That
still
is
inside the mind bubble.
got that dream thing. The fan is there, not the
Actual perception is actually
there.
has some value.
yeah, but the perception is also tricky, Dr. Kokila, because I get your point. But then,
Perception
as
is not
R.N.
there when the
Mahansa says,
feel is there.
perception can't be a thing because the Arahat will have the perception in the Nasanni level
No, that is
without the
completely
power.
in the field side. No, so but this is where the problem is. We haven't. If the perception is there, the feel aspect is clouded. Kind of, it is covered because it's like a lunar beaker. Like there's one layer, is thought layer. You feel like the fan is actually above me, right? I'm actually talking like this. I'm looking at the fan now. You can feel like fan is above me, right? Is the fan above me?
Yeah.
That that can also be said with burning and without burning.
No,
We are not going to be burning about Dr. Gogila's fan.
Yeah. Not even Dr. Kokila can say that the fan is
no, is
above
the
me.
fan above
It's
me?
rota-
No, it's a great question. Then the floor is
yeah.
below.
If one thinks so, it is doctor. If it is, I mean, above
No,
or
in the
below.
sensual world, it is. It is above me and the
Yeah.
floor is below me.
Mm.
I think Dr. Sakuntala also can
Yeah, Joy.
chip in. Yeah.
So is
I'm
the
in the
fan above me?
audience.
I'm asking a questions.
I'm
Dr.
in the
Sakuntala
audience
is
watching
fan.
the drama. I'm in the audience watching the drama.
So is the fan above me? Oh, you
It's
can take whatever above you and see. Is the ceiling above you?
When you say the word fan itself, all of us will have the perception that it is above.
above.
Same thing. This perception is undescribable, okay? Perception that it is above you and floor is below me. Everything in any perception, the self perception is hidden.
Yes,
This
it's
you have to
hidden
catch
in
this
that
self.
perception.
You have to
Yeah.
catch this though. You can't keep because Sudharma is asking a great question now. Sudharma is putting everyone in trouble now, asking, what is the beginning of the self perception? Now, to give an answer, just Dr. Sakuntala, give an answer now. Where's the beginning of the self perception?
No, actually, I also have been sort of having a bit of confusion now after this discussion. Now, what I felt was that the level where the mind thoughts are formed, so that level is well established. That is for all of us, like about 3-4 years maybe, the thoughts are well established. And the very young infant will have the feel level where the uh, feeling of existence and there is a live feel. Very young infant, I'm talking about the very young infant. And when the infant is growing a little bit, then these perceptions start become more sort of more finer, and then only at that level, like before 1 year, like still the thoughts are not formed. So that level, I thought it is the existence, this perception of existence, and the self perception is
Yeah,
there,
the
but it is
Astrava is
still,
in the field side. Astrava is in the field
yeah.
side. That's what I said.
So that
Astrava is
level
not in
still
the
holds.
actual perception side. Astrava is the it has all these characteristics, this feel, alive feel, you know.
Yeah,
That is Sastrava, doctor, I think. Astrava is defiled
Sasa.
ones, manifest.
Yeah,
No,
Yeah,
yeah.
no, Astrava is in the field side. I'm talking again. Alan Hanse also have talked this multiple times. Defilements is the
field
furthermore
side.
projection of the Astrava. So the Astrava word is used. Astrava is something you feel.
Mhm.
And then what
Avidya,
about the
Avidya
Sasa then?
Astrava. Sastrava
Sasa,
is the
yeah,
reason for
Sasa.
Astrava.
Yeah, Sasava is what level there? Sasava.
What do you mean?
Taints or Sasava? What is that?
That's the vibration, self vibration. Self vibration has these all four aspects.
Mm.
Perception, all it leads to the perception.
I also was under the impression that Ashrava is something manifested from the Sasava. That is how I remembered. So I may be wrong.
No, no, it is manifested. If the sasava is not there, there is no ashrava.
No, that's true. Ashrava means when the sasava is manifested in some way,
It
that is
is
called
manifested now, even looking at the fan. If the sasava is there, ashrava is there.
No. What about the baby? Baby's level. I'm talking about the baby.
Zygote also has this sasava, right?
Yeah, zygote has a sasava level. But when you talk about the ashrava, I thought when the thoughts are formed, when these perceptions
Okay.
are.
The day that he talked with me, he was talking that even the unicellular organism has these 4 aspects of ashrava. It is not manifested fully. When it is manifested, we talk about raga, dvesha, moha.
What are the 4
Yeah,
levels you said? 4 levels of ashrava?
For ashrava,
Vityashrava, Bhavashrava,
Those
Vijjashrava,
4.
and something
Right.
else.
Okay. Right.
I'm talking about those
Kamashrava,
4.
Those,
Bhavashrava,
but
Dittashrava, and
Yeah,
Avijjashrava.
kama ashrava means not kama.
but
Ashrava means
those four,
it's a budding level.
those 4 are not there at the zygote level. Those,
No, any field has that, the potential for
yeah, but when it's in the potential, Dr. Kokila, it's not called ashrava.
characteristic. It is a characteristic.
It's only ashrava at that point.
There is no good thing about splitting our hairs about this, but what I'm trying to say is, if the sasava is there, ashrava is there.
No,
This
that
4
is clear.
ashrava is there.
Yeah, when the sasava is
No,
there,
it's in
the
the field. It's
potential.
in the field. I'm talking about the field. If the vibration is there, everything is there. The 4 potentials are there. It's a field.
Potential is different from the manifestation.
It's a field.
Yeah, potential is, that's what I was also trying to
It's a
say.
field.
Like
Yeah,
Dr.
it's a field.
That's
Sakuntala,
true,
potential
doctor.
is different to the actual.
Because even that unicellular organism is having the uddipana. How do I say this? That's the kamashrava. It's not full blown, these people running after ice cream.
Yeah. So that uddipana is what we were talking about, is the glue, where when the baby is given the phone, it
That
licks
is
it.
the kamashrava.
Yeah, that part I wasn't clear. I thought the ashrava starts when the mind formation begins.
Oh, no. Then you can't explain the amoeba having the life. How can you? So you think amoeba has? What has amoeba? So amoeba is in a different. What do you mean? Is amoeba? I shouldn't say
Amoeba
that.
system is from the animal realm, no, doctor. It can
It
it be
doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I can take the Brahma. Is the Brahma then the same thing? If you're taking a Brahma, but I'm taking amoeba, so we can relate to it. Amoeba is not an Arahant. So amoeba also feels the life field. This is all about the field, that we are pressing everyone to get into the field side. That's actually, this push is for all of us to get into the field side and feel the tense and the non-field. Absence of the tense. If you don't know these two, how can you talk about the that jnana, the
Asavakya jnana.
asavakya jnana? You can't.
But asavakya jnana is felt. I mean, I think Aranvasa spoke to it today or yesterday, whatever.
In a crude level, yes. In a crude level, you can say, I'm
he
not
said
getting angry.
even
that is
all
very crude.
Yeah, all defilements are felt, doctor. It is obvious. Anger, then
Yeah, but
sadness.
that is all
happiness.
underlying vibration is there. No, if you have fully understood this Dhamma, and if you know what the non-vibration is, question is over. Because you know 100% this is how much power this tense have.
I remember in the Kalanian talk, I think we discussed it before, so he said, දෙයක් වෙන්නේ නැත්තම් එතනින් එච්චරයි කතා දෙකක් නැහැ, he said.
Yeah, that's actually for someone who has fully realized this Dhamma.
Well, he didn't say all that, but anyway.
The one who has Satya Jnana. Satya Jnana is you have to feel the truth. Then the Krutya Jnana is anyway there. Don't have to worry too much about it. Krutya Jnana will arise.
So
But the thing
when
is,
an object doesn't become a thing, doctor, isn't the form...
no, that is you're talking about you're talking about the fan. Actually, there are 6 senses, darling.
Yeah, but the 5 senses, Dr. Kokila, are entrenched in that other one. No, now in the morning, I think, was it to Sudama that he said, or somebody else, I can't remember now. He said that those perceptions are in that, no, you can't separate it. No, he was saying to Asanti, I think, that you can't separate it. It's all in that same feel.
That's why when
Same,
you are piercing the fan, you can feel all of that. If you are looking at it, it's
he
the vision.
said it's in the same thing. Yeah,
Same thing, yes.
yesterday. I think. Yeah.
Yeah. Just
So
imagine
if that object doesn't become a thing, then
this not becoming a thing has layers. That's the problem. That's
but
why the
ultimate
4 levels.
isn't the ultimate test the lack of uddipana, because he has said that also, no. The test is lack of uddipana. So if it was there at a perception level with a uddipana only, no, it has still become a thing
Yes,
at the
100%.
form realm.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
But
So
the
if
thing
it
is,
doesn't
the
become an
question is,
yeah.
when the question arises from Sudharma about the self-perception, then the question arises, when her question arises, the forum has a question. Why there's a question about the self-perception? Because self-feel has the self-perception. Life feel has the self-perception. But if there is a confusion there, that means Satyajnana is not clear. This experience is not that clear. Piercing is not that clear. That is the whole, these questions do matter. Questions arises the level of piercing. So you may be talking about that, but I'm trying to help Sudharmana. But if you ask sometimes if you ask something like something related to that, maybe the answer would be relevant to you. Now there's a question now.
Actually, my understanding was, doctor, when the baby, we have talked about this several days also, when the baby feels as if something is existing, the baby also begin to exist. That
No,
much
not baby. That's the problem I'm talking about. This feel side, you can't talk like that.
Now, if a light, because this, if we go to this vibration thing,
light is also perception.
Yeah,
Feel side, there's
perception.
nothing like that. It is like an electricity thing.
But if the child's eye functions, that light is perceived, and when it stays there, the existence feel, actually I have a vague memory. I need to actually find that sermon. Aryanasi was explaining something like that. Once with the light, when the baby feels that light existing, that the perception, say, existence feel arises, something like that. I actually, so that is again the beginning of the self
That's the
perception.
self-consciousness. So this is the thing I'm trying to say again.
Yeah.
The baby feels the light consciousness, self-consciousness is there. I mean, I don't know how to say this.
Yeah.
So the sorry, I'll try to say again. So light consciousness is there. Light perception is also there.
Self perception.
Self-perception is also there. I mean, how I can repeat this again and again and again, I don't know. But that's a different level. That's a different level. But you pierce all these levels to come to the field. You're piercing fan, also same thing happen. You don't have to do light perception thing, it is happening. Because you are looking at the fan. If you're hearing something, if you're in the garden and you hear something, and completely if you come into the feel aspect of it, there's no perception. There's no even sound perception there. It's completely a feel. And that feel, if you really Dhamma comes there, may go towards the non-feel as well. Non-vibration as well.
So in the fully liberating level, doctor, we don't feel Dhamma even.
What Dhamma is there? No, nothing. Dhamma is actually in the background. Otherwise, how would you pierce it?
That is what I am like having a little bit of doubt when we, I mean,
What
in
you
the
said was
morning
correct.
also I was
Light
asking that,
consciousness.
yeah.
As soon as the light consciousness is there, light perception is there anyway. Light consciousness is there means light perception is there, self-perception is there. It is in a subtle level though. This is not like the fan. Baby doesn't have any dying thoughts or me thought or nothing. Nothing. Nothing whatsoever. But the feel is also completely different to even the light.
The distinction there, doctor, that I want to just raise as a question. Now, the worm, now when the worm is, no, maybe that's wrong. But the worm, when the worm is out on the grass, the worm will try to slither its way into the mud, no, and the earth, burrow into the earth, because that's the comfort point. And that's the feel, right?
There's a perception also, yeah.
But then when the baby is, say the baby is left in the cot, and the baby...
As soon as mother comes, baby doesn't know mother, nothing. But there is a shape of light.
No, what I was trying to say is the baby doesn't know to self-preserve itself, whereas the worm instinctively goes in
baby
search
can't
of the
move, but
dampness of the earth. Huh?
You can't really say that. If we fire put a very bright torch, they can actually avoid it. If you put a sound thing, it's just because the human baby is very useless in the beginning. But if you talk about a cow baby can run also as soon as they come out.
Yeah, I think that just goes to the helplessness of the human infant, isn't it? Rather than
That's
anything else.
no. But they can avoid the gas if it's too heavy. They can. There are
And
aspects
their
that
only
babies react.
reaction is by crying, isn't it?
Yeah.
they can't do anything else because they're pretty helpless.
Yeah.
But that is the only way to think that that thing is working, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry, continue. Sorry, doctor.
What do you think, Dr. Sakuntala? You can't be in the gallery all the time. I mean, is it time for her to vanish?
In a little while. No, I was trying to work out what you all were saying. That that bit of gray area is that
That
when
is what I'm
this.
saying. If you still have
Mm,
gray areas, you
mm.
should talk with Aran Hanse day and night. So I'm pushing you all to go and discuss with Aran Hanse.
No, from what I was, because I had some sort of chittarupa about thing, and now I have to change it. That is what I was telling about this gray area. Because now when an infant experiences the light uh, or experiences a
Shape of
sound,
light is there. Yeah. First
so
it's
that
a feel. After some
it's
time,
yeah,
it
and then
becomes a
now
shape of light.
specified like light to the eye and specified to the sound to the ear. That level still the thoughts are not formed. So
Not,
still
yeah,
that,
true.
so
That's
that
correct. Now
level can you,
suddenly
yeah.
some light is there, Dr. Sakuntala.
And now then you can say that light perception is there, sound perception is there. Then what about the baby side? How will you explain that experience? How the baby is experiencing that? Will you call it the self-perception at that level? Now still the thoughts are not there, but
That's
the
what
baby
Aran Hanse says. You can't really call it anything. You
can't call
can't,
it
because
anything.
if you can look at that from here and say, oh, this must be happening now. This must be happening now. Baby doesn't know anything about that. You can form talks, or you can talk about that, but actual experience is needed for that.
Maybe it's like the tree example, because if it is naturally moving towards the sun, or blossoming towards the sun, then you can't impose a soul or atma to the tree. So maybe that way we can think about it, Dr. Sakuntala. The baby has
So
that natural reaction, but
No, but
maybe
that has trouble, because baby actually has this self vibration.
yeah, baby has attained. So
yeah,
in a
baby has the self
Yeah, you
vibration.
can't say that.
Yeah, can't say that.
is there.
You can call it to Lord Buddha. Lord
Why
Buddha
isn't
can say that.
Aryan Mahanse coming to the English Zoom now? Why Aryan Mahanse is not there?
Aran Hanse is in Dombagoda today and tomorrow.
Right.
After a long time, recently one day he came
I
and
think you can join the 5 o'clock and keep harassing Aran Hanse and get the answers.
Every day I get a scolding joining with last 3 days. Today, of course, actually I really got it when Aryan has explained this Sihiya awareness and what's the other thing I can't remember. Sihiya and wisdom. Sihiya and Jnana.
yes.
Yeah, beautifully explained, and I really got mind and feel thing also. I experienced.
One of the things I wanted to say was, Sudharma, can you remember I sent you a video clip about, a random video clip I got from YouTube about the baby's reactions, Dr. Kokila, for different months. 3 months, 6 months, 10 months, and things like that. With the parents have, I think, videoed it, and how the baby reacts to light and sound and various things. And in one of the months, I think it was maybe 10 months or so. You know how these babies have this thing, like parents, they do the same motion with the children, and the children act surprised and start giggling. You know how you make faces at the baby, you disappear, and then you come and again show the face and make a comical face, and to keep the baby laughing.
Peekaboo, yeah.
Yeah, peekaboo.
I
Yeah.
said peekaboo. Okay. So every time the baby is surprised, isn't it? And finds it highly funny. And I think what that video kind of gave as an explanation was that it doesn't have that memory, no?
No, no,
Now,
yeah.
when
True.
somebody does it twice with us, we'll tell them, okay, get over it. It's not funny anymore, something like that. But for the baby, it's highly entertaining. And why is it highly entertaining? Because it doesn't carry that earlier perception, isn't it?
True.
I thought that was really
So the problem is whether the baby feels the existence feel at that instant. I mean,
You can't talk about that. That's the
yeah.
problem.
Now
Okay.
Dr. Kokila has asked me to go to the zygote level and I'm trying my best to see it from that perspective. No, I'm
No,
not
no, you can't do
convincing
that. You
Doctor.
have to do that through the
Yeah.
fan or the chair.
No,
You
I
can't
was
do
just
anything else.
joking, doctor. No, I was just kidding. And me, doctor, what I feel is that the baby radiant mind cannot jump at once into that mind thought level. There should be some intermediate kind of that perception level where the self perception develops into self view. Is that kind of feeling is there. I don't know. That's why I'm asking 101 questions every day.
I think it is an insidious
No,
process,
no.
isn't it?
When mother is there, you
Mm,
can talk about the self view, self perception
mm,
feel when the mother
mm,
is formed for the
mm,
baby.
mm,
So that is where the actual this problem arises. So don't forget
mm,
that. All the
mm,
defilements arise. So that is what I said. Astrava, you can't talk about the defilements as such. Astrava is in the very basic level. But the actual, the four astravas, but
mm,
actual,
no,
the whole
Astrava is not
problem,
base.
Astrava has in base level, Astrava is there. But actually, there's no way you can catch it, no way you can talk about it. But once the mother is formed, that is the first thought, if we take it as the first thought, okay? I don't know, it can be tata or something like that. Whatever the first thought, if we take it as an example that is a mother, then this whole thing about the me perception has started to work now. That is the point that we put defilements into that system, like the I me mind. I me mind is actually starting from that point onwards. So don't forget that. So our talks are very deep, but if we are talking about the superficial level, that is the level that everything starts. Do you
Anyway,
get it?
isn't it? Yeah. Anyway,
Yes.
isn't it an insidious like process where from the field to
Yes, yes.
the
You can't talk
mind?
about that though.
Yeah, yeah.
That's why that Aranhansi keeps saying you are looking from outside and they're talking nonsense. Yes, because you can't talk about that. It's useless to talk about that because now what is coming is fan. But if you really want to, you can pierce the fan and see. But what I'm trying to say is mother or the fan or the bat or the whatever comes, that baby, that is where the Atma story actually begins. Even though the feel was there, even though the perceptions are there, the light perception and all these things, this human baby, specifically human baby, because that's why the human baby can attain nirvana also. Because this is the level that 31 realms can be caught, this human thought. Human thought is beautiful because below that, actually it is in the field side. It's, I mean, you can't do anything. You can't do anything in that level. Worm is helpless. Amoeba is helpless. Animal is helpless. But the ones, as soon as the mind is formed, wow, that's the humanity. Kind of humanity, yes. That's now you can actually pierce that and fully realize this Dhamma. That is the important aspect of being a human. Because 31 realms can be only talked about in this one thought. Do you get it? One thought has 31 realms?
That is how much real the perception is. That is the 31 levels. If it is so thick, it is a lower, because the thick perception may lead to a lot of power, and so on and so forth. It's that rating can be done using the mind.
It's actually two ways. Above and below kind of thing. So human is in the middle. Above and below. So the below is all the physicality aspect of it. But the above is the mind aspect of it.
Finer, yeah.
Mind aspect of it. Mind aspect of it, you have to fully realize the mind aspect of it as well as the feel aspect of it. This is a really beautiful Dhamma, and if you can actually go to the extension of this fan, fan thought. What do you think, Surangika? How can you feel it, the 31 realms?
Yeah, depending on how thick the perception is, one can, as long as it becomes a thing, of course, it is a thing, and then to the point of it not becoming a thing. Was that what you meant?
No. I'm talking about not through the Dhamma aspect. Just imagine, just imagine as a, if you just even a person who is in Nevasanya, Nasanya, they are also, without the correct view, they also can be there, no? So how can you explain that? These are food for thoughts, actually. And food for thoughts means not to keep thinking. Actually, try and pierce and see what happens. What do you think, Surangita? 31 realms, how can you?
I didn't understand, Dr. Kokila. So you're saying at an asanya level, how to contemplate, is it?
No. No, I'm not talking about even
So in the
contemplation.
31 planes for a Pruthakjana, they would have, depending on clinging, depending on the version, depending on whether they're getting, annoyed with the fan, or they have a story about the fan, or they're agitated about the fan, and then various forms like that. And you can have a state of equanimity about it as well. So depending on those perceptions, the 31 planes can be touched, isn't it?
What is the form level then?
Form is just the picture, just the outline that a fan exists. That there is such a thing called a fan. Just in an outline kind of way. But if there is value about the fan, if the fan can be touched, if it can be felt, if there is something, the
Don't forget,
physicality.
fan has the light perception. The fan has the sound perception. Fan has the touch perception. I don't think fan has the. I mean, if you have ever licked the fan, you might have the the taste perception. I don't know whether you can have a smell perception, maybe. I don't know if you paint it, maybe, I don't know. But those two are not really evident. But you can have the touch perception and the light perception and the sound perception in that fan perception, isn't it?
Yeah.
So this fan, how can you say fan perception is not true?
The fan doesn't become a fan. That's all.
Yeah, but fan perception is not becoming a thing when we try to think about it. It's a combination of other 5 vibrations, no?
No, when a fan perception doesn't become a thing, what that means is the
No, not
power.
becoming a thing is this Dhamma thing. I'm talking not just as normal. The fan is made up of fan perception. Fan perception is made
Yeah,
up
that
of
it
5
has the ability.
perceptions, 5 vibrations coming together. That is a fan vibration.
Yeah, but you don't think about it as light, do you? You don't think about it as sound. When you think about a fan,
But it has these things.
when you said not as a Dhamma thing, right? You said normally like a Pruthajana.
Yeah, but that's how they
There are
go
only two
into these
ways to look at
levels.
it, from the Dhamma
The
and from a layman's perspective.
non-Dhamma also, not without Dhamma also, that's how they concentrate and do the concentration meditation.
Excuse me, doctor, when you say fan, all those attributes are anyway there.
Yeah, the sound
Yeah,
perception is also there. Sound vibration is also there. Light vibration is also there. Touch vibration is also there. That's
yeah.
why we
But
have the fan vibration.
so when we talk about 31 realm, it is from the non-vibration below that something
Non-vibration
is
has
there.
nothing to do with 31.
Yeah, but before that, yeah, arupa is there, no formless, so something is there too. I am so attached to the fan. So that range is that
No,
two
that
extreme
is
ends.
okay.
But
You're talking
yeah,
about the
that is,
extreme,
yeah,
the
extreme,
sensual
extreme.
world.
Everything else, there are the layers in between. From something is there to I can't survive without the fan kind of feeling, that much burning. Some kind of strong burning, and at the other end something is there, some gnawing. That's how I feel like. So that is 31, isn't it, doctor? If we just analyze with the mind feeling. Yeah.
No, actually, I don't think the message I was trying to say was gone, because I was trying to talk about this people who like Uddakaramputta, someone like Uddakaramputta, someone like Rupa Dhyana or Arupa Dhyana. That is where that is another aspect of this 31 realms. That's what I was trying to bring up, but I don't know whether it is suitable. Uddakaramputta is the one who had the Arupa, I can't remember, but anyway, one of them had Rupa Dhyana, other one had the Arupa Dhyana, right? So in the Dhanic moment, what I'm trying to say is all these aspects are actually in the fan also, but whether you actually can appreciate that.
And they had the self view, no? Because if they have a
Yeah, they
focal
had the
point.
self-view. Yeah, they have the self-view.
Yeah,
But these
there's a
two should be very evident. That's what Aranwan says, talked about this dream also. Remember when he was talking about the dream, what he was trying to tell me was not about his not about his big aspect of dreaming. It's not about that. He was trying to give the idea how non-form level has this craving for that. And in non-vibration, there's nothing like that. That difference is very, I thought it was really kind of, it was a massive message he's trying to give.
The non-form level had a craving was because he wanted to keep going back to that.
It is much more potent than that. It has that next one thing, not even going back to that, in the sense there is a life, there's this, you can't call it even a life field. There's self,
Formless realm.
the vibration is there. That vibration is there. If one is very, 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 very wise only, that's why Lord Buddha also went back. He got all the Arupadhyana. That's why he was like, nope, it's not the one. So that to have that wisdom is so powerful. To have that wisdom that self is there. It's really important to know the difference between who is the self. That even I'm going back to Sudharma's question again and again, because she's asking where the self is. So there's so many levels of self. Arupadhyana also there is self in normal person. In Asanyatala also, that's like in a deep sleep, but still the self, the vibration is there. Possibility is there, yes.
Yeah, doctor, with all that knowledge, what made me ask that question again is when I asked in the morning, Aryanvazi said that the baby, that is just a reaction, and actually he didn't get that. As you said, the question was not clear maybe at that point. So
No,
that is why,
question is
yeah,
not clear.
yeah,
Actually,
that must be the reason
you have to
I
feel
did.
it. That's the answer.
Yeah, no, actually, theoretically, I want to clarify.
You can't describe it theoretically. Now imagine one Uddaka Ramputta. Can he describe non-vibration theoretically, even if Lord Buddha explained it to him? He can't. He's already in Arupadhyana. He doesn't feel anything. So everyone in Arupadhyana should start crying, isn't it? Someone is stuck in them. You can't do much. But the importance is to whatever you describe is up to the level you feel. Otherwise, there's no way you can describe anything more than what you feel. That's why Aranhanse is the best person to describe something, is why he's saying that. It's 100% truth. He feels more. You can describe only what, if you are describing anything more than that, actually you are doing a wrong thing. Because you are describing something, imagining and telling something is wrong. You can say whatever
Doctor,
you
I think
know.
Sudharma said that she's finding it difficult to explain to those mothers because when they ask questions, if she doesn't experience it, then she can't.
No, she can't.
She can't, and I think the same thing we have discussed in this Zoom, like even when we deliver talks, we can only say to a certain extent because that is only to that extent that it has been felt. So it
Yeah.
is not going to be to the depths of what you explain, because now even in these Zoom talks, no matter how much effort you put to explain it, uh, there is a point that cannot be touched, and that is because it has not been experienced. So that is why I think Aryan Vanse always goes back to clearing the Satyajnana, because all that can be done is to explain the Satyajnana, and all as practitioners that can be done is where
No,
there is the
even venerables told, who has, just imagine someone who has done meditation for 50 years might say, if you do meditation only, the form meditation and the non-form meditation levels are involved, and Aryan Vahanse is challenging that. Aryan Vahanse is saying, no, Chair has these levels. So I'm asking, have you done your research about that? He's saying this, and you are just like, oh, okay. Really? Right. Is that the way you take it? So not
But
the actual thinking, it's actually like trying to research about this. Mimamsa is not just thinking as such.
and doctor, this part from zygote to the first thought creation, it is 90% theory anyway. We should know that theory well, because that now as Satas, I mean, in this thought we experience all self perception, self vibration, self view,
I don't
everything we
really
do.
agree with that. I don't really agree
But
with that.
that,
Sopaka, Sudita, I don't think they all thought too much about these things.
no
And
doctor, as Miss
7-year-old,
Urangita said,
Vishaka, I don't think they
no,
did all that.
yeah, this is for the purpose of discussing them only, otherwise not
Yeah.
to. I mean, that is why I'm so much, because we need to pass the message properly. We are using Aryan Vahanse's, I mean, Dhamma, so
If
we
you
have to
really
do
want to
justice. Yeah,
give the message properly,
yeah,
best thing is to feel it.
yeah,
Feel
but
the
after that,
vibration and the non-vibration.
true that zygote to radiant mind, that story, how the self perception gets created. Of course, we have to know from a Kalyana Mitra. I still believe. Later, maybe
No,
with that
not only that. You can
mm,
feel it.
mm,
I think the best thing to do,
mm,
Sudama, is to actually
yeah,
say
mm,
that part of
mm,
it to
yeah,
ask Aryan Vanse or something like that,
yeah,
because
yeah,
um,
Yeah,
one can't
he's
explain
the
what
best
one can't
actually.
feel.
mm,
Um, and then the other thing is, nothing can be voluntarily or actively done, right?
yeah,
All you
Yes,
yeah,
can do is
yes.
contemplate the
mm,
Dhamma and the Satyajnana.
true,
The rest will come when it comes. And
mm,
I think you are one of those people who are always with an inquiring mind, and you are constantly applying that, constantly in the Zoom talks and so on. So I think that way you're doing all that right. So, I mean, that's all one can do
Yeah,
compared to like,
don't think that just
yeah.
because we are talking, we have finished the path. No, nothing like that. Like it's not what it means. I always say I'm actually more concentrating on, piercing one thought. Actually, I'm not even talking about becoming an agami or becoming an arahant. No, I'm just trying to get one to actually fully, feel Buddha status at least for a moment and get this correctly. Then we can talk about the defilements and the slowly how the perception is dying with the habits and all that. So the whole talk aspect actually, I don't really concentrate much about the latter part, because that's actually our advances. Our advance is there to do that, help someone who is in the field side to become an arahant, or someone in the form level to become non-field level, or to an arahant, or things like that. But the most important aspect is getting this satyajnana correct, because the first experience is what matters. Because first three will be gone only by the satyajnana, that's feeling the truth. So feeling the truth is very important. Yeah.
Yeah, your explanations really help. Thank you so much, all of you, for making every effort and all the contributions. Teruvan Saranai, Doctor. I think we have reached the closing time, right?
Yeah. May Tripajam bless you all. Thank you, Aranwansa. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Dr. Mokira. Everyone.
Yes.
Sanai Dhamma friends. So let's continue with the talk for the next 1 hour. For those of you who are joining, you are listening to the 24-hour Buddothpado Zoom channel and Zoom series of talks. And what just concluded was a 2-hour Dhamma discussion, which took place between 3 and 5 p.m. Sri Lanka time. What is imparted through this Zoom series is the pure Dhamma teachings of Lord Buddha, as realized and imparted by him more than 2,500 years ago. And this same true Dhamma, or the Buddhist philosophy as we call it, is what has been uncovered by our noble teacher, Buddothpado Aryan Vahansa. And he has been sharing it with the world for the last 5 to 6 years. There are more than 10,000 Dhamma discourses out there on various YouTube channels and on Facebook as well, and through various magazines and books also. But most of it is in the Sinhalese language, but there are translations also available on 2 websites or several websites. One such website is the Buddothpado-Dhamma.com. If you are interested in reading the Buddhist philosophy in a way that has not been heard before. So why we say that is the mainstream teachings of Buddhism kind of take a bit of an interpretation which has some influences from the law of karma and effect or action and effect type of thing, which has influences from Hinduism. And that is partly attributed to the fact that the Tripitaka, or the Pali Canon, the Buddhist scriptures, was translated by a Hindu, actually a Hindu Vedic priest. So there wasn't anyone else who was able to, or was able to come up to the task. So some of the areas, according to the anecdotes that are available, the person who actually translated it also has said that some of those translations, or the meaning of it, was complete. Some of those meanings really confounded him, meaning that he didn't understand the head or tail of what it was. So the common understanding is that in interpreting it, he used his own background, used his own spiritual background of various practices that he underwent in order to bring that, and that has kind of slightly, what shall I say, tainted the pure interpretations of the Buddhist philosophy from the Pali to the Sinhalese, actually, not the Pali itself. So, and as a result, there has been some misinterpretation, some misunderstanding when the Sinhalese translations of those have been then taken and communicated by way of teachings in various parts of the country, particularly in Sri Lanka. But because then that has been in turn translated to English, you can find some of those types of misinterpretations prevalent in other countries and other teachings as well. So this pure Dhamma, the Buddhist philosophy, in its unvarnished truth, is something that Buddothpado and Mahansa has discovered. Again, first he too went through the usual concentration, meditation, and various traditional Dhamma practices, just like everybody else. But having done that for 20, 30 years, if you read his life story, some of it is there on a website called wisdomofasia.com. He too underwent that kind of meditation practices and found that that was good only as long as one was in those meditation, within the meditation. But moment moment one comes out of the meditation, the sense of self, the ego was still very much there. The defilements were still also there. So that kind of proved to him that this method of meditation, the concentration meditation itself, was good only as a temporary relief. But beyond that, it was actually not addressing the core problem of finding a cessation to this suffering, which was what the Buddha actually set out to do back so many years ago. So then he realized that there's something wrong in the way these scriptures had been translated. And so he went through heaps and heaps of hundreds and hundreds of various Buddhist teachings, books, translations, the scriptures themselves, and so on, in order to be able to find where the thing had gone wrong and where was the actual truth, where was the pure truth that was imparted by Lord Buddha. So in that undertaking that research and then embarking on a practically trying to find the Dhamma himself, only this book, Pure Dhamma Philosophy, as imparted by Lord Buddha, was uncovered back about 10 years ago. And so for the first 5 years, these are his own recounts of his experience. For the first 5 years or so after full realization of the Dhamma, he too, like the Buddha, had some reluctance to impart this Dhamma and stayed within it, almost kind of seeing whether that had been fully realized, and also with the notion that this was not going to be easy to be actually explained to society, to be able to be explained to mankind, because it was not an easy task to perform. But I think having had a near-death experience somewhere in 2019 or 20, it was at that time that finally the decision was taken to impart the Dhamma because of pure compassion towards human beings, particularly during the COVID time when he encountered or saw news of so many people dying, so many people suffering as a result of loss of loved ones, entire families being wiped out, and children being destitute. being made orphan overnight because of parents, family members dying, and so on. All this was a cause for him to have such great compassion that he decided to then share this pure Dhamma in some way or form. And that was the beginning of this whole journey that is being continued up to today. So the noble teacher started off with, putting all these talks on YouTube. And then, of course, the movement kind of grew because there were so many people in search of the truth, not only in Sri Lanka, but worldwide, who actually, having listened to that Dhamma, did realize, because they too had been on the search for the true Dhamma and finding a path to cessation of suffering on their own, but had been unable to find that. And having discovered this Dhamma, these teachings of our noble teacher, had realized almost instantly that that was what they were searching for, and have, through practice, through Vidarshana meditation, through the Vidarshana method, have been able to find the cessation to suffering, have been able to find the path to non-liberation, non-vibration themselves, and liberation of mind. So with this noble intent, only that this Buddothpado has movement, and these various monasteries in Sri Lanka have been set up to be able to share and spread the Dhamma as well. And with this same noble endeavor, only this English Zoom series has also started in order to be able to impart this Dhamma in the English language for the benefit of our English-speaking listeners worldwide. So we encourage you to listen to it if this interests you. And because the fundamental reason for it is to help mankind find a cessation to suffering, find a way to come out of this whole samsaric cycle of birth and death, and suffering as well. When we say suffering, we don't only talk about the superficial loss of a loved one, um, and accidental injury or death or untimely demise of a family member, and so on. Those can also bring suffering, that's true, but the suffering that the Buddha actually realized was the issue that was realized that brought on suffering was far more profound than uh, that kind of thing, because the realization was that all of this suffering comes about through not understanding the mechanics of the mind, and how the mind creates an illusion, uh, creates an illusory world through the perceptions that are arising from the human being senses, or from our senses. And as long as that is not realized, there is an invariable, there is invariably a belief that this world that people live in is true. And then what that means is everything that is existing, that is happening in this world, is taken in relation to a so-called self or me that gets involuntarily or immediately in parallel gets created moment this world is taken to be real. So that duality again is caused by pure ignorance, by not knowing the truth, not knowing the phenomena of the mind and how the mind process works. So understanding the mind was the key thing that the Buddha set out to do, because he realized that the defilements that arose when one came out of the meditation state was all defilements that were occurring in the mind. And how was this coming? Through the thoughts, the thought process. Each thought was the thing that was bringing on clinging, that was showing the ignorance, showing the aversion, showing the ill will. And from that came this wrong self view of there being a person here, and something was there, and then that something being there was the very thing that was causing the suffering. So, but all this was coming about through thoughts, And that is why he realized that this whole thing, the magic or the key to this, key to unlocking the truth was in the mind. And that was where he went into a deep research of the mechanics of the mind, and also understood how these sensors create, due to vibration, manifestation of a world through the formation of light, through the formation or manifestation of sound, from the tongue, the manifestation of taste, from the nose, the manifestation of smell, and from the body, the manifestation of heat or cold or temperature, solidity. So in this way, the what we call, if you have heard of this expression or term, the 8 patterns of vibration. So what we call as the 8 patterns of vibration is basically how the vibration interacts or works in through these 5 sensory organs that human beings have. Now, of course, this can happen with creatures and other animals as well, depending on what sensory organs they possess. The vibrations that occur in those different sense faculties will give rise to different manifestations. So when we come to the human being, this would be for the eye faculty, the manifestation of light; for the nose faculty, smell; for the tongue faculty, taste; for the body faculty, heat, cold, and solidity; and then for the ear faculty, sound. So these are the things that are actually getting manifested in these sense faculties. If you are blind, then the vibration that is occurring typically in the eye faculty will not occur. It is the vibration that occurs in the eye faculty that then telepathizes with the similar frequency vibrations outside to give us a manifestation of light. So now this manifestation of light is just that, only a manifestation. There is no light anywhere. And it's a similar same case for the manifestation of sound, touch, taste, and smell. Every one of these things is being created because of the speed of vibration. It's not as if it's there, but the speed is giving the illusion that is there. That sound is there, that taste is there, the touch is there, and so on. So the sensations that arise, the feeling of touch, the sensation that light exists, sound exists, and so on, is coming about only due to the speed of vibration. And that with these 5 senses and the perceptions that arise, the way the phenomena of the mind works is that the mind then combines these sensory perceptions to form what we call a thought. So it is these thoughts that actually make up this so-called world. The thought of a mother, the thought of a father, the thought of a job, the thought of the world, the thought of trees, mountains, lakes, rivers, shopping malls, jobs, life, education, trips, holidays, even birth and death. Controversial as it may sound, even birth and death is also just a thought. So why do we say that? Because it is only through a thought or a perception that these objects, people, things, animate or inanimate, is ever recognized or ever distinctly differentiated or identified. It is only through that, and there is no other way that it can be done. If you think about a baby in the cot, the baby in the cot has no sense of mind consciousness, or no sense of perceptions arising at that level where a thought or thought object is formed. The baby would still have the basic perceptions, the sensation of light, the sensation or the feeling that arises when sound emanates, um, touch, taste, and smell. But the baby has no recognition that the touch is a touch, taste is a taste, or whether the taste is the taste of a pineapple, the taste is of carrots, the taste is of milk, and so on. The baby has no naming convention. So we can put it that way. The naming convention is where this whole mind consciousness, the two cycle approach to how the mind consciousness forms, really comes about. So at the point of the infant being in the cot, at that stage, there is that reaction to a harsh light, for example. There is a reaction to a sound, and if it is a constant sound of, for example, the mother's voice, then there can be some kind of tendency of being comforted by that sound. But other than that, there is only the potential in that baby to kind of ingratiate itself or be beholden to the senses. You can think about it when we give an example for just for example, if you if you give something like a little object for the baby to hold, it will it will put the thing immediately in the mouth. It will lick it. It will touch it. It will do all kinds of things and start holding it, caressing it, putting it in the mouth and licking it, and so on. And then after a while, if you try to take that object away from the baby immediately starts crying. Now, why does that happen? Because through those sensors, unbeknownst to the baby itself, the ear faculty, if it was making a noise, the ear faculty would be working. The eye faculty is seeing some kind of image. And then the body sensations are kicking in when the baby is touching the object and rolling it around in its chubby hands. And then when it puts out its tongue and lick it, it will have some kind of sensation from that as well. So in this manner, the basic sensors are still functioning. Those are functioning at a feel level for the baby. No mind is formed at that time. But because at the feel level there is that tendency of latching on to any kind of object, the fact that it has been touched, tasted, and felt, and so on, then gives the gluiness, the binding power towards that object from the baby's standpoint, which is why when the object is taken away, the baby is either feeling the discomfort and feels as if something has been taken away from the baby. It suddenly feels bereft. It suddenly feels as if something was here and now something has been taken away from me. And then for that reason, it starts crying. So that is there as a natural reaction because the taints, as we call it, the TAINTS, taints of this, the beginning self-vibration is still there in the baby. So if we go to the zygote level, from that point onwards, the self-vibration is there, but it is dormant and remains dormant to a great extent until the actual serious learning starts to take place at the age of 2 or 3 years old for the baby. But before that, at that taint level, the potential for this self-vibration to magnify and expand is there at a potential level. But when it comes to, it is only when it comes to 2, 3 years of age that there is some kind of serious learning that is given to the child, either through kindergarten or even through homeschooling or even little bits and pieces of conversation or things that are taught by the parents get picked up, and then the child's world starts to form gradually. How does it form gradually? Because everything is by way of showing an object, showing an image, showing some kind of taste and identifying these by giving names. So when we talk about how does this thing come about, because when we talk about the 5 aggregates, one would realize that there is the rupa is called the vibration. So the vibration that is occurring, and this vibration occurs in 5 different ways depending on the sensory organ. So if we take the light, for example, the rupane or the vibration will give a manifestation of, there will be a sensation coming out of it, which we call Vedana. And that whatever sensation or feel that comes out of it is what we call perception. And the fact that the vibration is happening at speed gives the notion that this particular perception is always there, that it is permanently there. And that sense of that thing being there is what we call the consciousness. It's given a name, and then the existence, the feel of that thing actually existing is also born in that very minute, in that very moment. So that is where the world and everything also becomes real. That thing becomes real, and then the wanting to keep that sense of existence, the sense of being alive, also prevails at that very moment. So that is the way this self-view starts to come about. But essentially, the 5 basic perceptions would still occur. And with the 5 basic perceptions occurring, then at the learning stage and the Montessori stage, there is this another layer that is being put, which we call the second cycle, where the 5 basic perceptions are then combined to be brought together in various forms and variations and given names that we call mother, father, job, trip, exams, school, politics, wars and conflict, and so on. So in this way, this is the way the world becomes real for you, isn't it? The world that you think is existing, the world that you find is either good or bad, depending on what is going on in your life. Depending on that, it's either a good day or a bad day, or it's a good time now. My children are married, and I have a reasonable amount of savings, and so things can be quite comfortable for you. And you are probably retired now, and you're finding you have a bit of a house and a garden. You like potting around in the garden, and you can go out and meet a friend for a cup of tea occasionally. Maybe you have your husband also who is also perhaps retired. So, I'm just hypothecating now, just to say that this is the kind of typical world that it can be. But then for another person, that person might be plagued with illnesses, and maybe having bad health issues, maybe having health issues, and maybe the children are not close by to be able to lend a helping hand. So things can be a bit difficult for them, and there could be, frustration, a bit of loneliness, or more than a bit of loneliness, and various things happening in that person's life. But in whatever sense these things happen, if you take a young or a middle-aged person, for example, say a middle-aged lady, that person can have, say, grown-up teenage children who are still going to school. So life is very busy for her, and children's demands, school demands, sports, having to take them for various sports and recreational activities. She must be juggling her own job, feeding the children. Maybe she's a single mother. And then, so she's trying to make ends meet, have the um, financial support or financial ability as well as looking after the children and so on. So multiple challenges, probably always exhausted, no time for a holiday, even bringing up children, going to work, cooking. That might be her life. So in whatever way, so anxieties, depression, sorrow, all these things are part and parcel, you would think, isn't it? For the other lady who can feel lonely, you can feel as if you had a good life and you're still leading a good life. The lady with the poor health issues can feel lonely and depressed and think that this world is not very kind. Then the middle-aged lady can think that this is really a rat race and get really tired, but she has no choice and she continues because for the sake of the children, she has to, keep the home fires burning. And maybe she also has the drive to be able to still think because she wants the children to excel in their education, excel in their sports, and she's driven by the love for the children, and so on. So can you see that in all these three examples that we gave, everyone is caught up, the circumstances are different, but everyone is caught up in their respective worlds, isn't it? And as a result, everything in those respective worlds are still very much true. They are still very much considered to be outside, as if the world, there's a outside world that exists for the person who is kind of retired and having a good life. For them, the house is real, the garden is real, they are real. And the fact that their children are married and gone now is real. The fact that they have savings in the bank account or superannuation or whatever that they can draw down whenever they want it for an illness or an emergency, or for them to go on their next cruise trip. They know that money is in the bank account. So all these things, the fact that they have a garden is a thought. The fact that they are now retired and everything is going along very comfortably is a thought, isn't it? The fact that they can go out and have a cup of tea with somebody is a thought. The fact that they are planning to go on another cruise trip is a thought, isn't it? So all these are really thoughts. Each time they wake up, because the only time that the thoughts don't work is when one is either in a coma, if either she has fainted, or it is in deep sleep. These are the only instances where this mind doesn't work. But in all other instances, with the vibration continuously happening, as we said, and the perceptions working, and with the perceptions working, and due to with past perceptions becoming new perceptions, there is always objects, things that are being formed, named, as a result of this pattern, as a result of this phenomena, and as a result that is still prevalent. So the worlds that these three are experiencing are for each of those three people very much real. Now, if we take that mother with the poor health issues, for her, her health is a big thing now because it has become a thing. For her, she is very much there. There is a person who has health issues, and that is me. So I, me, my has become very much real for her. That I am an individual, I am a person, I am maybe 80, 85 years old, and I have children, but they are not close by, therefore I'm lonely and I have to get by. Kind of thing is also that person's thinking, that person's thoughts that are going around in her head at the moment. So this is what it's called. But for any of these people, the mere fact that they have taken this world to be true, that they have taken themselves to be true, is the issue. And all this happens is because of ignorance. Even if a person is suffering and having a hard time in the world, they still want to keep that sense of being alive because they all feel, no matter how depressed, how stressful their schedule is, how depressed they are, how they can't get about and do their activities, they at least, they still have the feeling that they are alive. So where does this feel of them being alive actually come from? And they come from, friends, from the perceptions, as we said at the outset, with the perceptions that are forming every millisecond, and each time these objects are formed and the objects become a thing, then the self vibration, the self perception that is starting off at that zygote level starts to come and starts to unfold to be true. So whether it is the person with the bad health issues, would they be willing to end their life? Probably not. If there is some semblance of, what shall I say, excitation of the stimuli, excitation of the mind, or some kind of enjoyment, it can be any kind of enjoyment whatsoever. If there is some kind of enjoyment that they perceive to be experienced in this world, no matter how much of pain they are facing or health issues they are facing, no one would ever think of um, rightfully, ending their life or something like that. It is because everything is true, even if they're suffering on various counts, there are people that we know who still want to live. They just don't want to give up, because that sense of being alive, sense of feeling alive is still very much there in that person. And that is how this whole samsaric cycle actually continues with these different types of ways, the perceptions, the basic perceptions, I should say, form. And then from that, with the continuation of the Buddha Darshana or Buddhist philosophy, one keeps on understanding the mechanics of the mind, keep on understanding how the light consciousness, sound consciousness, tongue, taste, and body consciousness actually works. And by doing that, then they start unraveling this whole illusion of the mind, because the Buddha realized that what is purely a natural reaction of the sense faculties working towards the sense faculties and the thought process that is working, then from that one can actually gather that every object, every person that is lined up, or generally uh, who are so every person who is interested in shoes or interested, any person who is interested in keeping this sense of enjoyment, sense of being alive, going with whatever their circumstances, whether it is the old lady with health issues, whether it is the other lady with a comfortable lifestyle, or whether it is that young mother of 30, 40 years who is trying to look after and nurture and educate and support her children, and is going to the greatest of depths and challenges to be able to still hold on to the job and have that financial support so that she can attend to the children's needs. So to that mother as well, everything pertaining to what was just said has become true. If the Dhamma is not heard in one way or the other, and when we say Dhamma, we mean the true Dhamma philosophy, if that has not been heard, these mothers, who definitely go to other temples as well, can get the notion that, what they're doing in terms of just listening to the Dhamma is sufficient, and maybe a little bit of meditation here and there would be sufficient. Why they say that, we can't do anything more than that? Nirvana is also too far away. So that has to be. So this is the way some people can think. But ultimately, all these different types of people are existent in this world. But what they have in common is that all of them, whether they are sad or happy, worried or not worried, are still having the notion that this world is true, that this world is real, because that is the way they have been taught. And it is not anybody's fault, because there is no self here anyway to begin with. So if there is no self here to begin with, one can't actually attribute anything that is perceived to a self, can you? So that's almost impossible. But unfortunately, what is the current state of affairs? The current state of affairs is that society and mankind have grown up thinking that they've been born into a world that is existing. They were born in the 1950s or 60s or 70s. They were born to these parents of such and such a caste or system, or family of material, of a family of wealth, or some aristocratic family or something like that. They know that they were born to a particular nationality or country or community. They went to school in such a place. They went to boarding school. They got their higher education at that university. This is the jobs they held. This is the people. This is the person they married. These are the children they had, and so on and so forth. So everybody, all these three examples of people very much believe that whatever that they are experiencing, whatever that they are seeing, hearing, touching, tasting, and smelling, which collectively is called living, is very much true. And every experience that they have had, right from the point of their birth to now, is that person. That person was born, that person went to school, that person went to high school, that person went to university, that person got married and had a kid, and so on. But all due to ignorance. What did the Buddha say? The Buddha said that this sense-driven world is not true. And it is the mind with that second cycle is giving an illusion that these five perceptions are coming together to form a thought. That thought can be the tree, the mother, the father, but whatever it is, they collectively comprise of the world now for the three mothers. And these perceptions can change from person to person. It doesn't mean it's all the same. So depending on the person, so example, if if for example two mothers go to the market, one mother would buy lots of fruits and some vegetables and various carbs, having in mind a very protein and nourishing diet. Another mother can go who might not have much money in the purse, so she will have to compromise between things she likes to buy and things that she should be buying. And maybe sometimes she might buy things which are not so fresh, because things that are not so fresh are not so expensive. So, but in different ways, these people are all perceiving things in a different way. But the fact that, that whole perception of buying different things, wanting different things, also goes to show that every human being is not necessarily the same. Just because each human being has five sensory organs, that doesn't mean that what is manifested is also exactly the same. The second manifestation, the second cycle, is where the creation, the construct happens. And the construct happens from the light formation, the sound formation, because of the ignorance, because nobody had practiced until the noble teacher to say that this is how what is only gathered to the senses is light. What is only gathered to the senses is sound, touch, taste, and smell. But somewhere there has been someone who actually, took it further and said, what is wrong with this? Why did it happen this way? And is there any other way of doing it better? Is there any other way of what is this leading up to? What is it in this process that is making, that is creating a persona which is not even existent? So that is where one has to unravel and understand from the beginning, from the point of vibration, how this thing ended up with this world becoming true and a self and also I, me, my also becoming true. And so then one actually goes to the zygote level, understands that that one vibration also had a mental vibration, and that was the natural state of affairs. That there would be a, I think there, yeah. So that is the way that portion of it works. But if they knew that every one of these objects, every one of these things and people that they have each considered to be true, was actually something that each one of them were taught or schooled. Every one of those things was actually comprising of thoughts and nothing else. So it was then the case of being able to see the trick happening as and when it happens, and when one actually keeps focus on what is happening here through direct awareness and through Vidarshana meditation, then the ability for anyone to actually do anything or disrupt is also very much less. Again, the common belief for all these three ladies is that no matter what the circumstances of their lives are, even, for example, the lady in the cot, and the lady in the cot has also got sensual desires, aversion, ill will, sloth, and torpor. All of these are hindrances which can affect reaching the nirvanic state or the state of non-vibration. But there is a certain amount of when this is researched over and over again, and that is what the Noble Teacher's guidance is also enormously helpful, is that when they start, when the serpent starts gliding towards you or just there's only so much that one can do at that moment. And then, but there is this portion of things happening in a natural reactionary way in the body as well. And that reactionary way in the body that is not followed by incessant chatter of the mind, then one realizes that that could be the solution. That could be the reason. That could be the reason for things becoming true, and and the health issues, the fact that having to go to the doctor all the time. These are also issues where they have been taken. These are also issues that they have been taken. These issues, then they will understand these have been taken to be real by each of these mothers. For them, there is no question about the leaks. There is no question about the question about various things that are being taken for granted in this world. But still, the Buddha said that one can continue to use the five senses because there is no choice. But one thing has to be remembered is that the incident shooting that can be done, sorry, the any kind of incident will then only become an incident, because when the mind mechanism is known thoroughly, how the mind is going to react to a particular situation, whether it is needed on the right side. And so with this type of thought formation, the world and everything in it also becomes true. And with that world becoming true, because initially the objects were very little for the child of 2-3 years old, isn't it? It'll have a bat and ball, perhaps it'll have some toys, it'll know the mother, it'll know the father and any siblings of that sort. It now has got used to leading a comfortable lifestyle, and so on. So in that sense, everybody is in the throes of ignorance, because whether the person is happy and having a happy retired life, or the person who's suffering, not understanding the cause of suffering well. I think the best thing is to so the for all of them, the world is still true in some form or the other. World is true in some form or the other. But if there is so for the three ladies, the world is true, isn't it, in some form or the other. But what they don't understand, and what Lord Buddha explained very profoundly, is that it's not just the wall or the picture hanging up on the wall. That aspect, and that was a demonstration that he did, can be used daily, either 7 days or 7 weeks. Too much, so must be 7 days. And so in that way, when the mechanics of the mind is fully understood, the burning sensation that arises because of certain vibrations no longer exists. When the mind mechanism is understood, the defilements start fading, because at one point, a fraction of a second, the self view disappears, and when self view is not there anymore, the ability to see, the ability to look into the matter is actually important. So in terms of seasonal aspects as well, there can be issues, but everything, I think, was supposed to be everything can be taken in the Dhamma perspective, and without it becoming a thing anymore. That is one thing that we have to be skillful about in terms of understanding, and also explaining the Dhamma to friends or to people on the path, because that vibration that happens right at the beginning, which then gives rise to it manifesting in the 5 sensory perceptions, and so once one actually does that, then they understand that this is actually a long time to keep a patient. This is a long time to keep. Sorry, what I meant to say was that this is the way the world gets created, through this illusory mind. Nobody knows that, this is how it is formed. There is no such thing as the world, this, that, and the other. Why? Because these are, in the lay person's world, the entire world outside is true. And when the world outside is true, automatically, the person who is feeling that also becomes true. So, and when that becomes true, the self-view comes about. And when the self-view comes about, there's still the wanting, the urge or the desire to have that object is also still there. And that is where this the ignorance comes in, but where the Dhamma path is revealed through Vidarshana practice, through insight meditation, one can embark on a research as to how this mind and how this thought process works. And every time a thought arises, one would then realize whether this is coming from the mind consciousness as a thought arising, and or whether it is a perception, only. And every time, if one goes back and examines the wisdom of understanding past minds, which is basically trying to understand and analyze and understand what happens with the human child at the age of 2-3 years, and at what point does this consciousness arise, or the feeling that something exists arise. So when the mind consciousness forms, only this whole trick begins to start playing out. But again, the Buddha found that this is just a natural phenomena. There is no one doing anything. It's like, in nature, there are plants that grow, flowers bloom, birds are flying in the sky, and so on. Nobody attributes a soul or self vibration to those, isn't it? These are considered natural, the natural way, natural phenomena, just like the weather patterns. Nature is just completely a natural state of things. And if that is the case, and if there is no attribution of self for that, where do we get this notion that there is a self here? So one can see that that is also completely almost man-made misconception. It is not a natural thing. What the Buddha found was the formation of the mind and the way these perceptions naturally occur, so as long as the sense faculties are there, and the fact that these sense perceptions are automatically combined to form various thoughts and thought patterns, is also just a process. And but when the thought patterns then come to the conclusion that there is an object outside, because the mind creates an object from an image, from a sound, combining a taste and a sound, a touch and a sound, and so on. Something like basic, like solidity, is taken, coupled with sound, and is called a table. Something that is a taste, just a basic taste, is coupled with sound and is called a pineapple. Something that is a basic fragrance is coupled with sound and it's called a perfume. So how did this happen? Every time these combinations are happening, an object is getting created on this side. There is always a creation. The mind is always creating, constructing. The constructing happens is through sankhara, mental formations, because of the speed of vibration. But all that it's doing is a conjuring up, a construction and a creation. And it is that creation that is the mind object, the stimuli that is being experienced, that is being considered as thoughts, and it is being considered as my thoughts as well. So the thoughts give rise to an object or a stimuli. The thought is the stimuli, the thought is the mind object, and these are, according to the mind's process, projected outside to form what is called an external world. And when the world becomes true, a self view and a soul experiencing it, observing it, also becomes true. This is a misconception, a complete misconception arising from an extension of that vibratory power that is then forming itself into the sensory perceptions. The perceptions carry the power. The feeling that the world exists is the feeling also has that underlying power. That is why there is a feeling, because it has that underlying power. And then what happens when when the notion that there is a self, wrong notion that there is a self also here, that self also becomes magnified and magnified because of the more the belief is there that it is real, the power behind that also starts expanding, starts becoming stronger and stronger. But with the Dhamma and shining the light of the Buddhist philosophy, through penetrative insight, and by the rising of the three wisdoms, the wisdom of seeing past minds, the wisdom of seeing the truth in this very thought, um, then give rise to the third wisdom, which is the gradual fading away of the defilements. That is the only way that the perceptions that have got thickened to such an extent to form what is called a strong self-view can be broken. The wrong self-view is broken only through the understanding of the Buddhist philosophy, by nothing else. But once one does that and comes to the stream enterer stage, there is the fading of the defilements, which is a gradual happening. And for that, there is a practical aspect of applying the Dhamma also that has to be observed with different points of contemplation, like the outside world is not true, that it's only a perception of the mind. And then one turns to the mind and realizes that the perceptions are also of no substance, that they are also just combinations of form and sound. And therefore, there is a liberation from the mind as well at that point. So, gradually, this path is a gradual process. It can't be hurried, it can't be skipped. Everything has to be taken in the correct stage and correctly reflected upon and correctly practiced. It can be practiced in different postures because it is vidarsana meditation and not concentration meditation. And finally, with this constant application and with the clarity that is obtained by continuously listening to Dhamma discourses, continuously understanding the correct Buddhist philosophy, and very, very importantly, discussing and getting guidance from the noble spiritual teacher. All these components are important in order to reach that first stream enterer stage, and then also continuously as one practices on the path. So the practitioner, right till the very end, to the point of realizing the state of non-vibration, can get detracted, can get distracted, can get can go into divergent paths and miss the ultimate goal or the non-vibration, because there can be states where there is calmness and tranquility, and if one still doesn't transcend all three realms of existence, the sensual realm, the form and formless realms, one can tend to get stuck in the form realm or the formless realm, because those can be also quite comfortable. And so that is why the noble teacher's guidance and vision and help is absolutely required right till the very end. But we are fortunate in that sense to have a noble teacher who is daily available to help and guide practitioners. The Zoom sessions are all also on YouTube, so you can listen to them that way as well. Otherwise, you can come on to the Zoom channel also and ask directly questions from him, as well as other facilitators. Where the English discussions are concerned, he comes there occasionally, but we have advanced practitioners there too, where questions can be asked and any kind of clarification can be obtained. So we'll stop the talk there for today, Dhamma friends, and let me pay homage to Aryan Vahansa, Thiruvan Sanmaya Aryan Vahansa, for your guidance and vision and infinite compassion to human beings to help everyone transcend the these shackles of the mind, find true liberation and put an end to this suffering and the samsaric cycle. තෙරුවන් සරණයි ආරයන් වහන්සේ and තෙරුවන් සරණයි ධම්ම friends.
Good afternoon, everybody. Therwan Sana Aaron Mahansa. Therwan Sana, everybody. Let's continue with the book reading. The True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 1, page number 49. The Buddha said, Etam mama, meaning, if you believe that the thing you see is true, that you see is you. Etang mam eso hamasmi namesu atta. This means if you believe in what you receive from your senses, image, sound, smell, taste, touch, and mind is real and it is true, what you see is you. If you don't believe in the thing you see, or if you see the thing that you receive from your senses as an illusion, then you cease to exist too. The Buddha asked his disciples, Rupam Nichanto Anichanto. They replied, Anichang Bante. By Rupam, the Buddha meant the stimuli or arama. Your mind consciousness receive such as sound, the image, the smell, the taste, the touch. These are also called Rupa Aramana. If you experience any of these five sensations, they are only a thought. When the Buddha asked though Anichanto, he asked them if the aramuna or the sense stimulus is a permanent thing or an impermanent thing. The disciples replied Anicham Bhante, meaning it is an impermanent thing. It is an illusion. If the thought from the six senses is not permanent, we have to see the truth in that thought. The truth is that the thought is alive. It does not exist anywhere. For example, the image of a book is a creation of a sound stimulus and a color stimulus. If the thought of a sound is alive and the thought of an image is alive, can there be a book at all? The non-existence of a book is the truth. If there is nothing else other than meaning,
Shani, your line is not
sound,
clear enough.
image, smell, taste at all. The Buddha Shunyo, Nisanto, no life living Shunyo. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now,
Yeah,
Mr.
Teran
Bernard?
Sarna. Yes.
Animittai, meaning there are no external stimuli. Shunyai, meaning nothing exists. Apranittai, there is nothing as pleasant or unpleasant, happiness or sorrow. One of the smiles the Buddha used to explain the non-existence is that it is similar to burning of clarified butter, ghee. Nothing remains. It burns up without leaving a trace of smoke or ashes. Another similar the Buddha said was that it is similar to the earth being burned up due to excessive heat from the sun. Nothing would remain, only the empty space. Similarly, if nothing exists, where am I? Mehenin Mahase, there is nobody as me. Is there, Honorable Sir? Arden Mahase, me? No, not even at this moment. These thoughts do not exist. Mehenin Mahase, I understood, Honorable Sir. Aryan Mahase, these thoughts do not exist anywhere. Mehenin Mahase, doesn't a thought arise within a chittakshanaya? It means within a tiniest time frame. And then doesn't the thought cease immediately? Aryan Mahase, no, there is no such thing either. Mehenin Mahase, is it possible to explain that, please, Honorable Sir? Aryan Mahanse, you have to be practical. You have to be aware of the truth. You have to know that there is nothing to think about. There is nothing to see. Be aware about this truth when you look around. You have to be aware of the Yatha Bhuta Jnana. Therwan Saranahi everyone.
Yeah, Chan. Tiruvan Sarnai are an answer. Tiruvan Sarnai Dam friends. Yes, we continue from yesterday the same discussion. Aryan Nanse and Menin Nanse continues the discussion. Today, Menin Nanse asks about how the thought is created, and Aryan Nanse explains by caught in Pali. Uh, Pali phrase etam mama and eso hamasmi and namastuatta. So this means if that is there, you are there. If you think outside is real and that thing is there and you are there, all these things are the creation not of mind consciousness. So uh, we for a long time we are used to think that they are real and I am here. But here it clearly explains in the book, if you don't believe me, if you don't believe the thing in you see, or if you see the thing that you receive from your senses is an illusion, then you cease to exist to exist to. That means if you understand, if you analyze, and if you do the experiment that thought is also not real, then you will understand your existence is just a raw notion. So this is how it goes. Then again says Arananse, the Rupan, the stimuli or Aramuna, Rupa Aramunu, or all these sensations, they are also not permanent. When the question is asked from the disciples, they also reply the things are not permanent. Uh, all these six senses bring false picture. They are all mental fabrication. So what we have to understand is, if you don't understand that thought is a lie, you still believe your existence is true. Then the suffering starts. When the suffering is there, you feel I am there. Then the suffering starts. The suffering continues, and your existence is there. You suffer, and all you believe that all your mental fabrication, all your senses are true. So this is where the true Dhamma is needed. The true Dhamma tells you, the Aryan Mahanse explains, our Noble Plane explains that the world is an illusion, you are also an illusion, this existence is also an illusion. This is how it continues, and ultimately what you understand, there is nothing. The Pali terms, nisatto, there is no being, nijivo, there is no living thing, osunyo, sunyo means no exist, nothing, nothingness, non-existence. There is nobody in this world and nothing outside. This is the message give. Always here in this forum we emphasize non-soul dhamma or non-existence. So that is how the book goes. So we'll continue our discussion. We see our doctor. So doctor, would you like to contribute? Dr.
Yes,
Poplar,
Mr. Bernard.
welcome back.
Devan Sanai, Mr. Bernard, Aranwanse, we pay homage to Aranwanse. And yes, Shani was discussing about about few things in the book, and so even if we think about something like even about this truth, if we think about it, it becomes the same thing. It will be a thought, like even if it's a chittakshana, that's another thought if we think about it. But it is very important for you to understand these things, how at one particular moment there's only one stimulus, and that stimulus would be either from any of the five senses, and then it always is with mind consciousness too, because we have like tree, sun, moon, river, everything. We or we in the family members, anything. So it is the mind consciousness, but actually the stimulus will be starting from other five senses, because there's no way that stimulus will start from anywhere else, because humans have only five senses. If an animal has another way of communication, like there are different communication methods that animals have, in that way they do have different outcome. So the humans, we understand that the five senses is the beginning of the film, or beginning of this dream, beginning of this manifestation. But we only get it through we describe this world through the mind consciousness. That is why we have like a very good ability of describing things, communication. We have the best communication ability, much better than animals. Like we have planning abilities, with it's all using this mind consciousness. We have the ability to imagine things. That's all function of the mind consciousness. But even Dhamma, if we think that this is a chittakshana or whatever, that would be a part of imagination as well. But actually feeling it is the challenge. But when we keep understanding that nothing is, all are constructs, how the construct happens, it all comes down to the rapid vibration of the sensory organs. That's all. There's anything other than that. There's no specific thing other than that. That's all we have to keep understanding. Even the light is just the white, like a very speedy vibration in the eye. But because we have five sensory organs which work like together, vibrate together, the world is so fabulous, like it is so complicated as well as really like interesting, because it gives us different levels of, like, you see something at the same time, you smell something, you can hear things. So imagine you are in a party. You will just realize how these sensory organs are being bombarded at the same time. So you feel that everything is happening and I'm enjoying that. The actual thing is, it is one at a particular time, one at a time. And that because this happens so fast, this mind is the fastest thing in the world. So because this happens so fast, we can't even understand that it is happening so fast. And we kind of float in that dream. So is this dream true? Not actually. So when the last bit, that when Meheninwanse is asking about the Chittakshan, that's what Aranwanse was trying to say. There's no point thinking about it. You just have to feel it. So we were discussing about, always we are discussing the same thing actually. We don't there's no massive difference to the points that we discussed. And all the time it is about how the mind is formed and how you should try to actually feel this, how and it's very important to see this in the like non-existence angle, because usually until you feel it, you have to practice the angle, otherwise it's never going to happen. So when we practice that, we just have to understand how the light occurs. Light is just the vibration of the eye. It's a very rapid, sorry, not rapid, actually very fast thing. That's why we feel it as an existing light. Dying bulb, we had bulbs in the past. Now I think the bulbs are becoming a rare thing in the world. Slowly it's going away. But when we had the bulbs for the lighting of the house, we used to say this, when it is about to die, it flickers very slowly. Likewise, when it happened fast, we just see the light. That's the same thing, the same phenomena which happens in the eye. But this eye, combining with the ear and the feel, brings about the flower. How beautiful is that? So the full film or the dream or this whole manifestation, can we take it as true? At the same time, can we take it as existing outside? No, because we have never seen a tree. Have you ever seen a tree? Not really. What happened was the vibration of a eye. That's all. And even that is not true, because that even that light, because that's how we see something, isn't it? Even though there's whether they have the attached thing as the tree or not, we only see like a outline of a thing with the help of the light, because if there's no light, there's nothing, we can't see anything. So then we understand, if the light is also a construct which happens due to the speed, what is there to talk about the tree or the river or moon or sun or family or the country, village, whatever? So we keep understanding this, and this brings us about the we get the value of the life, value of the things, value of the dream, value of the film, value of your day-to-day life. It actually reduces so much that it's very easy for you to get the feel the liberation of the mind. It's a transient thing, but liberation of the mind is needed to understand the beyond. We can't understand the beyond because it is an experience only, because beyond that it's only the feel. So if you feel the vibration, then you definitely understand it is only a vibration of the sensory organ, and then you will feel the non-vibration. So it's very important. We have Surangika here too. And, Suranka, do you have anything to add? Steran Sanai? Anyone else? I don't know if Suranka is busy. You can see Lalana here.
Sanai, doctor.
Steran Sanai.
Doctor, I want to clarify something, doctor. Chitakshani means, doctor, to see the truth, no, doctor, at once when the stimulus comes.
Yeah, that's a field, so we can't actually explain that. But
Yes, it's
yeah,
very hard to
we can,
explain, no, doctor? Yes.
yeah,
So we
we
know
can,
the reality, ne? The illusion. So no
yes.
need to think about that even, no, doctor?
It should appear without thinking, yes. Because if you
Yes,
think
it
about
should appear
something,
without thinking.
it is going to be another thought. Because
Yes,
if
yes,
you think about anything like this space is empty, then you will feel as this space is empty. But then
yes,
this is when the value goes down, you automatically you would feel this even without thinking. That is the best part of it, because if you keep thinking, that
yes.
becomes like another dream. So
Yeah, doctor.
dreaming inside the dream.
Yes, dreaming inside the day. Yes, doctor. That means, doctor, it's kind of a avadhi, right?
uh we can't call our dear
No,
dreaming
no, that
inside the
is also
dream.
can't say like that. Yeah, I can understand, doctor. It is, that means completely out of the, that means thought, right? It cannot
No,
impose.
actually we are in the thought, but we are not in the thought, so it is very difficult
We
to
are
say.
not in the thought. Even the thoughts
So
are coming. We know the reality of the thought
that's
100%.
what, yeah, that's what.
That's what I,
But these
the
the moments are necessary for someone to achieve that status. That is the problem.
yeah, doctor. That's true. Yes, yes, yes. Oh, that
Yeah,
our dear like
yeah.
same like, no, doctor.
Mm-hmm.
Welcome to the moment like that. That is also the same, right, doctor? We have to understand there is nothing, even though we cannot control over the.
Actually, the wordings you have to be very careful, Lana. It's
Uh-huh.
not that you feel there's nothing.
Uh-huh.
It
Yes, doctor. Yes.
very
Thank you
it
very
has to
much
be
for.
careful, because
Yes.
what actually you would feel is that your end will be empty and you will become the other thing. So that's different.
Yeah, doctor. Yes.
Because
No,
if you
correct, doctor.
describe it in another way, then
The one can get the wrong idea. That's so, doctor. Yes.
yeah,
Yes. Yes, doctor.
because
Yeah.
it will
Thank you very
be
much for
thought
telling me.
as like you will be there, and there will be nothing else.
Yeah, doctor. That's true,
Yeah.
doctor. Yeah.
Uh, yeah, I can see
Doctor,
that
my
there was
deepest sympathies on your father.
Aryan Hanse's father.
Yes,
Aryan Hanse's father, yeah,
yes,
has
passed
passed
away
away.
today.
Yeah.
Yes, doctor. Doctor, and the other thing is, doctor, is it okay if I'm asking a question from you, doctor?
Yeah.
Doctor, now, that means, so when we see the reality, when we experience, the one is experience, but I have to use this word. The doctor, the way that we live is differ now. That means, doctor, it's very hard to understand sometimes. The Sanya Sukuma, that means very, we have to be very careful when we after hearing this Dhamma, so sometimes we are unable to think that even. So until we experience it, then only we can see what Aranvas is saying, no, doctor?
Yeah.
Because doctor, we are thinking, this is what Aranvas is, but it's not the way, no, doctor. It's not the way, no.
Yeah, imagination. We use our imagination in the beginning,
Yeah, most of
but
us,
that
at that
is
time, want to
not
be
the
well,
correct thing.
doctor.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
not the correct thing.
Sanya Sukuma, that means very light feeling of something. So
Yeah,
it's
it's
very
someone
hard.
to experience. Yeah.
Yeah, must have an experience. Then only we can tally that automatically matching the things that Alan was saying, right? Otherwise, if you think, this is might be like that, that is also thought, no, doctor?
Yeah. We have to be careful. We just have to like, you know, when our life is calm and quiet, we shouldn't
Hmm.
be. We shouldn't be even monitoring ourselves like that. We just let it go, keep the
Yes,
guards
yes.
down, and let everything happen and see how it's
Yeah,
going.
yeah.
That's all. We shouldn't be
Yes,
judging
doctor.
ourselves, because then the
Yes.
judging person comes out.
Yeah,
Automatically the
judging
person
person
comes.
comes out. But doctor, later on, that is also goes fading away. Just like smooth going, like that is also happening, no, doctor? Not judging, but accept everything what we feel, right, doctor?
Yeah, but still, it's difficult to explain in that way, because
Yeah, it's
if you
yeah
are
to explain,
thinking,
doctor.
if you are
Thinking
thinking
means
the
have a
so
thought.
this is what I have to say,
Uh-huh.
because it's not in singular medium. I don't know whether I'm telling it properly, but even if you are thinking about avadiya, the avadi is not there.
Yeah, yeah, that's true, doctor.
So
Yes,
that's it.
that's
I
true.
can't
Yes.
explain it a bit more than
Yeah,
that.
yeah, we can't explain it. Yes, that's true, doctor. Yes, there are no thoughts in that. Yeah,
No,
thank you very much, doctor.
thank
That's
you.
what I want to ask, doctor. Thank you. Therwan Sarnai.
Therwan Sarnai. We have Ravi here after some time. Ravi, can you add something? How
Yeah, yeah,
I think your
uh,
timing must be difficult with this, yeah?
yeah, yeah, that is the problem. That is the problem. Yes.
So are you working
Yes.
usually this time?
Yeah. I'm at work right now. No, I have
Oh,
now a bit of free time now.
okay.
Yes, that's why I joined. Yes, to add something to what Lalana said. So, what I think, you can correct me if I'm wrong. What I think the light feeling is not the light feeling that comes with the concentration meditation. But I think it should it it we take everything as uh, everything very lightly. That doesn't mean that it the things we use used to take as serious. Here, what we do is the we take them as very lightly in the sense. Uh, so, but whatever happens, what comes next, so we don't bother much. So we just let everything go. So we take, so that is the lightness that we feel. So it does not take any burden towards us. So that means we don't put any value to that. So as long as it does not become a real, the things do not become real for us. So we hold it very lightly. So that is the lightness that we feel when we go along this path, I think. So the lightness is not the lightness that we don't feel like floating. We feel like floating and so on. So I think we don't feel like that. So we still feel that we feel like everything we feel as usual, but the thing that we feel is just we take it very lightly. So we
Ravi,
so it, yeah,
can
yeah.
I add something to that?
Mhm.
See, this is Ravi. I mean, I don't know whether it will come properly, but we'll
Mhm.
see. Feeling light is there when we are in the mind too.
Mhm.
So we have to be careful, because remember, um, uh, we can have very happy status, we can have
Mhm.
sad status, but
Yeah.
this tranquility, or the lightness that we talk in Dhamma is there when you are dying also. When you are having a problem, when your son is dying too, when your house is burning too. So it is not so, but the person is crying. Just imagine that person may be crying, but still that a person is shouting for help, 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 this house is on fire, but still the burning is not there. So this is the very trickiest part here.
Yeah.
Because when we talk about something like when Lalana was talking, that is where the problem is. We can't measure our defilements by that floating.
Yeah.
We can't measure anything. So where the measuring comes with that strength of the vibration you feel when you go, when you actually when that thought is not real. So it is very tricky when we talk about a pala. When we talk about a pala means the end point. When we talk about an end point, it is very easy for us to like say anything, like like I am in a calm space, I'm in a cool space, I'm in a tranquility space, whatever we can say. But that is about the end point. So if we are talking about the end point, we have to be very careful, because that can mislead ourselves. So we don't, if we are actually concentrating on the end point, there's a tricky part here, because we can actually lose the path. Because even someone who has seen non-vibration at least once is still in marg, isn't it? Even if someone who has become the one vibration, or who feels only one vibration, and that person also is in marg again. So if you keep losing all this, and if you like focus on the lightness or the end point, you're never going to go into the other level. So you'll be stuck. Because then if someone is stuck, that means the path actually hasn't opened yet. Because there's no mistake. If you know the vibration, how much vibration has to go down, because initially you feel it, and then end point would be there with no vibration at all, because the it is, that is the the zero defilements or non-vibration. So there's a big path here. So best thing I can add is never try to focus on the endpoint. Whatever endpoint, it can be first stage, it can be second stage, it can be third stage, it can be fourth stage. If you are actually focusing on the endpoint, then we lose the path. That's what I feel. I mean, so that's because if someone starts to feel so light, there's no any you know like compelling thing, unless the noble friend attacks you and say, what are you doing? Lord Buddha said, you just came out of the pit of faces, it's still smelly, you have to have a bath, isn't it? That was for one who has gone half the path. So So if someone feels like try to feel the end point, it is very tricky. I think it's best not to do that and just concentrate on the path. What is the path is how much defilements you have to go. And you will only know that yourself, because no one actually, I mean, like a noble friend would know. But I think it is you who would know the best. Where is your vibration? What will shake you, and how much is the shaking? No one can know, because how much shaking was there 2 years ago? How much shaking is here now? And how much shaking is there for the till you get the non-vibration? Because if you have felt the non-vibration, only you know that there's still more to go, isn't it?
Yeah.
So you're on the path all the time. So I think the talking about the result is good. I mean, it will encourage others, yes. But I think, but the person per se, I don't think it will give any benefit.
Yeah, what usually happens is, Dr. Popila, we try to measure ourselves against our past state. So then
No, the
we,
measuring
yeah.
should happen. Measuring will happen because that is asavakshanyana, but not the, how do I say that? Not the actual.
Not by a thought.
Yeah, not about the thinking. You should feel what's the difference. That's it.
Yes.
You don't keep judging yourself. You know, if you're judging yourself, the person who judging it comes out automatically. It's again not the path. So you can't be coming out of the path and going into the path. That's not like that. If you are in the path, you would realize there's nothing you can do but keep understanding that the world or the dream and how your defilements are slowly fading away. And if that is the case, then you know how much to fade away more. And that's it. So the entertainment of your ear, entertainment of your eye, entertainment of your tongue, entertainment of your nose, entertainment of your skin, entertainment of your mind consciousness. So when we talk about anything like a product or outcome or result, you may entertain your mind consciousness, isn't it? You're entertaining the thoughts.
Yeah.
A slight chance of that. So we just have to understand the, caveats here and there and be careful. Because it's a very, very, very interesting path. I mean, each and every day we keep understanding that how much we have had the problem before and how much less, yes, but no need to ponder about it. But what is more is the thing to focus. If there's anything more, what do you feel now? If you feel the feel of existence, that means you're not an arahant yet. So that is it. You just know that. And what prevents you from achieving that? So there's always avidya, there's always what is it? Ignorance. And if the ignorance is there, there is a birth. Whatever the birth, whether it is a good birth, bad birth, whatever the birth, there is a birth. So that's not the outcome we would be focusing on. There's always non-vibration. To become the non-vibration, we have to understand the non-vibration. We have to feel the non-vibration. Then there is a path to become the non-vibration, isn't it? Mm. We can get dragged away by thinking, is this the thing? Is this the thing? Is this the thing? But let it go. Even the thinking about the result or whatever, let that go as well, and then you will feel the non-vibration. It is such a tricky thing because non-vibration will never come if you are seriously taking nirvana. Even this, whatever result, we talk about a result now that Lana was talking about a result. So when we talk about a result, it gives the, now by listening to that, what we feel is that whether she has given a value to that. I may be wrong, but then that may be the point that that is to go away. Like there's always defilements in some aspect. So so let go involves everything. But we have to be very confident about Dhamma, about the light, about the sound, about the taste, about the even the smell, about the touch, about the thoughts. All these consciousnesses are happening because we have taken it for granted, or it has taken it as a thing. So if we keep understanding this, because in English we may be struggling, but in Sinhala, Renansi explains this nicely, that none of these things are true. That is what the basis. Because if that is taken as true, something is taken as true, whether it's formless, whether it's form, or whether it's the sensual type, the vibration is there. In formless also vibration is there. So it is the same vibration we are talking about. The intensity can be different. Even with the low intensity, chance of birth is there. So even if someone go to asanya, asanya means in 31 realms where the vibration will be not there for decades, or not decades actually, it's like kalpa, I don't know what to say in English, but like a long time. But still, there's a chance of vibration happening at one particular moment, and then after that it will end up in even very lower realms too. So the so-called samsara doesn't help. So that's the importance of understanding whether it is the formless, whether it's the form, whether it's the sensual, the problem is there. What is the problem? The vibration. So it is very important to understand this vibration, and like when you let go, you have to let go everything. Whatever the result, whatever the thought we have, whatever single word I say, if I feel that there is some value in that, then there's a trap, isn't it? Anything to add?
Yeah, Aranvasi always keeps telling this, so he gives nice example. So if you eat some kind of a spicy hot food, you may be running here and there asking water, but with full of tears in the eyes, but from the internally you have no burn. So it is kind of a state. So it's very difficult us to imagine that state from a thought actually. So isn't it? So he may be burning from outside, but internally he has the certain tranquility, isn't it? So it's
Yeah.
very difficult by looking at a person to say that he is uh, path, he's a person who is on the correct path or not, isn't it? So what we really expect from a person who listen this Dhamma to be very polite and so on, and very calm and quiet, but it should not, it is not necessarily be there, isn't it?
Mm. Yeah, it is very tricky. That's where I think we get into trouble by misunderstanding, and I think we must have misunderstood a lot in the past. I mean,
Yeah.
it's not easy. I mean, we have always stories like how Pacheka Buddha was mistaken, and you know, people were like harassing them, and how
Yeah.
they treated them badly because they can't really understand anything, and they can't even explain anything as well. Pacheka Buddha can't explain what how he attained the non-vibration. So it's really tricky. And but the person, whoever who the person is, like then that person unknowingly, like you know, someone like having going into like dhyana, maybe they are in like arupa dhyana or formless meditative status. They won't be able to even get this point because they already have the habit of going into formless meditative states.
Mm.
So Lord Buddha actually went to other 5 friends who knew meditation, but then was able to understand this completely different view, how the non-vibration is. This happens, like, you know, like if there is a if there is a thing, the self would be there. If there's no thing like that, self vibration is not there. But to understand that, then we have to feel it at least once. The non-self feeling, that you know, the only the stimulus would be there. Usually, what happens with the other way around is you know, the people who has done meditation will know this. They will they will they will be there, but they will not feel anything. That's what is going to happen. But in asanya, they will not feel themselves, but there is always a chance that after a long period, their vibration will come back. So there's always risk in this. But this insight meditation, we don't have such problems. Anything else to add?
Yeah, in that kind of a state, so I'm asking a question. So does that kind of a vibration has to come back to this realm and get the understanding? Otherwise,
That
they won't be able to
question
understand.
is wrong, Ravi.
Mm-hmm.
That question is wrong because when the vibration is there, anyway, it's perapasu novenas. We can't talk when there is a vibration, that vibration telepathizing can happen to any level.
Any level, yeah.
Yeah,
Mm.
so definitely then we can't really decide which level, but whatever level that will telepathize it. So
No,
we
even
can't.
even they attain the higher realms after being what do you call this?
Without samadhi, without
Without
right
samadhi.
vision. Yeah.
Yeah. So so if they want to realize this Dhamma, so they have to again they have to come back to lower realm and
Be a human, yeah.
human state. Yeah. Otherwise, there is no way out from this.
No,
Mm.
because only humans have that ability to
Mm.
get all the 31st realms into one thought.
Mm. Humans, in the sense, making these five senses, create the ability to creating these six senses, isn't it?
The mind sensor. Mind sensor is the most important one, which has the ability to stretch the whole 31st realms into one thought.
Mm.
That all the 31st, the vibration, if I would say, what's the English word for that? Like the capacity, the vibration has the frequency.
Mm.
Imagine it is like 40 to 40,000. That's like the 31st, 31 realms. It's in one vibration, but the frequency, they can have multiple.
Good afternoon, everybody. Terasana Aranmahansa. Terasana, everybody. Let's continue with the book reading. The Trutham Has Awakened, Volume 1, page number 47, second paragraph. Aran Mahanse. Good. Now doesn't the thought arise and then disappear immediately? A thought arises and ceases at every moment, doesn't it? Mehenin Mahanse, yes, Honorable Sir. Arden Mahanse, then is there a thought that exists at all? Mehenin Mahanse, no, Honorable Sir. Arden Mahanse, now you said that it is the thought that dies, isn't it? Then isn't the body like a tree trunk? Mehenin Mahanse, yes, Honorable Sir. Arden Mahanse, then you realize that the body is used by the thought, isn't it? You can also say that the thought uses the body. Mehenin Mahanse, yes, Honorable Sir. Arden Mahanse, isn't it the thought that thinks that this is my body? Mehenin Mahanse, yes, Honorable Sir. Arden Mahanse, then isn't it only a thought that thinks that this body is me? We think that this body is me. Apart from a thought that thinks that this body is me, truly, is this body mine? Mehenin Mahanse, no, this body is not me. Ardan Mahanse, now let us see. We cut off a finger. Did I really cut off a finger of mine? After that, I cut off a leg of mine. After that, I cut off both my legs. Now, have I really cut off both legs that belong to me? After that, I cut off one of my arms. Have I cut off an arm that is mine? Next, I cut off both my arms. Have I really cut both arms that belong to me? I thought that this finger was mine, isn't it? Did I have fingers? Did I ever have legs? Did I own arms? Do I have a body? All this is what we think. It's a thought. That is why I ask you, is this body me? In that case, need we cry when a finger is cut off? Should we cry when a leg is chopped off? Should we cry if both legs are chopped off? If somebody chops off both our arms, should we cry? Why shouldn't we cry? Because I don't exist in any of those limbs or fingers. None of them is mine. මෙහෙණින් වහන්සේ, yes, honorable sir. ආරයන් වහන්සේ, where am I? If we believe that I exist, I will exist. If you think that this body is me, that is you. All these are thoughts. These are only sparks from the sense consciousness, nothing else. The book, the table, the bed, my body, these are all thoughts. It is our mind consciousness that interprets the sparks as a thing. The mind consciousness interprets the spark that comes from the sound stimulus and the image stimulus and interprets it as a table, a book, a bed, etc. The mind consciousness is also known as manoviññānaya. It is considered as a memory, but the truth is a memory does not exist either. Of the self-identity is also created along with that thing. තෙරුවන් සරණයි everybody.
Yes, Tervan Sarnai. She asked whether this body is me or whether this I have a body. Or is this body me? The self identity. She asked about self identity. So Aryanas explains step by step in order to understand that. But how do we know that this physical body is mine or not? So we have to go back to the process of mechanism of how a thought is generated, thought is created. So there we understand it is a manifestation of vibration. So it is a spark, just the sparks, and you get a sense of something is there, then and there you feel your existence, and there it ceases. But we cling on to those thoughts and we think that a person called I am here, that is me. It is this physical body. You see in a mirror that your image, you think that this is you. That is a wrong notion, wrong view. But this is how it starts. The thought says that this is you. So at the beginning, in the kindergarten, the child was introduced this concept. This I am the teacher, and you are just saying his name. Say you are Jagat or you are Nishan. So the mother also does the same thing. This is me, and this is mama, and this is baby. So that is how these thoughts were uh, inculcated into their brain. So, but whatever happens, so we know how the mind works now, how the mind mechanism of mind. So the mind consciousness gives a sense of the some kind of sensation that I am there. So there you feel this is me. So you cling on to your physical body and you think you are there. It is the mind says, it is your mind consciousness says that this is my body. You that is a wrong notion. So this is how the discussion goes on. Aryan asks if one part of our body is amputated or cut off, then where is that? Where is that part? Then if your both legs are amputated, both legs are cut, so that is how it goes on. So still I am there. You feel I am there. When you touch, you feel only the solidity. So in order to understand this, we have to investigate how the mind consciousness work. It is the mind consciousness says that you are there. That is a spark. That is the charge. So there it starts our conversation. So I invite Sudharma Gamage. Would you like to contribute at the beginning?
Teruvan Saranai, Mr. Bernard. First, all of us should pay our homage to Buddothpado Aryan Mahansi for sharing this beautiful message of true Dhamma with the world compassionately. Yes, Mr. Bernard, it's a very beautiful elaboration on the section read by Shani. So it is actually a continuation of yesterday's discussion because here also Aryan Mahansi analyzes how the self view is created from a different perspective. Because actually, if we take all 10,000 sermons or even more than that, if we focus on Gautama Buddha's sermons, we say there are 84,000 Dhamma discourses. So, however, they all of them are to lead someone to understand that there is no so-called self. It is an illusion. The self is a myth, misconception, misbelief due to ignorance. And as you very well pointed out, Mr. Bernard, the mind consciousness, illusory mind consciousness is the very reason for us to get entangled in this unreal world. And actually, I would like to draw a few points from yesterday's discussion. It was also about mind consciousness and thought energy. And Dr. Kokila, actually being a great resource for all of us here, always reminds that we need to understand the although there is no person or nothing called Nibbana, if someone feels that somebody is progressing, the diminishing of the power of self-vibration is the only evidence that we can say, because when through this practical path also what happens is not to do it as 4 segments, but to know within ourselves, it is to dilute or to get rid of this self-view. So as you pointed out, Mr. Bernard, today, what Aryan Mahansi focuses on is to the question of this nun. He says, okay, so let's try to analyze how this body has become our body or my body. So if we look at it from our own lives, when we were like at the age of just taking the first steps or standing, at that point, actually one common thing is there that until now, no human can see their own face through their own eyes. No, whatever we believe as our image is just the reflection of that falls on the mirror or a camera or something. So at that stage, our immediate family members, somebody gives us the name and then call us by that name, and also take us in front of the mirror and introduce us to us in a way. That's because in this analysis, what Aryan Hanse basically focuses on is to analyze the self view in relation to the body. This body made up of so-called uh, PO8 elements or whatever this Shuddhastaka or 4 great elements. So until somebody introduces our image, the shape to that child at that early childhood, we never knew that it is us or me or whatever. So from there onwards, gradually, our sensory bases perceive stuff. It is nature. It is nature. Whatever the vibrations, due to the phenomenon of this resonance, these sensory organs perceive stuff. So that is all fine. That is all fine. They happen. But the problem is, as we grow, as due to the certain environmental factors, also now the perception of self is getting stronger and stronger, and all these perceptions become our experiences. We add that possessive adjective my. So when the figure of the image of this mother appears, that the person becomes my mother, and with that my vibration, self vibration gets stronger, and we attribute value to that, and that is how the defilements also begin to arise and grow gradually. So, but then again, what we perceive through ear also, they become sometimes the voice that we hear, the sounds made by us ourselves at that age becomes my voice. We always said my. So this is another way of like what is Aryan Hanse explaining in this extract is how we get attached to this body, actually body. How does it become my hand, my leg, my feet, so on and so forth. So here, so these actually we didn't have any body parts. I mean, we had certain things, but we didn't label them until somebody, now maybe we fell when we fall down, or at that age when we fell down, somebody came, oh Baba, your leg is hurt, your hand, your finger is cut. So, oh, you have like bumped your head, things like that. So you are, then it is nothing but my again. So this way, gradually, the self-perception gets stronger, actually forgetting about this inner tones or inner vibration. Now, what this is actually manifest level, the body, how the body becomes my body, I'm trying to elaborate on. And then what happens is, when there is something that happens to any of the body parts, this perceptions get even more powerful when we go to school. Actually, I have the personal experience labeling the body parts both in Sinhala and English. So they are in the picture, we see the body parts that label. So now that my finger, my hand, my hair all get strong. And so when Aryan Hanse questions here from the Mehenin Hanse, who thinks the body is me? That is his question. Who thinks the body is me? Actually, what he highlights is it's just a perception. It's just a perception, but ignorantly, we have gradually, I mean, over 10, 15 years or whatever your age, we have grown up with that wrong understanding or the misconception that there is a person within. So when Aryan Wahanse explains how the thought is created, how this, due to this mechanism of six sensory organs, this mind power finally gets, runs through the nervous system and gets which has some impact on this inner vibration. So until this truth, was revealed to us, we never knew. Despite this Dhamma, despite he sharing this beautiful message compassionately with us, we still live happily, kind of happily in the sense actually. It's all suffering. Now, since we know the truth, we know that it's suffering. Otherwise, we didn't have time to understand that we are experiencing suffering with when every moment the world becomes real to us. So I'll stop at that then. Dr. Kokila, and yes, Thiruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila.
Thiruvan Saranai, I joined a little bit later, I think, but we are just continuing with the
yes.
talk of
See,
this.
Is this the wrong conception, wrong notion? Many Manse and Aryan Manse discusses about. Is this physical body me, or is the me is there? Is the thought me and the physical body? Is there any relationship? That is the main point here.
All right, okay. Yeah, the physical body is something, if we actually focuses on that only, the actual because if we like imagine we think about like one thought like tree or pineapple, same thing with the body. If we think about leg, it becomes another thought. But when it becomes my leg, it becomes like a different thought, which has more value than just leg, because someone else's leg, my neighbor's leg, won't be my leg. That's how it like goes on and on, because the value is being added all the time when we keep thinking in this self-cornered way, like in that angle. So leg, hand, abdomen or tummy, whatever, head. So we keep thinking about these things, or when we focus on that, if it is my head, well, the value is so much higher. We all understand that. We all really understand that. If there is a tumor in someone else's head, we won't be much bothered, would we? But then if the tumor is in our head, we will be really worried about that. Oh my God, there is a tumor in my head. So the story begins. But this only, we can talk about this only when we focus on that, when we actually have that thought, because we never think about our head unless there's a headache, or unless there's some problem, or you hit the head somewhere, or you see something happening to another someone, like someone else's head, or when you are treating someone else's head's wound, or anything like that. In particular, head is a thought, but a stimulus. But when it becomes my head, the whole story changes, the value changes, everything changes. And the burden is so high. Yeah, it is that is actually the way that it becomes intensified. The burning will get intensified with the thought of me. Actually the Sakkaya Drishti, or the wrong thought. So we keep understanding it. It's just another thought, just another part of the thoughts that can happen. Because when you see the mirror, we can say this is me in the mirror, or this is my body in the mirror. That is another thought only. If you know, if there's no ability of seeing, you won't know what type of body you have. So you will feel it. So when you concentrate on that, imagine a blind person. Blind person can feel your leg. In the sense, blind person can feel that on person's leg. We'll think about that in that way as an example. That person thinks this is my leg. That's okay, even though he hasn't seen it. So even one faculty is enough for this to keep continuing feeling like that. Even without a great mind, even the worm has kind of like a feel like that. But in humans, it is much more than that, because we have the ability to think clearly with help of all the five senses. So in that sense, even though you can't see, if you're blind also, even if you can't see that whatever the thing, if you touch it and see this is my leg, then again it becomes, yeah, of course your leg, because it becomes your own way of thinking. But if you touch, where is my leg in touch? There's no my leg in touch. So you easily understand there can never be my leg in touch. But here it is. We have a pain when we think about a headache. But when we feel it as my headache, or headache in my head, or something like that, story is different. You attribute someone else's headache also to your, according to your understanding. Whatever the understanding you have, whatever the thoughts you have, that's all you can understand. If you tell like a 2-year-old child, my head hurts, they will be like looking at you and say, what does that mean? What does that mean? But they will later, when that child is about 5-year-old, if you say, my head hurts, they might actually give you some, like try to pat your head. Oh, mother, is your head hurting? Because they have an understanding now what head hurts mean. So we have like a thought already process about head and ache, because we have made them together. So, and when the 5-year-old is trying to understand mother's headache, they will have an idea and they will just pat the mother's head. Oh, mother, do you want me to do something? What can I do for you? Something like that. And this will go on and on. So the main understanding here is that these are also thoughts, isn't it? Is there anyone else who can participate today? I think Surangika is also here.
Yes, Teruvan Sarnai, Dr. Kokila, Teruvan Sarnai, Dhamma Prince, worship Aryan Mahansa. Yes, I think from the two fundamental parts that one can very clearly show that what is here is only a system and a process, and that there is no such thing as I, or no such entity as I, is by showing, as you quite rightly pointed out, Dr. Kokila, that this so-called body is also just a thought. the fact that there is a body, and the fact that we call it by various names, the limbs, the legs, the arms, and so on, are all concepts again that have been created um, by just a thought. And the other aspect that through the Dhamma we enunciate is the fact that what Aranvansi often says is that if this body is so-called body is yours, then surely you should be able to control it. And can you control your own body? You can't. And if we think about it, there's so many aspects in the body, human body. If we just take the human body, there is the respiratory system, the blood circulation system, the digestive system, reproductive system, and things like that. So if you just take the blood circulation and the fact that we are breathing in and breathing out all the time, none of this is done, with volition. It's an involuntary, automatic kind of system. As long as there is inhalation and exhalation, the other bodily functions, the digestive system and the blood circulation and all that, the nervous system, all that occurs. And yet, in our ignorance, mankind, what they do is they, for some reason, the internal workings, the circulation of the blood and inhalation, exhalation, they leave that and they kind of accept that to be, yeah, they are just bodily functions. And they seem to accept that that can happen without anybody intervening in it. But then the external stuff, they want to attribute the I to it, as I think Sudharma mentioned earlier. There is always, it's like, my hands or my tummy or, something, or my body is not, fit enough or something, or I have this ailment, it's, I have a headache, or, as you said, it's the tumor, if it is the tumor that is growing in the brain, and then you say it's oh my God, I've got a tumor and this and that, and get really worried about it. So this whole attribution of this, and I think one of the real deceiving points is this body consciousness that people don't understand, because they see this physical body and they think that, oh, how can you say that I can see this body? I have had this body from the day I was born, and it has grown in size and so on, and grown in stature, and I go to the gym, I keep myself fit and so on. So there's this entire volitional formation that has been created right from childhood days about it, right from the start. As Sudharma said, from the day the mother or the father took the child in front of the mirror and said, here you are, this is you. You are fair, you have dark hair, and you have brown eyes, and so on. There is this whole identifying with that so-called image. And of course, due to the ignorance, not knowing that the reflection in the mirror is not real, and therefore what is being created inside is the projection, even onto the mirror, is not real. This whole facade, or this whole belief that there is an I, just like the external world is true, this I and the concept of the I, not only that, the body and the image of it is also taken to be true. So that deception continues until one actually understands the true Dhamma, isn't it? So it is only through the true Dhamma that one can break down and realize that there is not just a mind, that there is no mind, and that this body, the so-called body that one has been believing to be oneself, is also a non-entity, and that itself is a concept of the whole mind creation which accentuates the whole self-perception. It doesn't diminish it, it only accentuates the whole ego and the egoistic feeling by continuing to believe that there is a so-called body. And that's quite separate to the body consciousness. But unless one actually understands the process and how the basic consciousnesses form, will not understand and separate the body and the body consciousness. Yeah, so it's, I think we are so lucky in that sense. People following the true Dhamma teachings of Aryan Vahanse to be able to understand the system, understand the process, and not get deceived by this whole thing that the so-called society still continues to think that it's real, and then keep on going on in this believing in a fallacy and then deceiving themselves without seeing the truth. Yes, Dr. Pokila.
Yeah, actually, it's very important thing that you brought out. So the body consciousness, or the tongue, nose, and the skin, they are the beginning of the disease. The problem, because even the small baby, that there's no mind to say that this is my leg or nothing. They just feel something. It's just a feel, just a feel. But even in that, there's a slight glueness in there because of the self vibration. But the problem is when it comes to the mind, when the mind is formed, when it becomes me, or when we understand that there is a person who feels something, even when it is not taught. Just imagine, the person is in the jungle, the person is not taught anything, not even a mirror. Still, even without a mirror, even without someone telling that this is your body, this is your head, this is whatever, nothing, still this body consciousness actually deceives you, because the body consciousness, that thing that even the worm has, the body consciousness is felt there's a kind of a person who feels. It's kind of a feel, but it is at the same time there is this perception that someone feels. That's the most difficult part to understand. That is why the thought has intensified, that I feel the pain, I feel the warmth, I feel the cold, I feel the softness, I feel the hardness. That thought is intensified. Oh, actually, it becomes very evident by each and every sensory perception, because of that feel that we have due to ignorance. So if you stand near a waterfall, the mist of the waterfall will fall on your skin. And even these words carry a burden, because I already have said waterfall mist will touch your skin, and that actually is a fallacy again. That's the problem. We can't really talk anything here. So what actually happens is, there is this body consciousness. What happens there is the fluidity or the wholeness arises. That's all what happens. Fluidity or the wholeness arises. That is what we call as skin or whatever. Just a vibration has arisen. What is that? That can be fluidity or that can be cold. That was only thing that was there. If you actually feel this is amazing to feel. If you actually even understanding this is amazing, feeling this is more amazing, because it's very important that it is just that. Just an isolated feel. That vibration is only a product of that skin, or skin, because the skin only has this ability of identifying the fluidity and the cold. But the story is the mist of the waterfall touching my body. That is a story. That story is in the mind. So mind is the film. Film has captions. Film has topics. But actual skin doesn't have that, any of that. But there is a feel which even worm has, which even, that 1 month old baby has, or even fetus has. So that is that vibration which is attributed to particular sensory organ. You will encounter the non-vibration, because each time the vibration is taken for granted, or vibration is taken as existing, self vibration comes, this comes means that, like Meatikal Himeve in Sinhala. I'm trying to say that in English, I don't know whether that is correct, but whatever that meaning is, this happens. So if something is felt as happening here, then definitely the self vibration would be there. But then the Dhamma friends who keep understanding this Dhamma, what happens is they clearly get this understanding, or practice it beforehand, that it's only a vibration of skin. It's only a vibration of, there's nothing even vibration of skin, actually it's just a vibration. Just a vibration, because skin is something we have put there. But the field doesn't have any of these labels. Field has only the vibratory effect. And that, if that is attributed to the sensory organ, no problem. The self vibration has no place. Then what happens is you don't feel as existent, but the feel will be there. The cold feel will be there. But there's no one feeling. Or the hardness of the flow would be there, but there would be no one feeling it. And it would be that even the hardness would be very subtle. That's where they talk about this experience. So it's beautiful and nice to feel, and then it confirms, because this confirmation should happen. Otherwise, this mind is not going to believe something which is said by someone or told by someone. You have to feel it. So when you feel it, you know, wow, this feeling, the existence feel is actually a construct. We need to feel that too. We know it now. We know that the feel of existence is a construct. But we have to feel that too, because when things are not taken for granted or not taken as real, feel of existence will be not there. Then that fraction of second confirms you, okay, this is what happens. So when the things are real, you feel the feel of existence, and when the things are not really real, there's no feel of existence. That's it. Literally, it's like as you have died, because you are not in the mind anymore, because when you die also the mind is not there. So that vibration, actual vibration, that vibration will die slowly, because you keep attributing it to the sensory organs. There's no power. The power is dissipating, power is disappearing, because power is getting smaller and smaller. And one day you will feel that there is no power. And then you know, when you actually die, there won't be any power to have any rebirth. That's so important. That's so beautiful. Anyone else who want to add something or talk?
Therwan Saranway, Dr. Kokila. So it's very beautiful when you see that original feel, and for that to experience that, one should have heard this true message of true Dhamma, isn't it? Actually, I need to clarify this from you. Otherwise, even if the person hasn't seen the waterfall or doesn't know what mist is, some feeling that something this comes from an external entity, that subtle uh, feeling is there.
Perception, self-perception is there even
Perception
for
is
the
there.
worm.
Yes, that's
Even
right.
for the fetus, the perception is there in subtle ways. It's very subtle though. It's very subtle. Even though it is subtle, it is there. In the sense, subtle means it's very small. Even it's not like big as a 10-year-old. It's not. When it becomes like someone becomes 50-year-old, it is much worse, because there's so many things in that I did this, I did that, I did that. So it's all complicated now. But even a child, the feel itself has that problem. Even so, but it is very subtle. It's very. That's where the importance is. Like the the program we have 4 steps. We don't have an experience of eyesight. That means the waterfall is in our mind. Actually, the perception of waterfall is the only thing that we have, and that is not true. That is made up of that temperature change and the fluidity that happen in the skin. That's just a skin vibration. The skin vibration has brought about waterfall. That skin vibration, this thought has every step in that. Do you get it, Sudama? Actually, that is how we catch
Yes,
this.
Dr. Yes.
Yeah, otherwise we can't. The worm can't catch it. The baby can't catch it. Nothing. They can't do anything. They are helpless. But when it manifests in a thought, only we can catch this. That's why only humans can achieve Nibbana.
Yes. That's right. Yes.
Because
We
the
are
thought
using
we have, thought has all these sections: the feel, the form. So the formless is the feel, and the form, and the actual
sensual.
waterfall. Yeah. So the actual waterfall is in the sensual world. But when one understands that it's actually in the perception, then it is the form. But then even underneath that is the feel, that is only a product of sensory organ. There's no anyone who is feeling this. This one thought with 3 layers is very important, because you don't have to think about anything else. You don't have to actually go back to the baby to get this. You are sorting out it now. Do you get the because one of your questions actually made me to think about that.
Yes.
It was asked in a different platform, but that question actually took my attention, because that question is like, do I have to go to the baby's mind to understand that? No, because all these layers are now here now in one thought. The sensual part and the form part and the
And
formless part is
formless.
all here now. So you resolve now the waterfall, it's all done. Do you get the point?
Yes, Dr. Kokila, very clear. And Dr. Kokila, another thought I have right now, that nowadays are in these Zoom discussions, when the practitioners come up with their experiences, Aryan always says, okay, uh, now they give the experience and ask whether the self was there or soul was there. So the answer is, as long as you believe the self was there, it is, so it itself proves that it is the misconception, isn't it, Dr. Kokila?
Yeah, yeah.
Is
But the thing is that question itself is showing that person has more satyajnana to understand. What is it? What is
wisdom
it?
of truth.
Yeah,
Wisdom.
yeah. There's more things to understand, because that question shows that the the experience is not there. If the experience is there, then it is very evident what uh, what will happen, because that it's very evident that what kind of vibration you have, because you just die for a moment, in the sense it's not actually dying, you shouldn't say that, but it's just, you know, you feel it, and that particular vibration which we attributed to the skin or whatever the organ, after when you, in the last one, like we have uh, eight chittas to go, and then that the realization would be there's no vibration. So it is it's an assumption, so but it is really beautiful to understand the beginning of this, because we need the beginning. The end part is not something I'm discussing today. I'm actually talking about the beginning part, because it is very beautiful to understand this Dhamma. That is the main part. Actually, if we resolve that part, there's nothing much we need to. We keep adding, we keep understanding that more and more. If you see a flashlight, it it keeps becoming more and more. The whole world becomes like the light, and you become the light. That's where the actual enlightenment is actually. So um, the the flash of a torch, which happens in the beginning, is the beginning of the understanding that we have, that what is this beyond the mind, and what is the vibration we have as the sasa, the vibration effect. So Yeah, it is. I don't know whether I answered your question. Actually, I think I got derailed. Um, what was the question? Did I answer it?
No, I asked Dr. Kokila, yeah, you answered because what I asked was even for a person who has no any idea whatsoever about a waterfall or any external
Yes,
perception.
yes,
It,
100%.
yeah,
Yeah. So, because that is because of the sasa, or even if it is astra, because astra is also, it is also subtle, not like gross thinking. Gross thinking, we know all about gross thinking. I went to see Dunhinda waterfall and I was there. I was talking to my friends. I ate some, what? I can't even remember. Something, and I stayed there for half an hour there and we went to another place. That's the gross thinking pattern we have, isn't it?
yes,
Yeah.
we used to be that.
Yeah, that's a gross thinking pattern we have with the self, with the thinking pattern. It's all good. We are there. We are like really in that film. It's okay, but it is what happened. But now we at least we hear something like saying, yes, that dream is there, but it is actually another dream. Like we dream at night, but this is also like another kind of a dream where it is not true. But the only problem is that this Surangika has asked this in a Sinhala forum where she was asking why we feel so alive when the skin perception is there. Yeah, because that's how it is. That's why everyone, even the even a child would be deceived, because perception always, when the perception vinyane, that is consciousness, that's what Aranwansi was trying to tell in one of the English ones. When the consciousness comes, consciousness, the skin consciousness itself has the problem, because the consciousness has the feel that it is that feel of existence. But that is where anidassana consciousness happen. I don't know what English word for that, but where the consciousness is there, but there's no person who is feeling it. It is really important to understand that, even as a theory part, because that's what happens. So the consciousness, skin consciousness is difficult to understand, but skin consciousness is very easy to feel, because if you are because actual skin consciousness doesn't need the mind consciousness to feel. So skin consciousness is direct, and that direct effect, due to ignorance, it's taken as it's there. The consciousness word itself says that. But when it becomes, when someone knows Dhamma and they feel it, you have to feel this, but that when you feel it, it is actually, if the consciousness is, value is not given, value is transferred to the skin only, then there's no feeling person. It's a very specific feel, because you have to feel it. We can't explain it. But it doesn't stay. That particular moment will not stay, but that will enlighten you about this actual thing that Dhamma says. What Dhamma says is, there is no doer, there is no person who perceives. There's only perceptions, but they are not also true. Even the the skin consciousness, there is a perception. Even though there is no mental construct, there is a construct. And that's the rapidity or the speed which brings about that feel, nothing else. It's very important, nothing else. If you actually slow down that speed, you won't be able to even feel light, like see, because it's because of its speed that you see the light, even because of the speed of those cells in the eyes. The skin also the same. There are subtle differences. That's why fluidity and the thickness is there. That's that construct is due to the speed. This is very important, very, very important. If the speed was not there, actually there is no problem of this self, but the speed is there already. So we just understand that. We just attribute that to the speed, and that's it. You know that it's not there. The perceiver will not be there. That's what the anidasana thing is. Anything to add?
Dr. Kokila, when actually that must have been a very smart question, Ms. Suramika's question, body consciousness. It makes sense right now also. I was just contemplating on that. It's a very, very important explanation, even very good that you brought up it here also. And Dr. Kokila, when Ms. Surangika mentioned about all these body systems, now earlier we used to understand that the non-existence of the body through this the conventional mindfulness of body, like analyzing body in 32 repulsive parts, and so something was there, because Aryan Vase now has given the original form of mindfulness of body, like it's again seeing the truth of the thought, but we used to divide the body into 32 parts.
Yeah, that's also another way of telling that head actually didn't have a self. The hand itself didn't have a self. So where is the self? That is the journey of finding the self, actually. It's a beautiful another way of finding the self, that it was such like an explanatory way of telling. Lord Buddha was trying to explain where is this self vibration? Is it inside liver? Is it inside the kidney, or is it inside the spleen, or is it inside the bowels, or is it inside the legs? Is it inside the heart? Is it inside the where is it? Is it inside the brain? Where is it? Is this vibration anywhere? If this vibration is anywhere, actually it's not anywhere. Does that mean it doesn't exist? No, it does exist until you feel, until you can resonance to it. It's very tricky, this resonance. That's very tricky, because it's very important to understand. I think that's the beauty of Dhamma. Aranwase has talked, because it becomes scientific. Because before, none of the Dhamma was like that scientific, like, so the science people would like shrug off, they just imagine things and say some stuff. But actually, this becomes so scientific that even the string theory, or even the quantum theory, this all can be explained, how this packet of vibration brings about all these problems. It's so beautiful. So beautiful, actually, I can't even worship anymore. Like, it's that beautiful. That informative. So those the ways of telling Lord Buddha was trying to explain was do a research. Even Narayana says it, do a research, see where you are. And if someone actually keeps doing it, they will understand. It's only the 5 senses that is left then. And the 6. When the mind comes to it, yeah, only 6. Because that 6 was not there in that discussion. In those 30, whatever the thing. Those sensory organs did the magic. It's sensory organ created film. The problem is not the film. Problem is the perception we have that it's real. That's the only problem. And when we resolve it here and now, when we resolve that the waterfall thought has that part that it is taken as real, and the form part, and the feel that you feel that the waterfall is real is the biggest part. That is the vibratory part. But if we resolve this one thought, then it becomes evident. You don't have to cut all your mangosteen to see the inside. But when this liberation keeps happening again, then you can more and more, your insights will be different. So it becomes more evident. And it's actually a beautiful way to understand whether the perception, the Vedana Anupassana, or any, what is Vedana?
It is, Dr. Kokila, mindfulness of feeling, isn't it? We can't use pain there. That's
Yeah,
the word that comes, feeling, mindfulness of feeling.
in that actually, yeah, yeah, because it
Feeling or
actually,
sensation. Oh, I'm just wondering what is to be used in the translation also, Dr. Kokila, there.
yeah, in that also, it can actually, Vedana Anupassana can lead to even, it goes towards the Rahat or the Arahant state. So in that, we understand that sensation would be a thing. No, when we talk about the 5 things, what are the words we use? Like Rupa, Vedana, Sanya, Sankhara,
They are
Vinyana?
feeling, Dr. Kokila, form, feeling, perception, mental formations, and consciousness.
Yeah, then that
You
feel,
can
that,
use
yeah.
sensation as well for feeling. It's either feeling or sensation.
Yeah. So that one also actually is a research to see which sensation actually had me. None of the sensations has me in there. It's really interesting. And it even goes into the depth that I told about the skin sensation, where even that vibration, it has no me there. That's the rapidity of the skin vibration. That's all. That's the importance there. So so
I mean,
any sensation, yeah. What is it?
I mean, in that Vedananupassana thing, I think that Aryan says a example about if you prick the body with a pin, whether you prick your arm or the leg or wherever it is, it's still the same kind of pin prick pain, right? And if you use that analogy, finally, when there is that realization that this is a process and there is that eye perception is diminished, when pain arises, at that point, there is that realization that the pain is not attributed to the eye. Now, that won't happen for a person who doesn't has had no access to the true Dhamma when the
No,
pain
actually,
strikes.
actually, in this, I'll just add this, Surangika. In that last bit, even without the I part, even because inside the mind only you have all this I and everything, but pure the pure feel has no any of these things anyway. In that is the trick comes where it should be understood that it's the vibratory effect is there because of the rapidity of the skin. That sensory organ. It's purely due to the vibratory, the rapidity of the vibrations.
Vibration, yeah.
That is the main thing that gives rise to the non-vibration. Because when you are in the mind, you have this all this, like skin prick or whatever, the prick and the feet and all that. But actual feel has no any of these descriptions. Actual feel is the skin vibration, isn't it? Do you think I told it okay? Like, do you have any question?
When you say vibration, I mean, what we practically experience is the pain, isn't it? Because even an arahat will experience the pain without the I attribution.
Yes, definitely. Yeah. I'm talking about actual, I'm not talking about the arahant who has understood all this, because to get these things you have to feel this at least in one thought to understand how this happens.
Yeah, I think what is tricky with the body consciousness, Dr. Popila, is that what has to be understood, and this, I mean, personally, I took a long time to understand it also with this Shuddhashtaka, what you touched on as well. So this, I think it's called 8 patterns of vibration. So all these 8 patterns of vibration are just merely the sensory or what is perceived through the sensory organs, exactly as you said, due to the sheer speed of the vibration. If the speed doesn't occur, none of those 8 patterns that are discerned through the sensor faculties cannot be experienced. So the difficulty with the body consciousness is that I don't know what the English word is, but the rupa kalapa. So unlike the other sensory organs, the rupa kalapa of the body has less, it seems. No, that part I think is 45 or something less. That is because
I think that's because the mind consciousness is not involved.
Yeah, the body itself or the skin has an innate feeling, has an innate sensation towards heat, cold, and solidity.
Yeah, that
So,
solidity and liquidity. That is the main
yeah.
thing that I was trying to say.
Yeah.
If you get it, then you have to have the ability to attribute that to the skin only.
To the vibration, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, rapidity of the skin vibration.
That's right.
That
yes.
that understanding should be there. If the understanding is there, then the non-vibration arises.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, it's very important because there's no mind consciousness involved in pure kind of the skin condition. But in our problem is we all have all the stories. We are actually we have a story. The story comes first. No, my leg got hurt. That's how it is. The story comes first. The story actually masks, the mind masks all these vibrations. So that's why we actually we haven't felt that um, because our mind works fast.
Exactly. It's like this, isn't it, Dr. Kokila? Um, in this world, so-called world, we all like a film. We don't like documentaries, isn't it? So we get drawn to the film, but everybody's like bored to look at the documentary. But actually, the Dhamma shows us the process, the process how the mind works. Is the
Yeah,
documentary, isn't it?
yeah. Because the if you hit your head on a table, it is like, oh, my head. That's all it comes. So it is mass. The actual the vibe, the body consciousness is not is mass. It's all mass. So we actually have never um experienced this like that. I think we are running into the other Zoom discussions, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it has turned 8, but sorry, whatever the time it finished now.
Yes, it's almost 4 o'clock.
Yeah. So we will continue discussing tomorrow. It's really beautiful to to even talk about this Dhamma, which is so fabulous. And we worship Aran Wahanse for exploring these things and explaining these things to us. Thank you, Aran Wahanse, and worship you a lot. Therwan Sarna, everyone. May Triple bless you.
Therwan Sarnai, Aran Wahanse, Therwan Sarnai, Dr. Kokila, and all Dhamma friends.
Good afternoon, everybody. Therwan Sarnai Aran Wahanse, Therwan Sarnai, everybody. Let's continue with the book reading. The True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 1, page number 45. Aran Wahanse, when we look down at the ground, we know that the sun is shining up in the sky. The same way, when we look up at the sky and see the sun, we believe that the ground is below our feet. When we look at a brick wall, we know that there are trees and leaves outside the house. These are all things that we believe that is real and that is existing outside. For every sound, there is a color, a shape. For every color, there is a sound. These were not known to us when we were born. Then later, as the baby grew, he is introduced an image and a sound together. It is like a small spark is created at the beginning. Then, little by little, the more sounds and images are introduced to him, that it is like a collection of many sparks gives a bigger current. This current tends to automatically renew what is already known to you in the mind consciousness. What you know keeps getting renewed in that same moment. This renewal of knowing in this moment gives us a feeling of a self identity, that I am here, that I exist. Now you think that this body is mine, but when you realize the pure truth, all this what we believe exist disappear. Actually, what we thought don't exist at all. The fact that we think that I exist and I am real is only a thought. Everything we experience is an illusion. Vijnana Mayava. This illusion takes place at this very moment. This illusion keeps renewing itself and it goes forward. An illusion gets added onto another illusion and it keeps going on adding on. Anusotaya means when the mind consciousness keeps moving forward, believing in the illusion. This believing in the illusion over and over again creates greed, jealousy, anger, aversion, etc. Then we believe that the outside world truly exists. Then you have a fear of death. You cannot bear to die. That thought gives you suffering. There is nothing that exists. The mind consciousness creates an illusion that things exist because we are tricked by this illusion. We think that there are things that we would lose if we die. The suffering arises only when you believe that you have things to lose. If you realize that there is no being, that nobody exists, there is no self, then there is nobody to die either. If you believe that things outside exist, then the sound and the color comes together and creates a spark which conducts a small current of about 5 millivolts. This current runs along our nervous system. If we get angry, that thought creates an energy which increases the current. When a self is created on this side, the world is created on the other side too. Thought energy or Chitta Shaktiya is like a current. It does not exist anywhere. It is generated inside. When we believe that the outside world exists, it creates an energy to form an illusory self in this moment. Meherin Mahatse, Honorable Sir, as a Buddhist nun, when I go on alms to collect food, I am supposed to contemplate, also known as Pratyavikshava, that this food is not for beautification, not for putting on weight, not for intoxication, but simply for survival and continuation of this body. When I see somebody in front of me, how am I supposed to contemplate about that person, R.N. Mahanse? R.N. Mahanse, let us see. Please listen carefully. Yes, now let's see what dies. Does the body die or does the thought die? Mihiri Mahanse, it is the thought that dies, not the body. R.N. Mahanse, yes, the dead body is buried because it does not have a thought. Therwan Sana, everybody.
Therwan Saranai. Therwan Saranai to all of you. So the pages read today basically focused on uh, the thought, the mind power, the mind consciousness, and actually, yes, how this mind power is um, resulting in all other, um, I mean, um, volitional formations like mental, verbal, or bodily formations. So here, the sound and color combination, the spark, how we feel as if something is existing out there. And then, in terms of that, I would like to share some thoughts, some personal experiences I have. Like when we consider the power generated through sparking, now, for example, a small child, an infant in the court, um, may also feel that something is out there, and due to the mechanism of these sensory organs, some sort of power is generated. And as Aryan also explains, this power is not as strong, or not actually not as strong as the power generated in the mind of an adult. For example, now if the uh, if if this child, uh, when the thought of the mother occurs in this infant's mind, the name is not attached to that formation, the visual formation. The eye perceives some shape of light, some warmth, and some maybe the sound of the mother. The child is familiar with that, but still that name or the uh, volitional formations or the abhisankaraniya is not uh, happening to the level of a child of 14-year-old or 20-year-old. Now, when an adult think of the mother, all the data associated with the mother, like how the mother fed us when we were small, how she was uh, helping us to gain education, and when we were sick, how she looked after us. All those associated data telepathize into the thought. I mean, that visual formation, if or the thought. Now, for example, if our mothers are not alive, when the thought of the mother occurs, what happens is all the associated data to this concept of mother telepathizes in that very moment, and we get the mind power created in that thought is very high. So that is also evident now when we meet someone for the first time. So we don't know who that person is even. We just see the shape of light, so somebody introduces the person, then and there the name and the form gets connected, and that thought occurs in our mind. But after some time of keeping in contact with that person, maybe gradually we develop some friendship, and when we meet that same person after 2-3 months, the moment that shape appears in front of us, when the eye perceives the shape, we probably, that excitation we get may be very different. Wows, highs, and all kind of the response. It happens due to the value that we have assigned to that image. In other words, due to that power generated through that thought, because on the very first day we did not have that much data of that person. It was just a shape, and somebody gave the name, and it was that only. But after 2-3 months, things are different. The that same stimulus of this person uh, got like more and more important due to this abhisankarana, because we meet the person, we talk about the person, in the meantime we help each other. So after 2-3 months, when we meet up with that person, that power generated through that thought is much higher than on the very first day. So that's all I can talk related to this. Dr. Kokila, Teruvan Saranai, Miss Surangika, Teruvan Saranai. Can you please share
Teruvan
your thoughts?
Sarnai, what was the topic? Sorry, I joined in the midway of your talk. What made you to say that?
It's Dr. Kokila. It's the continuation of
This
the yesterday's
yesterday.
pages, and actually Mr. Bernard was also not here, so I also missed some parts of Shani's reading, and what I gathered was that they're talking about the mind power, how the power changes with due to the uh, volitional formation or abhisankarana, like Aryan Hanse also explains a small child has 3000 watt power in the mind. So, but a
Oh, okay,
50-year-old
yeah.
father may have. So that's what I was just trying to talk about.
I'll add something to that.
Please.
Actually, it's more important to think about what happens with this self-perception, because the moment that we feel something is real, the self-perception is always there. And when the self-perception happens with each thought, it is due to that abhisankara effect. It becomes like a thought, like, so because you feel like always when the chair is outside, you feel that you have observed the chair. That observer effect is there. So then it is confirmed to this person who has never listened to Dhamma. It becomes confirmed every day. Like, this is my mother, I am here. This is my father, I am here. This is my school, I am here. So it becomes confirmed to the person each day, each time, each thought. So that's how the self-thought arises. Because self-thought has never been an issue to the baby. Even the child, it's not really nicely formed. It is like in the beginning, even a 2-year-old will not understand when someone says something about I or me or mine. But that thought get formed slowly but progressively. It get worse, like it get enhanced. That's what happened. That's what you should talk when we talk about it. I think that is what we should highlight.
Exactly.
Because otherwise we just get dragged by the theory about the the only about the other stuff. But what happens here, the main problem here is not only the other perceptions, the self-perception keep feeding itself. The self-perception feeds itself, so that the self-thought is being confirmed each time. So even if you take Dhamma as a thing, the same thing happens. It feeds the self-perception. It keep doing the same thing, but in a different way. Then the problem comes, the person who knows the Dhamma will arise. That is where that is what can happen. It's something that can happen. So I think we have to be very careful about that, so that we have to understand that what actually happens here is, when there is a thought, whatever, whether it's a pineapple, whether it's a daughter, whether it's a son, whether it's a husband, whether it's a family, whether it's a house or home, whether it is your job, whatever, your car, whatever these everyday thoughts, like there's always one particular stimulus at each time, that those thoughts, if if they if there is a value to that, then definitely you are there. You feel that the power is there. So that power, if you don't understand the truth properly, actually what happens is the person who doesn't know Dhamma, the self-thought also is entangled and it gets powerful, more and more powerful. So you can actually kill someone else because he's being unfair to me, or he is rude to me, or he is going to kill me, so I'll kill that person. So that goes into that extent. So you can actually attack another country or anything like that, because there is this thought that I am here and my family, my country, my village, my dog, my home, everything is my. So that a simple feel of existence, it's not simple, but a feel of existence has led to this thinking process, and it is enhanced every day. So it's very important to understand how this self-thought, or the sakaya drushti, or the thinking that there is someone here, is being powered, or is being promoted all the time when we don't know Dhamma. What happens with Dhamma is you understand that this is just another way of thinking, that it's a thought. Yes, we have a thought like there is a self, this is my family, my dog, my things. So I, me, mine becomes very strong, and that thought, we understand that it's just a thought that has arisen from self-perception. So the self-perception is the underlying reason for you to have a thought like that. So when we understand that, so the someone who listens to Dhamma, or this truth, then realizes, okay, we have a thought, I, me, mine, but then how did it happen? What happened actually here? Then we realize, okay, then there is a stimulus, and when there is a value to that because of the ignorance, definitely it becomes a thing. And when it becomes a thing, always this self vibration is there, and self vibration brings about the self perception in this system. So the self perception, the reason is the self vibration, but the self perception brings the thought of me, or thought of I, or thought of mine, or my. So that's how it is. So
Yes, Dr. Kokila, it's very clear. So although we talk about this power is nothing but the self vibration, isn't it? So
yeah.
that's right. Very clear. So, and
So
Dr. Kokila, I have another experience to share at this moment, so that you can elaborate on that also. Now, this actually, when I was involved in penetrative meditation, this came up. So Aryan Vahanse always mentions, now when people talk, he, due to non-vibration he experiences, he feels that the level of defilements of that person through the vibration of that person's voice. So at the very beginning, when he was commenting on the voice, I was just wondering how come that this is something, this is nature. Now, if someone says your looks are not nice, you don't look pretty, uh, will I be able to change my look? So, isn't it the same this with the voice? How can we change it even if we lower the voice?
No,
Aryan Mohansen was
no,
the
the
purpose.
voice.
Yes.
No, not the voice is
No.
not the issue. It's the
Yeah.
vibration underneath.
Yeah, doctor, that's what this was self-evident to me. Then I was actually contemplating on that because Aryan Hansa says, no, you have to see it through yourself. So I was vigilant and I was looking at what is happening. So very recently, Aryan Hansa in one of the sermons said, underneath every word, there are thoughts. Underneath every action, it is the respiration. And underneath every thought, there are sanya and sankara, so perceptions and mental formations. So after that, when I was observing all, I mean, how the how the speech is produced, it became self-evident to me that when the mind power is kind of very high, when we get a certain perception strongly, when we cling to something, that to mind, due to that mind power, the voice also, the way we talk is different from the way we talk when the mind power is very low. In when in a tranquil, or when we feel kind of, when we are not so kind of taking the things around as real, we experience some calmness. So that thought flow process is also very slow and it's not disturbing. So that's why some when we are disturbed means we anyway feel are in the illusion or in the film. No? So when we talk, it the thought process is reflected through the voice, isn't it, Dr. Kogila? It becomes self.
I I think it's a bit more there. I mean, there's what you said is correct. When your vibration is lower, your definitely the voice will reflect that. But that's true. But I think non-vibration has a different story because non-vibration, it's not like like imagine someone like Uddakaramputta or someone doing dhyana or some kind of meditation, not in this path but another different path. They also will have a slower mind, like peaceful mind. But this path is different, so you have to be very careful in interpreting things, because non-vibration is a different story. Non-vibration is not about lowering your vibration. I mean, it happens automatically when you understand non-vibration. That's a different one. It's actually the side effect of the path, in the sense it happens anyway. But it's not our aim to lower our vibration or anything like that. Actually, the non-vibration or the understanding that or feeling the vibration disappearing, that's different. So you can so Lord Buddha shouted at a monk 7 times. He actually led him out of the gate. He led him out of the gate. So if someone, I don't think Lord Buddha was like murmuring it, like telling it very softly. I don't think so, because to leave to get someone out of the gate, to walk someone out of the gate, that can't be that soft. The problem is, in that also there is non-vibration. So this non-vibration is a different story. So we have to understand that, because in non-vibration, you can feel all the vibrations, yes, but it doesn't necessarily mean you have a low vibration. Do you understand? I don't know whether I'm putting it in correct way. So
Yes, yes.
anicca sanya, or the perception that there is no one here, that which you feel, at least transiently you will feel it in the beginning, and then it will keep happening. And in that, when one becomes that, then the story is different. The person who is an arahant will be living as usual, and then it's not necessarily the way they talk, but what is the underlying reason why they talk like that. So there is a vision always to correct someone, or turn someone's vibration into non-vibration. So there is a effort. So we can be misled to think that if someone is shouting, that the non-vibration is not there. It's really, you have to be careful when we interpret, like when someone talks nicely and slowly, it doesn't necessarily mean there is non-vibration. And when someone is talking loudly and in a stern way, like strongly, it doesn't necessarily mean that there is no non-vibration. So it's a different
Dr. Kokila,
entity.
Teruvan Saranai.
Yeah.
Actually, I was not clear when I was explaining that. What I meant was, when someone takes the world as real, the level of defilements is very high. So that person's mind power is also high due to that,
Yeah,
and
true.
thought flow is also kind of strong. So through speech, that is reflected, the level of defilements.
Yeah, true.
The voice. Yes, that's what I was talking about. It's
Yeah,
not about non-vibration. Yeah.
the
So
value
since
you go.
yeah,
So when someone talks, value you give to the talk is evident. Value you give
yes,
to that concept is evident. So imagine if I'm trying to say, what can I say? If I'm trying to say something is good, or what can I say? Take it as an example. We'll take what?
Dr. Kokila, that's what I said. There are
So
sometimes we
we'll say
sound
take
as wow.
Toyota car, or this is an example only. Or some kind of a car is very good. Whatever the concept, what is the thought, value you give to the thought is also evident. But when you try to tell it, it might give you the idea that how much that person is believing in what he is saying. Even Dhamma, it can happen.
Yes.
So when we try to talk Dhamma, even it can be evident how much, because none of these things are true. Even these words are not true. In the sense, they are not, they are just part of the film. So, but if you are taking them seriously, that can be felt. That's what I think happens. Because if you're taking something seriously, the way you talk, the way you do things, imagine the way you shrug your shoulders, or the way you make your facial expressions. They can be very subtle. I mean, but these very subtle things can reflect how seriously that person is taking things into, like that, how things are serious to that person. So someone is really enjoying something, or actually enjoying something, not feeling the not feeling that it as a film, but as really into that, like acting in it, inside it. So then you will definitely feel how much they are entertaining their six senses. So six senses can be entertained only when the film is active, isn't it? You can't really entertain the six senses if you feel that it's not true, like it's not real. But then when you feel it is real, then you 100% it will be entertaining in some way, whether it's a mind consciousness or whether it is the other five consciousness. There will be some entertainment, isn't it? So that can be felt by someone who has a lower or non-vibration.
That's the point, Dr. Kokila. Yes, that's
Yeah,
why.
how much activated you are. Like we are like activated dolls. So imagine a doll or a robot which is activated into the system, so that everything is the human feels, normal human will feel that everything is happening. I am suffering, I am entertaining, whatever, the film is real. So then when you talk, when you even shrug your shoulders, or even when you wink at someone, or even when you smile, that will reflect how much you are engrossed in that. They are the subtle features of how, what your vibration is, that can get very, very, very subtle in the when you are. But always non-vibration can feel any vibration. Yes.
And Dr. Kokila, that's why Thiruvan Saranai Aryan Wahanse is also behind Dr. Kokila.
Yeah, that's what I noted. Yeah.
Yes.
Don't know whether he's able to add something to the discussion, but anyway, we'll continue
Actually, at
until.
the beginning, Dr. Kokila, I was struggling to like talk about that when we see someone for the first time, the perception is, the power is mind power that gets generated with that perception is very low, but after 2-3 years of association, that mind power will be very high. When we see the person's vehicle also, we might come out with wow, high of things like that because of that excitation. That is also not a person, it is again the system and the automatic kind of this it may be the response of the system itself. If someone knows the truth, otherwise then if the person is ignorant, it is then the self vibration again, isn't it?
Yeah, until you an arahant, the self vibration will be there, in even in a very subtle way. So we have to understand that, because self perception is there until the end, and it is it is subtle. It is subtle because it becomes not because usually we have a thought, then we have the perception, but then in the last bit it is something you feel only. You don't have any form in that, but that even that feel will disappear slowly, because you have understood the Dhamma properly in the beginning. the beginning is the most important part. Actually, that's what Aranwanse is reiterating all the time. The beginning in the sense um, the true Dhamma or true truth, how the self arises, how what really happens here is very important, because without that part, without Sammaditthi, there is no other 7 elements or the 9 elements.
Not
We
at all.
can't talk about that at all. Yeah. So the main important point here is understanding how this self perception happened, how the self thought is a wrong thought, but how self perception happened and how this vibration is ignorantly taken as self. Actually, the vibration, when we understand that it is only the vibration of the sensory organs that was there, then the self perception has no place. So when the ignorance is becoming less and less, the self perception has no place. It loses its ground. So that's what Lord Buddha said. When the avidya is not there, the tanha has nothing to do. Like tanha can't have any seeds. The can't have any
Yes, that
plants.
metaphor of the carpenter also is there, isn't it?
Yeah,
Takola
there's
wood.
so many metaphors actually
Yeah.
trying to explain that if this happens, this happens, and if this not happens, it doesn't happen. So it's very important to understand this Dhamma, and if someone is actually understanding it fully, when someone feels it momentarily, at least if they feel it, that feel this non-vibration, at least transiently, if they feel it, they understand what is this all about, then that thought disappears. Like thought has no power after that. He or she might talk like I went to market yesterday, but that I has no power there, because that system has felt the non-vibration at least once in their life. So even though they talk about I in a normal conversation with a normal person, that doesn't have a value to that person. It's just for communication that they would say, because they can't say unnecessary stuff, like people think weird about them. So they talk normally. They will say, yes, I went to shop yesterday. That's okay. But the value, that thought, because usually we believe in what we say. When if I like imagine a person before listening to Dhamma will say, I went to shops yesterday, they actually believe in that. But here we know that something like in a film where the shots are taken and then they are combined to make a film. Some stuff keep happening, but it doesn't necessarily mean I went to shops. The whole picture is in the mind. That story is in the mind. Whatever happened is doesn't matter.
Yes.
The story is in the mind, and that is also not true. And then who has seen this at least once, this non-vibration? Lord Buddha is reassuring. Definitely they will feel it again, and they will become of it. Definitely.
That's the
So
guarantee.
yeah, so the main thing, what happens when you see this at least momentarily or transiently, what happens is the thought which was strongly there, that I exist, I am the one who was born on this date, and I did O levels, A levels, and then
married, having kids, and I'm mother, I'm doing this job, whatever the story, it doesn't necessarily matter to them after that, because they know it's just another thought. So they know I is just another thought. So thought wise, every problem is solved, because thought wise they know that it non-existence is a has come to that system as another new perception. Doesn't necessarily mean there's another vibration. It's actually the absence of the vibration which gives that impression. It's not a new vibration. So it's beautiful. Actually, this Dhamma is very beautiful, and we invite everyone to come and understand that. It's so nice to know. So the main push is to get everyone to feel this, because unless it is felt, there's no guarantee about anything. You have to feel it. And feeling doesn't come automatically either. It should be practiced. But what is practicing means what you have heard from the truth, that there is no self, but there is a perception. How did that happen? So when we understand that, we understand there is no outside. It's just another thought, and thought is actually not real. It's just another new vibration which has arise from the other sensory organ vibrations. And sensory organ vibrations are just sensory organ vibrations, that's it. And then comes the non-vibration. But you have to feel it, the vibration. You can't just imagine the vibration of the baby. You have to feel it.
Everyone, my dear listeners, as usual at 9 p.m. in Sri Lankan time, we are gathering this way to listen another episode of Buddothpado sermons. So at the very outset, I'd like to pay my humble gratitude towards our noble friend Buddothpado Aranwanse for bringing this hidden truth back into the world. So what you are listening as Buddothpado sermons is the exact thing that was revealed by Lord Buddha about 2,500 years back. So you might not knowing this, but if you keep on listening, you tend to feel there is no kind of other truth than this. So you will be able to find everything. Absolutely, if you keep on listening, you will find the answers to the questions that you, whatever the questions that you have in your mind. So this will give the answers to whatever the questions that is there in your mind. So if you keep on listening, so we can assure you that you will get every answer for every question. So even though you might be thinking that we are talking something about spiritual. No, there is no such a thing called spiritual and conventional. So people from the mind, they have separated those two things. Actually, we are talking the conventional world is as the ordinary mundane world. So the spiritual is something ordinary people do not touch. That is the understanding that we have. But even though we use these words, but they don't mean they are sort of two different things in this world. Both spiritual, whatever that you call with words, all these words are there in the illusionary world. Even though you refer something spiritual, it has something spiritual, but this is not a kind of a spiritual or mythical or magical thing. It is an understanding. Though you can attain to that state of understanding, even within this this conventional world. But through the understanding, you go beyond that level, but you still feel the same feelings. You will see the same things. You will interact with the same sensual world, and it won't change. But with the understanding, after realizing this truth, there won't be any kind of a pain inside or burn inside. So that would be the actual change that will be happening in to you. Only thing that will happen within you is reduction of the burning, the pain and the burn that was there with you when you were in the sensual world. But you are not moving to anywhere else. So people might be thinking that you will be attaining when you want to attain this certain state of nibbana, the so-called nibbana. So you have to go through certain different realms or worlds. So you have to go to certain higher level as Brahma, Purohit. I don't know these words even. Different stages, but beyond the level of normal, ordinary humans' world. But it is not true. It is another kind of a belief. People think like that. So nobody is there that have come from these kind of different realms. So according to this Buddhist culture, in Sri Lankan culture, so they give certain figures to gods. So they maybe appear like South Asian way, maybe appearing as South Asian way. But if you go to the China or if you go to the Japan, their gods look like will look like the Mongolian type, uh, uh, lengthy eyes and flat nose and all these things. So this cannot be happen. Are these different gods have different kind of figures? So what I'm thinking is different from their thinking. That is the only difference. So they think this their gods will be like that. So we think our gods will be like that. So so from that then you will, it's not difficult to understand that these are only the thoughts. We think there are certain kind of realms higher level than human or animal realm. So you have to pass through all these realms in order to achieve this supreme state of nibbana. But and also people might be thinking that after being dead, you will be gone to that certain particular realms. So in order to do so, you are collecting more merits in this birth, expecting you to be born in then particular uh, another kind of a higher realm. But all these things are thoughts. They people thinking like that. People are thinking like that. Or that's why they are thought. They can be named as thoughts. So, but according to the Buddha's message, Buddha didn't tell about a thing that about a soul that is going after one birth to another. He was telling, he was talking about an unsold kind of dhamma. There is no such a thing called soul here. That is the message what Lord Buddha wanted to deliver to the people. But unfortunately nowadays we practice the Buddhism in so different way, in such a different way. So we think the merits that we do in this world will be carried forward. So it implies that a certain kind of a soul will be propagated to another birth. So that means it is so controversial with the actual message that was delivered by Lord Buddha. So no soul will be migrated from one realm to other, one birth to other. So the people who tend to believe that they are the people who name this Buddhism as a religion. In those religions, they build their concept on certain beliefs. The beliefs, in the sense, they are thoughts. But in the real Buddhism, we don't give any kind of value to these thoughts. What is appreciated in the real Buddhism is the absolute field that stays underlying each and every thought. It is a feel. Buddhism, the absolute actual Buddhism is a feel. So you have been feeling that you are existing. But what Lord Buddha said is, there is another kind of a feel that you haven't felt, you haven't been feeling yet. It is the non-soul feeling. So as you think that you have been born certain years back, so you are feeling that you are existing. You are alive. You are a living being, and you have been living so that much of years up to now. So that will bring about a certain feel of the existence for you. But Lord Buddha said it is a certain kind of a false perception, a false kind of a feeling. The absolute feel that you can feel is a non-soul kind of a feel. So that feeling we have never felt up to now. But the actual feeling is that. That's why Buddha's doctrine is not, cannot be related to some the soul-based religion. It is not a religion. The real Buddhism is not a religion. It talks about a non-soul Dhamma. A Dhamma in the sense a certain kind of a system. A system should be learned. How this soul kind of thing, the way how this, the mechanism of which the soul is made, soul is formed. But once you understood this entire system, you will realize it is not the absolute truth. The way it has been formed is well explained in the uh, five aggregates, through the five aggregates, the explanation of five aggregates. So once you learn, once you study, once you get to know the way how this soul kind of a thing had been made, then you will realize it is a false kind of a thing. It is not a true thing. So you have been feeling as a soul is not a true thing. The thing that you have been feeling as the soul or consciousness, it's not a true thing. It's not the absolute kind of a feel. You get this understanding first when you study this Dhamma. Then what will happen? As you get to know the feeling that you have been feeling as a soul or consciousness or the existence feel is not a true thing, what you will appear then? What it will, the reverse thing, the totally opposite thing will start to feel. What is that? The non-soul feeling. But unfortunately, as a human being, you have you were never being able to feel it, because you have been already in the ignorance. because of the fact that you didn't know the truth. You believed there is a soul within you, or there's a self within you. And with that false notion, yeah, that false understanding brought about a certain feel of existence. So then you tend to feel, then you then you then you started live your life with that particular false feeling. But once you understand there is no such a thing called soul or living a live nature or so-called consciousness within us, then what will happen? That understanding will make you to transform from existent field to non-existence field. So it will happen. It definitely will happen. That is the actual feeling of this world, actual feeling of this universe. So then what will happen? You will be able to blend it up with the universe, with everything else. So trees, rivers, sea, moon, sun, or yourself, animals, all things will be same. There won't be such a different kind of feelings. So you will be not be able to separate. So it is not a something called a universal kind of universal kind of consciousness. What Lord Buddha wanted to emphasize here is the fact that there is no such a thing called consciousness either. This particular state can be felt. So then there won't be a person or animal or living being to feel that particular feeling. But still, that state also can be felt. That state can be felt without a self. So a person who is in the mind, they will directly ask, there should be a person or animal or whatsoever living thing to be to feel that particular feeling, but it should not. It is according to the people thinking pattern. They are thinking there should be a person to or animal to feel the particular kind of a feeling, even the non-soul feeling, but it is not the absolute thing. Everything becomes equal. Everything becomes similar. There won't be any kind of a demarcation between the feeling of yourself as well as the rest of the other things. So this state is known as attaining the state of Buddha, attaining the state of supreme bliss of Nibbana. So this Nibbana state is not be achieved after your death. It can be achieved in this moment, in this particular thought. That's why this Buddha's absolute message is known as something does not belong to any kind of a timeline. We can't assign a time period for that. So it is known as Akalika Dhamma. Akaliko pasiko. Akalika means you can't assign a timeline for this understanding. Once you become in that state of understanding, there won't be any kind of a time period for that. So you will be starting to feel another dimension kind of thing. So that means that you will be starting to feel something out of this world. No, this is not true. So as Lord Buddha lived in this same sensual world, so you will be able to live in this same sensual world with your relatives, with your family, with your uh, staff, and within your society as usual. That everything will be happening normally. So everything can be felt as usual. You on day-to-day experiences will be same, but the underlying fact, underlying understanding will brought you to will carry you a certain kind of a non-soul feeling. So that feeling has never been felt by you. What Lord Buddha wanted that thing to happen within you. So only way the only way that kind of a feeling is brought about through the understanding. Understanding of what? Understanding of the truth. What is this truth? The realization of there is no so-called living being here. That's why this true Buddhism is known as Anatta Dhamma. So true Buddhism does not talk about a soul that is propagating or migrating from one soul, one birth to another. But when I begin this explanation, I told you, if you understand this Dhamma, you will be able to get the answers for whatever the questions you have. That means you might be thinking that how this birth, rebirth thing happens, how this reincarnation occur, how actually if Buddha does not talk about something goes from one birth to another. So at the same time, some people say in the Buddha's doctrine, it is believed that this reincarnation thing is happening. So all these things, all these unclear things can be clarified through Buddhist philosophy, through Buddhism. That so in the true Buddhism, in the true Buddhism, as I told you earlier, are there different kind of realms? Yes, these realms have different kind of definitions. But in true Buddhism, it does not uh, entertain the today's uh, level of understanding. So it does not uh, uh, it does not be the same of today's explanation. It does not tally with the today's explanations of about this that is there in the today's world. So people are thinking nowadays. So after birth, you will be going to certain higher realms if you do good things, certain lower realms if you do bad things in this lifetime, and this is the reincarnation. So all these things have messed up by now. But true, if you happen to learn this true Buddhism, you will have answers for each and every question that you have. So that's why people try to uh, get away from this Buddhism thing, because in the Buddhism, but today the today's practicing Buddhism is talking about the realms that goes after the birth and uh, merits that and action and effect births, and those things are so mythical. So in a uh, conventional type of mind, they can't take them as real things. They are like they are more or less like fairy tales. So that is the reason why the most of the people they get away from this Buddhism. The what currently practicing as Buddhism is not the true Buddhism actually. As I told you earlier, this true Buddhism does not talk about something going from one birth to another. It does not talk about a soul that propagating from one soul to another, one birth to another birth. But it talks about the 31 realms. It talks about the reincarnation. But it has a different kind of definition for that. So these definitions can only be understood if you understood the core concept of the real Buddhism. What is that core concept? Iti rupang samudayo. Iti rupang samudayo is what? What does that mean? How this alive feeling had been brought about. That is the core thing that you should understand. You should understand. So in order to understand that particular thing, Lord Buddha has come up with a nice kind of a concept. That concept is the explanation of 5 aggregates. So that entire concept is known as dependent origination Dhamma. In that particular dependent origination Dhamma, it tries to explain the mechanism of which a living kind of feeling is brought about. So this absolute Buddhism talks about an absolute feel. The way that you are feeling right now is not the correct feel. The way that you are feeling is that you are feeling right now even that you are living being. You are a person who keeps listening to this sermon. That is the underlying notion that you have in the mind even right now. But what Lord Buddha said is, it is kind of a false feeling. It is not the absolute feeling. Absolute feeling is the non-soul feeling. So in order to get that achieve that state of, or get that the absolute acquire, or the in order to feel that the absolute feeling, you have to have certain understanding or realization first. You have to get certain kind of an understanding first. This understanding can be taken only through realizing this explanation of 5 aggregates, the Skandha Vigrahaya. The other, so in Pali terms, what are these 5 aggregates? Rupa, Vedana, Sanya, Sankhara, Vijnana. This is the outline. This is the outline. This is the outline of how this so-called self-feeling is brought about. That is the end result. So it is known as Vijnata, the consciousness. So it clearly explains how this aggregation of name and form will lead to formation of certain field of existence. So it starts from Rupa Vedana. What is this Rupa? Rupa is the projection due to the vibration that are happening in the senses. So we have been talking about the formation of the senses during past few uh, explanations. So anyway, so all these perceptions, including light, auditory perception, tactile perceptions, uh, taste perception, and the smells perception. So all these perceptions are getting created as a result of the initial vibrations that are happening in the senses. How these vibrations are triggered up due to the telepathization. Telepathization make certain vibration. That vibration will generate power. That power is able to project something new. If this projection happens to be the light, that is the place where your vision is taking place. If this projection of the same vibration happens to be a sound or auditory type of perception, that is the place where the ear sensor is formed. In that particular point, in that particular step, can you recognize any kind of a living thing involvement of a living thing? No, no live thing was there. Is there. Only the telepathization and vibration and energy transformation kind of thing is happening. So the energy is capable of creating a kind of illusionary projection. That illusionary projection can be in the form of light, in the form of sound, in the form of pain, in the form of pressure, in the form of taste, in the form of smell. Those are just projections. So why we say they are just projections only? Because when at the daytime, certain animals are there, they can't see the objects, but we can see at the daytime. The night time they can see well, but we can't see them properly, see the objects properly at the night time. Why? The telepathization does not occur in the sensors, eye sensor in human beings. So in that particular state, there won't be any kind of energy will be generated within that eye sensor. So the projection will be not there. So that is the reason why we can't see at the night time. So the reverse thing is happening in the other animals who other animals who can see at the night time in the dark where we can't see. Their telepathization, within their eye faculty, this telepathization occur at the night time. So we are the one, as human beings, we are the one who assign such a thing called a nighttime and daytime. But if an animal can speak up, if an animal who see the worldly objects, the who see at the night time with us, they will tell, no, this is the daytime. That's why, because that is the reason why that we can see at the night even. So for them, in their perspective, our night time is their daytime. So they will say, because we are having the light and that particular period, we can see these things. But we perceive in the other way around. So from that, it is not difficult to understand this day-night concept is also a creation of our own mind as human beings. So if you can visualize things, we have light. We see the light. But the night time, when the light is not there, we can't see anything. But everything is dependent on the capabilities of your senses. So if your eye or the eye faculty is removed and replaced with an animal's or cat's or reptile visual faculty, what will happen? Nighttime will be your daytime. Everything will be reversed. And the daytime will be your nighttime. So in certain kind of a person, if you communicate with him, what will he say? No, I can see at night. It is not night for me. Even though you say this is, you all tell that this is the night time, but I can see them very clearly. So the vision is there. So in that particular person, the daytime is the night time. So analyzing these things, it is not very difficult for you to understand. Only our uh, sensors, especially eye sensor, matters here. The way that it is get telepathized makes this different kind of variation in the projection. So light is, that's why we tell the light is not a kind of real thing. That is really, it is not really existing one. According to the human beings, it is an existing kind of a thing. But when you compare with the reptile, it is not. So it is. So analyzing these things, studying these things in very depth, you will. It is not difficult for you to understand the way how the worldly things get formed. So if you go beyond that level, the sensory level, what will happening? Then all these sensory projections will be combined together. Rupa, Vedana, Sanya. Sanya means, so Sanya means a kind of a signal. So light is per se a kind of a signal. The sound is a signal. And but the underlying each and every signal there is a certain kind of a feel. That's why this projection is occurring. That is the nama or the name. Form is the projection, the perception. Then what will happen next? The different kind of perceptions and names come together and merge each other to form a new kind of a projection or the perception. So that aggregated kind of a perception also has a certain feel inside. How does this feeling come? Because of the aggregation of the initial power that were generated within each and every senses. So now the final product, final outcome has more power in it. So it gives that particular one single perception as a real thing. So as an example, we usually take the perception of the chair. So chair has all the other perceptions that were generated within the senses. Chair has different shades of color. Chair has kind of a name. So we call it a revolving chair, an armchair, a sofa, and so on. Stool or whatever, but whatever we name it. it is also comes as a signal. So why we say it behaves as a signal, the auditory perception? Because if I tell I'm talking about a stool, it gives a certain kind of a mental image of a stool to your mind. So that stool would be different from my perception, my mental image. So how does this happen? Because the word stool behaves as a signal. The interpretation of the signal will be changed. Will be differ from one person to another. So as you stop your vehicle at the traffic light when the red light is lit, you have a certain kind of a preconceived idea. So if the red light is on, you have to stop the vehicle. But for the same signal, somebody can give another kind of a interpretation for that. Then you execute that thing, that particular action. So the same signal, different different interpretations. So that's why it is known as mm, a signal. So a nice example is given by our Aran Vahanse to explain that particular thing. So in Sinhala, we call bulat, word bulat for beetle leaves. But in India, in their language, it is known as pan. Beetle leaves are known as pan. In Sinhala, pan is referred to a loaf of bread. See how these auditory perceptions, auditory signals makes different kinds of mental images within you. So as soon as we hear, as Sri Lankans, as soon as Sinhalese, as soon as we hear the word pan, we get a mental image of a loaf of a bread. But if same thing is heard by Indians or Tamil people, they will think about something like a beetle leaf. Single perception, same perception, auditory perception, pan, will create two different mental images. That's why it is known as a sanya or signal. Signals can be interpreted in many ways. So, at the same way, so people might be telling a stool to four-legged one. So another thing, a single-legged one will be a stool even, or three-legged one. So different interpretations can be given for the word stool. But everybody knows it can be used for sitting, purpose of sitting. See, all these things are conventions. They will differ from one culture to another, one country to another. So that's why Lord Buddha said that we are dealing with perceptions, signals, sanya. So everything comes as sanya, the perceptions. So even though we talk about chair, even though we talk about trees, even though we talk about animals, humans, and any kind of worldly object we refer to comes as a mental fabrication, a mental image, a manifestation of the mind. So this particular thing is known as a thought. So now you know how the thought is formed. After combining all different perceptions that are generated within their senses, they combine each other to form a perception. So that is known as worldly perception. Actually, the initial perception of uh, light, sound, taste, all these things are perceptions. So all these perceptions combine each other to form this worldly perception. It is another kind of a perception. It may contain all the characteristics of the initial perceptions, but it is different. Now it is different kind of perceptions. So you can't revert it back into the previous perception. So that's why Lord Buddha said, when you uh, make processed cheese using milk, you cannot reconvert the cheese back again to the milk. It is kind of a forward reaction. So now you are dealing with a chair. Now you are dealing with trees. Now you are dealing with animals. Now you are dealing with worldly objects. But you know how it has been formed, how they have been formed with after combining all initial perceptions that are being created within your own senses. This by observing the other animals, we got to know these perceptions are not real. Even light is not real. Even uh, sound that we hear is not real thing. Because if you make a sound at this moment, the animals you has the same kind of animal who can hear the same kind of auditory range will be heard. Will hear these things sound. But if certain animals do not have this ear sensations, so they might not be hearing the sound even. So for them it would be nothing, because their senses are not capable of creating the generation of within their auditory senses. The telepathization does not occur for this particular frequency, but they still manage to live in this world. So you are the one who is telling you are producing kind of auditory impact, auditory signal. But when you see from another animal's perspective, they might say, I can't hear anything. We don't hear anything. So are we telling the truth, or are they telling the truth? None of them are true. So that's why these initial perceptions are just are named as only perceptions. They are not the ground reality. They are not true. So after after a combination of all these falsely created perceptions, we deal with chair. So the perception of the chair, is there any possibility of becoming a real kind of a perception within this particular perception of chair? No way, because the mechanism it has been built is from a false kind of a process. The outcome of the chair has been happened, or the combination of the false perceptions took place to form a chair. So chair is the outcome of the combination of the false kind of perceptions. So would there be a kind of true existence of the chair? No. It is also a false kind of a projection. So you have been dealing something that was really existing up to now. But with the understanding now you know the chair is not actually an existing thing. It is just a perception. So if you apply this knowledge into the rest of the things, including yourself, just apply that knowledge into yourself even though you see your own reflection through a mirror. After standing in front of a mirror, you would see your own reflection, but you think you are seeing yourself, but it is a creation of your own senses. So if you do not have the eye sensor, will there be a trigger, the mental image, in the mental image that is created after calling your name? Would it contain a certain kind of a figure? No, because you haven't seen your figure, your shape, your color, your skin complexion. You haven't never seen, because your eye faculty is not there. That perception is not there. But with the other four perceptions, you tend to create a self. So as soon as someone calls your name, if you are a blind person, you get a certain mental image for sure, but it does not include the color and the shape of yourself. So you and then for such a person, he has been dealing with a different kind of a mental picture. He is thinking that mental picture as him. So how this, but even though we get to know these projections are false kind of projections, but it gives a certain feel of their existence. So we get to know that we usually feel that this chair as a real object. How this feel is brought about? That is the question. So now you know the worldly perceptions are thoughts, right? They are getting created within your own mind. How these things are getting created? With after combination of all the perceptions that are being produced in our own senses. But as I told you earlier, so each and every perception had a certain kind of a power in it. That power combines each other when it is transformed to a worldly perception. As soon as you call the name chair, the mental image comes. That mental image is bringing a certain kind of an energy along with it. That energy is capable of creating some sort of a existent feel. So that is the way how once someone calls your name, you also feel that you are kind of existing. This perception of you will bring about a certain kind of a feel for you. For in order to feel this particular existent feeling of the chair, there should be some kind of a person or living being to perceive that perception. The same energy will be transformed to will be transformed to give rise to a certain feel of your existence. It will make us it will transform into give a certain feel like your existence. So that moment onwards, you tend to feel that you are the one who is dealing with this existing chair. So that is the way how this it or existence feel of yourself is brought about. So so far I have been explaining how these 5 aggregates contributed to formation of a live feel. Rupa, starting from Rupa, Vedana, Sanya, the perception. Sankara means repetitive happening of the same thing. So uh, it is the nature's reaction due to the volitional formations. So the same signal keeps coming again and again. That will energize the initial perception. The power of the initial perceptions that will enable you to feel that it is a real thing. So if it becomes a real thing, real existing thing, there should be a person or animal who feels this particular existence of that particular object. That is the way how yourself has been, a feel of yourself is brought about. So this has to be very clear. Through this explanation of 5 aggregates, Lord Buddha wanted to emphasize this, the way how it has been formed. What has been formed? The consciousness, the vinyata thing. Rupa, Vedana, Sanya, Sankara, Vijnana. Rupa means form, Vedana means name, Sanya means perception, Sankara means volitional formation of the same perceptions, and ultimately the result would be the Vijnata, the consciousness. So, as you realize by now, that all the things happen in this very moment. This is the very moment that you hear this sermon. This is the very moment that you get the auditory signals. So then auditory signals will combine with the rest of the things, the visual perceptions and the visual perceptions, then it will make a certain kind of a feel of that you are listening to this particular sermon. So then you tend to feel as it keeps coming again and again, you tend to feel it is an existing kind of a sound. Then what will happen? The sankara or volitional formation is keeps on happening again and again. So then what will happen? There will be a certain kind of a conscious feeling that will get created within yourself. Then you get a certain kind of a feel that you are the one who is listening to this Dhamma in this very moment. So this happens in this very, that's why I told you this Lord Buddha has been talking about something that you can see in this very thought, in this very moment. This has been happening over the years, over the years. Then you mistakenly took it as you have been living such a long period. But you are living, your life has been created in this very particular moment. So, so you have been born in this particular thought. But if you happen to see, if you are able to see, if you are skillful to see the impermanence nature of the perceptions that received in this way, then it is not difficult to realize that there is no person so-called me has been born in this very moment as well. In this moment, your birth will be a false kind of a belief. There's no way of giving rise to your birth in this particular moment if you understood this scenario, if you understood this uh, process, because all these things are happening due to the initial vibrations. So no kind of living thing has been involved throughout this entire process. You couldn't recognize, you couldn't recognize any kind of a living being involvement within that during this entire process. No, you only so this understanding can only be acquired by listening to this Dhamma and contemplating and logical thinking. And through logical thinking, this understanding would give that there is no so-called soul here. So in the absence of such a soul, would there be a certain kind of a live feel within that non-soul feel, non-soul uh, concept? No. Then you tend to feel there is no such a live feel that I've been feeling so far. What I felt so far is a false kind of a feeling. But now I am starting, now I am beginning to feel, now I am starting to feel the non-soul feeling. That is the non-vibration state of the feeling of the non-vibration state. So everything happens normally. So because according to the nature's law, the formation of worldly perception will happen. But with the understanding, you get to know there is no such a thing called living being here to perceive those things. So everything happens normally thereafter. But definitely you get to know that there is no such a living being here. So that will lead to make you to feel this non-soul feeling. So that is in that particular moment, you have seen the Nibbana. So I think we can talk further tomorrow as well. So the time has gone, now almost 15 minutes gone from the allocated time. Sorry for that. So we can talk further tomorrow. So until tomorrow, good night. Teruvan Saranai to you all. Good night. Thank you for listening.
consciousness. But the own mom, not so the one baby's mom is not the other baby's mom.